Runner by Thomas Perry. Narrated by Joyce Bean. Copyright 2009 by Thomas Perry. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Thomas Perry and Lesher and Lesher, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. The girl kept half-turning in the back seat to stare out the rear window of the cab, as though she were being chased across Buffalo to the hospital. It made Pete Sawicki as nervous as she was. He kept flicking his eyes to the rear-view mirror, but all the way to the hospital he saw trucks, people driving station wagons to the supermarket, kids throwing baseballs beside empty streets. Nothing at all that was suspicious except her. He pulled up to the emergency room entrance and got out of his cab to open her door. She had a pretty face. She was very young, maybe even jailbait, with long, light brown hair, eyes that looked gray-green, full lips that seemed to pout as she concentrated on getting out of the back seat of the cab. Pete held his hand out to help her, but she deflected his attention with a look that went past him as though he were gone already. Usually somebody who wanted a cab ride to the hospital emergency room wanted a hand. She stood, and once again her belly stood out from her body under the loose shirt. It was none of his business, but Pete couldn't help seeing the pregnancy as tragic in somebody her age. How could it not be? "How much?" she said, her hand already moving into her purse. $8. She frowned. "It can't be." He pretended to look inside at the meter and chuckled to himself. "You're right, it's 12. He took the $15 she handed him. "Thanks. And thanks for noticing that." He stepped around the cab to his door, watched her walking to the emergency room, and waited until he saw the glass doors slide open to admit her and then close. He got back into the cab, reached into his pocket, took out a $10 bill to pay for the rest of her fare, and put it into the cash box. Then he drove out the circular drive. He supposed he would head out to the airport and take a place in the line there. It was still early in the day, and flights from the west would start coming in soon. At the reception desk, the woman in the uniform told the girl to sit and wait, but the triage nurse came out only a couple of minutes later and brought her into an office. The nurse said, "If you've got to be in the emergency room, you picked a good time. Beginning in the late afternoon, things get pretty hectic." The girl recited the symptoms as well as she could remember them, and then she had to answer the nurse's questions. Some were the obvious ones anyone would ask a pregnant woman, and some seemed to be all-purpose questions for emergency rooms. If you answered yes to any of them, you would belong in a hospital. When the nurse started to stand, the girl said abruptly, "Do you happen to know a woman named Jane Whitefield?" "I'm not sure. I may have heard the name. Why?" "Oh, it's not important. Somebody I know told me if I was in this hospital, I should say hello for her." "It's a big hospital. I'm going to have you wait in an examining room. A doctor will be in to see you shortly." The girl sat on the narrow bed in the small white room to wait for the doctor. She felt stupid, humiliated. Why would anybody ask her to say hello to somebody in an emergency room? Her mistake made her more nervous. She looked at the complicated telephone mounted on the wall. It made no sound, but she could see colored lights along the top, some steady and others blinking, green, red, and yellow. She stood and looked at it more closely. Maybe she could find the right button to make an announcement over the hospital's public address system. She had a professional-sounding telephone voice. If she could find the right button, she could say, "Jane Whitefield, please report to the emergency room. Jane Whitefield, there is a patient to see you in the emergency room." It would be a huge risk, because they might throw her out or even have her arrested, but she had to do something. The girl stepped closer and looked for labels on the buttons, then heard a woman's voice talking, growing louder as the woman came up the hall. The girl turned away from the phone and heard the swish of fabric as the woman stepped into the room. The woman was brown-skinned, about 40 years old, and seemed to be from the Middle East or Asia. She wore a starched white coat with a gold name tag. "Christine?" "Yes?" I'm Dr. DePreda. Are you in pain? Are you having cramps now?
Once in a while they come back.
Bleeding?
I think it stopped.
Dr. DePreda touched Christine's forehead, then took her stethoscope and pressed it against Christine's neck for a few seconds. All right. Let's get you undressed and I'll give you a brief exam, so we'll know more. She opened a drawer, took out a package, and tore it open. Christine could see it was a gown. You can put this on, and I'll be back in a minute. She started out, pulling the door after her.
Doctor?
Yes?
Do you know a woman named Jane Whitefield?
Sounds familiar. Is she a doctor?
I don't know. Someone I know said I might run into her here.
One of Dr. DePreda's perfect curved eyebrows gave an eloquent upward twitch that conveyed sympathy, apology, and yet a businesslike urgency. I haven't been here long. I'll be back. She went out and closed the door. Christine's heart was beating faster. She was feeling more and more panicky. Sweat dampened her shirt and nausea was coming on. She had come so far, and she was so frightened. Now that she was here, the place seemed to be a lot of blank, unknowing faces and closed doors, and she had no idea how long she would be safe here. She fought the impulse to step out the door and run, and began to undress. This was the plan she had chosen. She had to carry it through and give it a chance to work. If she couldn't find Jane Whitefield, at least maybe she could stay here long enough to rest. Dr. DePreda hurried out to the reception area and spotted the big security officer near the doors to the parking lot. As she stepped toward him, she saw his head turn, his dark, intelligent eyes see her, and his black face smile down at her. Mr. Matthews. Dr. DePreda, what can I do for you? For an instant she felt the warm, reassuring attention that he always brought with him. He was about 6'7" and weighed, by her estimate, 280 pounds, but his manner made him seem like a doting uncle. She had to speak quickly and just above a whisper. I just got a patient, a pregnant female, who listed her age as 20. She's showing signs of extreme anxiety. She's afraid, genuinely frightened. Do you need help with her? Not with her. She's perfectly docile. But I have a feeling about this. She acts as though she were being chased. Do you understand? He nodded. What does she look like? Caucasian, brown hair, light eyes. Looks younger than 20. Her name is Christine. The triage nurse noted that she arrived alone in a taxi. I saw her. All right, doctor, said Mr. Matthews. I'll begin watching for anyone who might be looking for her. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. She turned and hurried back through the automatic doors that led to the examining rooms. Officer Stanley Matthews stepped to the outer doors of the emergency room and looked out. He wasn't quite sure what he was looking for, an angry parent or brother, an abusive boyfriend, or even some female rival with a gun in her purse. Dr. DePreda wasn't some flighty, overprotected woman who imagined danger. Before she had come to this country, she had been in a couple of wars, doing battlefield patch-up jobs while incoming mortar rounds thumped inside the perimeter near enough to bounce the instruments on the table. He'd seen a bit of that sort of thing himself. If she felt uneasy, he felt uneasy. He pushed open the double doors with both hands and stepped outside to see who might have pulled into the parking lot since he'd last looked. Some people had seen enough terror and misery in their lives, so they seemed to develop a sense of when trouble was coming. They could feel it. Jane McKinnon surveyed the room from the doorway. Tonight the hospital cafeteria had been not only decorated but disguised, the windows covered with long drapes, and the ceiling hung with clusters of hundreds of white Japanese lanterns of different sizes. The benefit seemed to be going smoothly. People were moving away from the hors d'oeuvre tables and circulating instead of knotting up near the food and drink. The conversation was loud and continuous. The band had arrived, set up, and done sound checks during the late afternoon, so that when the music started it would be tolerable. As Jane moved in among the guests, her tall, erect shape and the light blue evening dress that set off the dark skin and black hair she had inherited from her father made people turn to watch her for a moment. The intense blue eyes she'd inherited from her mother acknowledged them and moved on. "Jane." A man's voice, too close, coming from above her head. Jane McKinnon pivoted to face him, her eyes taking in hands, face, body, in the first fraction of a second. It was only Gary Wanamaker, the hospital's director of development. The muscles in her arms and back relaxed, and she managed to smile. Her knees straightened from the preparatory flex that the long evening dress had hidden from view. For some reason she hadn't recognized the voice. She was jumpy tonight, abnormally alert. His big, fleshy face came closer. "I just wanted to tell you what an extraordinary job you've done in organizing this evening. The fund is past the goal. I've already had 3 people come up to me to let me know privately that they were making big donations. I was hoping for maybe 1 gift that size."
"Thanks, Gary," said Jane. "But I didn't do this alone. It was a committee."
"You're the chairperson."
"I made some phone calls, but they did most of the work. Monica Kaminsky, Ann Fuccioni, Terry Hopman, and Sally Meyer."
"No men?" he said. "A sexist committee?"
"We had work to do, so naturally we chose women."
Wanamaker laughed. "Ha ha, well, you've accomplished a great thing. I'll let you know what the tally is as soon as I have it." He looked across the crowded floor of the decorated room, past women in colorful evening dresses, toward a short, elderly man in a tuxedo, standing beneath a long wall of fabric that Jane had helped hang today to transform the cafeteria into a ballroom. "Oh, know who that is?"
"Mr. Hunter," she said. "His family owned the old Shippers and Traders Bank."
"Can't stump you on local history, can I?"
"My family's been here for a long time." He gaped at her for a second.
"Oh, that would be true, wouldn't it? Well, I'd better go talk to Mr. H. Thanks again."
Jane felt her husband Carey's hand on her back and turned her head slightly to look up at him.
"Oh, there you are. I came to congratulate you." "So you overheard?" "Not in this noise. He told me a couple of minutes ago. You're a fundraising genius. Of course, I only care about how you look in that dress. Or under it, really. What are you doing in about an hour?"
"Carey."
"Nobody heard me." His voice and expression were exactly as they would be if he were doing a surgical consultation. "Don't change the subject."
2 hours. After that, your chances go up to about 100%. She moved away from him and walked the length of the decorated cafeteria. Ann Fuccioni and Monica Kaminsky were preparing to lead another tour of the surgical wing when Jane reached them. She said quietly, "Has Gary talked to you?" "A minute ago," said Monica. "We got the money for the surgical wing makeover. It's been a long time coming, but it arrived."
Anne grinned. "Did he tell you who gave all that loot?"
"Not yet," said Jane. "I'm sure we'll hear. Do Terry and Sally know we made it?"
"I don't know. They were over there trying to get the buffet table squared away and the coffee service in."
"Thanks." Jane walked across the room, moving through the crowd with an ease that an observer would have thought supernatural, turning her body easily to avoid a crush, then making tiny adjustments to her posture, or twisting to get to the next place, never appearing to pause. She stopped beside Terry Hopman. "Has Gary come by to thank you yet?"
"Yes,"
said Terry.
"Can you believe it?"
"Absolutely," Jane said. "You were great. The whole committee was great."
"It was mostly you,"
said Terry.
"We've all been saying it behind your back,"
Sally said.
"You're the best boss I ever worked for, except maybe Jim. I used to be his nurse anesthesiologist, and he would take me out to lunch every day. You don't do that."
"No, but I will. I'll give you a call next week, and we can all go out to celebrate. It's been fun to work with both of you." Sally eyed the 7 or 8 people who were standing politely a few feet off.
"Oops, we'd better start our tour."
Jane said, "Sorry, I'll let you go." As she moved toward a group standing along the wall near the counter that had been set up as a temporary bar, Jane felt another wave of uneasiness. She tried to tell herself that it was just the jumpiness from having Gary startle her, but that didn't feel true. Something was wrong. She must have heard or seen something out of place, but had pushed it to the back of her mind while she concentrated on making the hospital benefit run smoothly. Ignoring the feeling had been a mistake, and she had to find the trouble now. Jane scanned the big room. She looked at each of the entrances and exits to see which were open and which were closed, who was standing near enough to control one of them, which men and women she knew to be physicians or hospital employees, and which were strangers. She recognized many of them, and there wasn't anyone she could spot as out of place, but she didn't stop looking. She hadn't felt this kind of uneasiness in a long time, but it was a familiar feeling. Her breathing was deep and steady. Her vision was sharp, the colors almost unreal in their brightness as she moved across the ballroom. Even her skin felt more sensitive, as though she could pick up the electricity in the air. She skirted the dessert table at a fast walk and picked up a napkin. As she swerved to the inner side of the next serving table, she swept the napkin beside a plate. When she moved on, wrapped inside the napkin was the paring knife from one of the fruit trays. She kept moving until she came upon Carrie, seemingly by happy accident. He was talking with an elderly lady in an elegant black gown with long lace sleeves. Carrie saw Jane and ended his conversation. He stepped gracefully toward her path. She paused and leaned close. "Something's not right." "What do you mean?" "I don't know yet," she said. "I hope I'm imagining this, but be ready. I may have to leave in a hurry." She kept walking. She moved toward the doorway that led to the kitchen, and she knew what she had been feeling. Nothing was happening. It had been at least 20 minutes since anyone had come out of the kitchen. The waiter who had brought the first load of desserts to the buffet tables had disappeared through the swinging door and never reappeared. She had seen a second waiter push a cart into a corner near the dessert table, but he'd never come back. People had served themselves. The desserts that were laid out had nearly all been eaten now, but the trays had not been replenished or cleared. Going directly into the kitchen felt to her like the wrong thing to do. Somebody could be just inside the door waiting. She altered her course slightly and moved past the accordion divider that separated the wide cafeteria entrance from the decorated and specially lighted area where the benefit was being held. The wall helped preserve the soft, unreal atmosphere of the party. Jane held the napkin with the knife in it close to the skirt of her gown and took a step into the hall. She turned toward the outer door that led to the kitchen. There were 2 men in dark suits standing on both sides of the kitchen door with their backs to the wall. They were strangers, and she had not seen either of them inside the party. They didn't seem to be aware of her, so she looked away, but held them in the corner of her eye as she drifted in their direction. There was something odd about the way they held themselves, as though they were holding their breath, waiting. Were they going to harm somebody coming out of the kitchen? The floor beneath her seemed to bump upward as though the whole building were taking a breath. Then came the noise, a deep, deafening thud, and as it tore the air, the force of the explosion blew Jane off her feet and across the hall into the smooth marble wall where the names of past donors were carved. Chapter 2. Sky Woman was contented, living above the clouds with her husband, whom she loved with a fierce, steady passion. There was no time then, because there was no change, and so she was always the same slender young woman who lived in the firmament. She was the one who witnessed the first change ever to occur, because it happened to her. She wanted to get at the roots of a big tree and prepare them as food for her tall, strong husband. She asked him to push over the tree for her, but when he did, the roots came up and tore a hole at Sky Woman's feet, and she fell. As she dropped from the sky, she felt the wind streaming through her long black hair, and heard the fluttering of the fringe on her deerskin skirt. She was falling toward the vast and ageless ocean of dark water far below. She knew that this must be dying, and that she would never again see or touch the husband she loved so much. It took time for her to fall so far, and the animals, who had acute senses, could see her from below. The birds felt sorry for her, so they flew upward to meet her. They placed their soft feathery bodies beneath her and spread their wings to slow her fall into a long, gentle glide to the dark water. Jane Whitefield fought the darkness. She struggled to hold in her mind the possibility of waking, and then to make her way toward it. She felt the pain where her body was in contact with the hard, cold terrazzo floor. She opened her eyes to the sight of the overhead lights flickering, and then steadying to a sickly yellow glow as the hospital's generators came on. She could hear the voices of confused people, some moaning and others calling to each other.
"Marie, are you all right?"
"Lie still."
"Mark, where are you?"
She sat up, then placed one hand on the wall to steady herself. As she gained a sense of where the pains were coming from and how they hurt, she formed a working theory that they were all only bruises and minor sprains. She got her feet under her and stood. She could hear a clanging alarm and another that made an electronic tone, distant sirens, shouting people. The hallway seemed at first to be full of white smoke. She could see human shapes, some on the floor and some moving half-blind through the haze. Jane sniffed and smelled no burning, only plaster dust. She covered her nose and mouth with the fabric above the hem of her gown and looked toward the door from the hall into the kitchen. The two men were gone. She moved to the cafeteria, dodging a stream of men and women in ruined evening clothes, some of them staggering, a few men carrying injured victims in their arms. She stopped just inside the cafeteria. For a second she was amazed at the orderly, expert way the party guests were already taking care of the injured, but then she remembered that many of these people in tuxedos or satin dresses were doctors. Where was Carey? She craned her neck to look for him, and then she saw him across the cafeteria. His tall, thin body was so much a part of her world after 10 years of marriage that it wasn't exactly the body of another person any more, and when her eyes found his shape she felt as though she were touching him. He knelt for a second, then stood and lifted a woman in his arms. Jane saw Carey's eyes find her, and then saw him grin.
"You're all right?"
She could barely hear him. Something had happened to her ears. They felt as though she were at a high altitude and they wouldn't pop. "Yes, you too?"
"Yes."
He kept walking, glancing down at the inert woman now and then, and Jane walked with him. He said,
"You saw it coming. Do you know what caused the explosion?"
"No, I was trying to get to the kitchen. There were 2 men guarding the door. I didn't get that far. Did you see it happen?" He shook his head.
"I didn't see the flash or anything, just felt the force of it. I think it was from the back of the cafeteria. We're moving people into emergency, and I'm pretty sure some of them are going to need surgery right away, so I don't know when I'll be out again. You'd better go home."
They had reached the door to the emergency room, and she watched him step through the automatic double doors with the woman he was carrying, and then he was gone. Jane moved back up the hall to the cafeteria. Not an accidental explosion, then. A bomb. She fought for calm, to make herself think clearly. This was the only chance to try to see the people who had done it, but the 2 men she had seen before had vanished. As she had passed the accordion room divider, she noticed it had been blown off its track. Now that she was closer, she could see places where it had been pierced and torn by flying metal. Jane ran to the kitchen and reached for the door, but at that moment the door burst open toward her and 3 waiters shouldered their way out past her. All 3 had their wrists bound with duct tape and more tape wrapped around their mouths and around the backs of their heads. They ran into the lobby, moving toward the front of the building. She could see that they had cut or partially pulled off the tape around their ankles. The people with the bomb must have tied them up. Jane moved back into the cafeteria and stepped toward a group of people who had pulled themselves or crawled to the far wall. Monica Kaminsky appeared at her side. Now her shiny blonde hair was tousled and powdered with a thin layer of plaster dust. Her milky complexion was red and raw as though she had been in the sun and wind, and the seam of her bright yellow dress had separated at the waist, so it looked like a camisole and skirt.
"Are you hurt?"
"No," said Monica, "but I'm pissed off. It's got to be the abortion freaks. I guess shooting 1 doctor at a time is too slow for them."
"Have you seen any police yet?"
"Yes."
Monica looked around.
"No,
I guess they're just the hospital guards. I want to do something. What can we do?
Let's try and get some of these people into the emergency wing, said Jane. See if you can find a wheelchair, and I'll see who looks most urgent.
There are always wheelchairs in the lobby.
Monica hurried away toward the hospital lobby, weaving through the people in the corridor. Jane stepped toward the people in the cafeteria. She saw an elderly woman lying alone on the floor near one of the tipped-over tables. She reached her and saw the woman was conscious. "I'm here to help," she said. "Is anything broken?" "No, I just got the wind knocked out of me, I think." Jane said, "Can you walk?" The woman nodded. "I think I can." Jane put her hands under the woman's arms and pulled her to her feet, then took her arm on her shoulder and walked with her to the emergency room. Inside, all was motion and voices. Doctors and nurses in dusty evening clothes attended patients in cubicles. There were already people on gurneys lining the walls. Jane helped the woman to a chair. "Just sit and rest for now while I try to get someone to help." She waved at David Meyer, the chief of pediatrics, and he hurried over, nodded to Jane, and focused his intense gaze on the elderly woman. "Hello, ma'am," he said. "Are you having any trouble breathing?" Jane turned and rushed out. As she reached the hallway, Monica came by pushing a wheelchair with a man in it who sat very still with his eyes closed. Jane hurried back toward the cafeteria, making her way among the gaggle of confused, frightened people in the hall, when suddenly a hand closed on her wrist. She looked at the person who had stopped her. It was a patient. She appeared to be a teenager, a couple of inches shorter than Jane, with brown hair. She was wearing a white hospital bathrobe, and Jane could see at the neckline the tiny flowers of the awful pattern of the standard-issue gown. Her expression was anguished. Jane said, "Are you in pain?"
The young woman said, "No, I'm okay. Please, do you know Jane Whitefield? A woman over there said you might, do you?"
"Yes," said Jane. "I'm Jane. But look, She was already turning toward the injured people in the cafeteria, but the girl held her arm.
"Sharon Curtis told me to come to this hospital and ask for you."
Jane turned to look at the young woman more closely. There were very few things she could have said that would have kept Jane from shaking her off and going back for more victims. Sharon Curtis was a name that Jane knew well because 10 years ago she had invented it. Jane's eyes didn't leave the young woman's face. "Why did Sharon send you here?"
"She sent me to a house in Daganoweda. I waited for a whole night, most of it on the back steps, but nobody ever came. She had said to try the hospital as a last resort. She said it had been a long time, and you might have moved, but the hospital might know where you were."
Jane's mind was full of conflicting thoughts, and among them was a memory of the day she had left Sharon. She had said then, "If you need me again, you know where to come. If I'm not there, try the hospital where they sewed up your arm." Jane said to the girl, "I understand, and we'll talk, but right now we're in the middle of a disaster here. Can you—"
"This was about me."
"About you?" Jane put her arm around the girl and pulled her to the side of the hallway so they were against the wall and out of the way. "Why?"
"I got the doctor to admit me because I'm pregnant, and I told her I was having some bleeding. I had to stay off the street where they could get me. I needed to rest, and I needed time to find you."
"They? Who are they?"
"There are 6 of them, 4 men and 2 women. They handle things for a man I used to work for. I ran away, and now they've come for me."
"Why would they set off a bomb in the hospital? What does that have to do with you?"
"They wanted the hospital evacuated so they could drag me out and take me back to San Diego."
Jane was frustrated, impatient. "How do you know it's them?"
"I saw one of them here. He was walking up and down the halls in the upper floors looking for me. He was carrying a little bouquet of flowers he had bought in the gift shop, but he was looking in every door. He saw me, our eyes met, and he turned away. When he was gone, I slipped out and hid in the visitors' restroom on the next floor. Then a while later there was the explosion. I looked out and I could see the nurses and orderlies starting to evacuate patients. I ran so I wouldn't be where the 6 wanted me to be."
"Come on," said Jane. She guided the girl down the hall away from the emergency wing, avoided the lobby, and turned toward the new neonatal center that had been bought with the proceeds of the past year's fund drive. It was scheduled to open in a month, and all evening Jane and the rest of the committee had been leading donors through, showing them the facilities. When Jane pushed open the door, she was surprised to see that the place had already changed. It was all bright lights and motion. There were hospital staff here, and there were people in bloody evening clothes on gurneys being moved into the rooms. Jane saw that one of the linen closets was open, so she stepped in and took 2 packaged sets of light green hospital scrubs, then pulled the young woman out through the doors with her. She stayed close to the young woman and spoke under her breath as they walked. "Did you leave anything upstairs that you need?"
"No," she said. "I've got my wallet in my robe pocket."
"Good. We're going to have to leave the hospital while these people are watching for you, so we've got to move fast and change what we can." She hurried up the back hallway past the outpatient cancer treatment rooms and went into a bathroom. Jane took off her evening dress, draped it over the top of a stall, and put on a set of green scrubs. The young woman said, "That's a beautiful dress." Jane shrugged. "Glad you like it. You're going to wear it."
"I'm pregnant. I'll never fit in that."
"That's the idea. If they see you from a distance in an evening gown, they'll look past you. Slip it over your head. We won't try to zip it. Leave the hospital socks on." The young woman took off her bathrobe, and Jane hurried out. A few minutes later, after the girl had the dress on, holding it up with her hands, Jane returned with a wheelchair. She set the second set of scrubs on the seat and said, "Get in the chair." The young woman obeyed, and Jane arranged the dress so it looked as though the young woman fit into it. Jane pushed the wheelchair toward the big double doors at the end of the hall beyond the outpatient center. As she walked, she talked quietly to the young woman. "You're somebody who was at the benefit, and you've been treated, and now you're going home. You'll recognize the people who are after you, right?"
"Yes."
"I don't know what they look like, so if you see one of them, tell me. You don't have to make a lot of noise or anything, but be sure I know."
"Okay."
The automatic doors gave a quiet huff and swung open, and Jane pushed the wheelchair into the night air. There were more sirens that she had not heard before. She pushed the chair out into the service road that ran along the side of the hospital and turned toward the parking lots. As she came within sight of the back of the building, she saw that at least a dozen police cars had arrived. She moved into the lot, hoping the presence of cops would protect them, but realized that the cars were all empty. They had simply been left at haphazard angles, and the officers had run inside. There were big knots of people in the lot now, many of them evacuated patients and hospital staff, some of them curious onlookers and other victims who had rushed out of the building. She was pleased that there was plenty of activity to distract the watchers, if they were out here. She saw that the row of doctors' parking spaces near the building was full. It had been half empty when she had arrived here this morning with the rest of the committee to prepare for the benefit. She couldn't help noticing Carrie's black BMW in its reserved space. She pushed the wheelchair across the lot toward her own white Volvo sedan, looking ahead but watching for movement in her peripheral vision. She arrived at the car, stepped into the space to the right of it to open the door and let the young woman get in. Then she tossed the package of scrubs onto the woman's lap and closed the door. She heard something behind her, the scrape of a shoe on the pavement, and she half turned as a man's hand pushed her hard toward the car beside her. Jane pivoted with the push and set her back against the car. She saw that he wore a dark suit and recognized him as one of the men she'd seen standing outside the hospital kitchen. He looked surprised that his push had not sent Jane far out of his way, and he seemed to sense, dimly, that this tall, dark-haired woman in the green scrubs wasn't doing what he had expected. He reached into his coat. Jane's stomp kick to the side of the man's leg at knee level replaced his suspicion with intense pain as his knee popped and he fell to the pavement, clawing and grabbing at his ruined kneecap with his free hand. He struggled to free a gun from his coat and bring it around to aim at Jane, but that idea had occurred to him too late. Her foot hit the side of his head and battered it against the door of her car, and her next kick propelled the gun out of his hand. She knelt and looked at the pavement to see where the gun had gone, but she saw something else. There was a second man in a suit sprinting toward her from the direction of the emergency wing, passing the slow-moving people leaving the hospital. She rose and looked over the hood of the next car and saw that there was a third man running into the parking lot off to her right. As he skirted the knot of patients and nurses who had been evacuated, a few stepped aside and stared at him, but none of them seemed to interpret what he was doing. Jane whirled to see that there was a fourth standing on the other end of the lot. It was as though they were moving into firing positions. Jane ran to the driver's side of her car, got in, and started the engine. She backed up quickly, saw the injured attacker trying to drag his tortured body toward a spot where he must have seen his gun. Jane swung the car around quickly and drove toward the end of the aisle. She could see that one of the men was moving to the end of her aisle to wait for her. As she drove, he reached into the inside of his coat as though he had his hand on a gun. Jane sped toward him, reached a spot where there were several empty parking spaces, swung abruptly through them to the next aisle, and cut away from the man. In a moment she was out the exit and on the street. Jane made 2 rapid turns and then a third to take her along quiet residential streets to the entrance to the Youngman Expressway. Then she was on the big highway, moving along at 65, far from the hospital. She said, "Do you still have the scrubs?"
"Right here."
"Then take off the dress and put them on."
"Okay."
The woman tore open the plastic package, pulled the dress off over her head, and quickly pulled on the scrub shirt, and then eased into the bottoms. She folded the dress and held it on her lap. Jane's eyes flicked from one mirror to the other, then returned to the road. "Okay. I'm persuaded that you're not imagining that they're after you. Is this about your child?"
"It has to be. I didn't think anybody even knew I was pregnant when I left, but they must have found out."
"Who sent these people?"
"His name is Richard Beale."
"What does he do?"
"He runs a company, business rentals, some residential, some real estate sales, some loans. I was his personal assistant. I quit, and he didn't want me to."
"Why does he know the kind of people who would set off a bomb in a hospital to help them kidnap somebody?"
"Because he's that kind of person, too. I didn't know it when I met him. Now I do."
Jane exited the expressway and drove up a side street. "They must have had a car at the hospital. Have you seen it?"
"I only saw the man in the hallway and then the other 3 outside. I never saw a car."
"I didn't either. If I planned to set off a bomb, I wouldn't park in the hospital lot. I'd park on a dark street a block away. Let's hope they couldn't get to it in time to follow us." Jane drove past the lighted front of a small grocery store that took up half of a strip mall. She made a U-turn, stopped behind the building, and said, "Sit tight. I'll just be a second." She stepped to the payphone on the wall and dialed 911. In a few seconds, she heard the connection being made. She squinted at the tiny face of the white gold watch with the diamonds to time the call. "Hello," she said. "Emergency. What's the nature of your emergency?" "I was at the hospital a few minutes ago when the bomb went off. I saw the people who did it. There are 4 men and 2 women. The men were wearing dark suits to fit in with the benefit crowd. One of the men got hurt in the parking lot and seems to have a broken knee."
"Who are these 4 people? Do you know them?"
6 people. 4 men, 2 women.
"Tell me your name."
"Sorry, I have to go."
"Where are you now?"
Jane hung up, stepped to her car, and drove off. She could see that the girl was studying her. "Just a quick phone call. I had to tell the police the little we knew."
"You shouldn't have done that."
"Why not?"
"Because I can't stay in Buffalo waiting for a trial, and I can't prove anybody did anything. The only person who would be stuck here is me, getting bigger and more pregnant every minute. If Richard knows where I am, he can hire 60 people instead of 6.
"This isn't about trials. I'm hoping the cops will see them and pull them over. That creates a record of their names, and it might get them searched for weapons and even tested for explosives. It's hard to plant a bomb without having a residue of certain chemicals on your hands. The main thing it would do is delay them for a day. Nobody knows your name or my name, and the call was too short to trace. Now we're on our way."
"Where are we going?"
"To the place where Sharon sent you. My house." The car swung north, away from the center of the city, along the elevated curving strip of the Skagwada Expressway. Jane could always feel Nundawaono place names in the muscles of her mouth, along the tongue and palate, and behind her teeth. Canandaigua, Conestoga, Schenectady. She reached the stretch of Interstate 190 that ran along the broad, night-black Niagara River. Niaga, really, meaning the neck. It was the long, straight conduit where all of the water of the Great Lakes narrowed to flow from Lake Erie to Lake Ontario and go eastward to the ocean. Jane kept going along the river past the town of Tonawanda, Swift Water in English, and then coasted off the 190 at the Grand Island Bridge and drove along River Road into Denagawida, the town where she was born. It was named after the wandering solitary prophet, what else could he be called, who founded the Iroquois League. When Jane drove the road on the bluff above the river, it was more a physical act than mental. Reflexes and long habit took the place of thought, and seeing took little attention because her mind was already so deeply imprinted with images of every house and tree and curve that it noticed only the changes. She turned off into 2 Mile Creek Road, the first street, running between the dark groves of Veterans Park, and then turned left onto the end of Fletcher, always watching her mirrors to see if anyone followed. She went as far as Wheeler Street and turned, then continued for a mile or more away from the river, across the railroad tracks behind the long-closed fiberboard factory, and then made 3 left turns to come back the whole mile to be sure that there was no chance that she had been followed. Finally she turned again and went along the street past her own house, one of a dozen narrow 2-story houses built 80 years ago on this block by men who worked in the factories and lumber mills that once existed in Daganoweda. She looked at the tall sycamore in the front yard beyond the privet hedge. Soon the days would be longer, and the sycamore's leaves would spend the summer growing as wide as 2 hands. She went around the final block and returned to the house, steered up the driveway, and pulled the car into the garage. Both women got out, and Jane closed the garage door so the car wouldn't be visible from the street. Then she went to open the back door of the house. She looked down at the back steps, then bent lower to see more clearly. "Stay back," she whispered. "Let me check it out first to see if anyone's been here besides you. Be ready to run." She opened the door and stepped into the dark interior space, smelling the stale air that had been trapped since she'd closed the door 3 days ago. She picked up the other smells. There was the lemony smell of the wax she'd used on the wooden floors, and the chlorine cleanser in the sinks, and the ammonia from the window cleaner. But it was a very old house, and she could even pick up the faint scent of the wax that her mother and her grandmother had rubbed into the floorboards and the woodwork for decades. The old paint her grandfather had brushed on for the first time 80 years ago. Maybe there was still, lurking somewhere beneath the paint, the particular sense of her family, her grandmother's corn soup, or the French pastries her mother had learned to make when she was a girl in New York. As she moved through the house, her senses took in everything. She could feel that the air was as it should be, that the doors and windows had been shut for a long time, but she had to be sure that the house had been that way for the 3 days since she had been here. She examined all the locks and latches and scanned the panes of glass. Before she walked on the living-room carpet, she knelt at the edge to see if shoes had left an impression on it. She climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and looked in each of the bedrooms and bathrooms, but detected no evidence that anyone had been inside. She stopped in her old bedroom and picked up the telephone to dial the message number. It said, "You have 8 new messages." She heard the voice of Sharon Curtis.
"This is Sharon, from a long time ago. I'm calling from a payphone. I'm still well, still safe. I'm sending a girl to you. I hope you can give her the kind of help that you once gave me."
The rest of the messages were all the voice of the young girl downstairs. The first began,
"You don't know me, but—"
and the last said,
"I'm going to try the place Sharon said to look for you. If you get this message, please call me. Once again, my number is—"
She went back downstairs and held the door while the young woman stepped into the kitchen. then closed and locked the deadbolt before she turned on the light. "It's safe for the moment. Nobody's been in here." The young woman said,
"It's nice here. Cozy. Do you live alone?"
"This is the house where I grew up. My grandfather built it. I don't live here any more." She pulled out a chair from the kitchen table. "Have a seat. I won't be long." Jane went upstairs again and dialed Carrie's cell phone. She waded through the message. "You have reached Dr. McKinnon. If this is a medical emergency, please call the following number, 555-9852. If you would like to leave a message, you may begin at the tone." Jane heard the tone and said, "Carrie, I'm afraid I have to leave tonight without seeing you. The bomb was planted by a crew of professionals. There are 6 of them, 4 men and 2 women, who have been trying to kidnap a pregnant girl who had checked in for observation yesterday. I'm with her now. One of the men got a dislocated knee tonight, so if you have a way to check with other hospitals, you might find something out and tell the police." She paused. "I love you, and I'm sorry." Jane went down the hall and descended the creaking stairs. When she reached the first floor, Jane stopped for a second to look through the lighted doorway at the girl sitting in the kitchen. She looked exhausted, as if only the fear was keeping her from collapsing. Her light green eyes looked faded, almost gray, and her face was pale. Jane moved on. She opened the door to the cellar staircase and descended into the cool underground. The old walls were made of big stones held together with mortar, but she'd had them reinforced with rebar and concrete a few years ago. Jane opened the stepladder and climbed it to reach the hiding place in the rafters, the old heating duct from the coal furnace that her father had removed when she was a child. She reached in, pulled out the steel box she kept there, balanced it on the top step of the ladder, and rifled through the items she had hidden there. She set aside a large stack of $100 bills and selected 4 different driver's licenses with her picture on them and sets of credit cards in the same names. She took one quick look at the special set she kept in leather folders, then returned them to their corner of the box. These were the identities she hoped never to use. One set she kept in case something went wrong. It was for a married couple and had pictures of her and of Carrie. The other set was placed there in case everything went wrong. It held papers for each of them with different surnames. She put the money and her 4 false identity packets into her purse, then hid the box, put away the ladder, climbed back upstairs, and entered the kitchen. She could hear nothing but the ticking of the clock on the wall as the girl turned to stare at her.
"What do we do now?"
"First, we get ourselves something to wear from the closets upstairs. We can't go any place in scrubs. I don't keep that many clothes here anymore, but I have a couple of pairs of black drawstring yoga pants that are mid-calf length, and I think they'll fit you, and lots of running shoes. If they're too big, we'll use thick socks to make them fit. And we'll take a couple of hooded jackets and sweaters. Come on." They climbed to the second floor and went into one of the bedrooms, where Jane began pulling things from the closet and the dresser drawers. "See if any of these looks as though it might fit you." While the girl picked up some of the clothes, Jane said, "You know, you haven't told me your name."
"Christine Monahan."
"Where did you come from?" Christine looked surprised at the question.
"San Diego. That's how I know Sharon."
"This man, the father of your child, do you think that what he wants is to kill you?"
"Richard Beale. I think he wants to hurt me. I don't know how bad."
"Why does he?"
"I think because I left him. He doesn't like it if somebody doesn't do what he wants. He likes to control everybody around him."
Jane was silent for a few seconds while the two changed their clothes. Christine was holding things back, but she didn't seem to be lying about her predicament. Jane could wait to hear the rest until they were away from here and in motion, but there was something else she had to get out of the way now. "There are some things that you should know before we go any further. This isn't as simple as it was 10 years ago when Sharon came to me. It's not as safe. I made a lot of people disappear before I met her, and a lot after her. For every runner there are chasers, and some of them have seen my face.
There are people looking for me, people who would do anything to get me in a small room someplace where they can ask me questions. It's possible that the most dangerous thing you've ever done is come here to see me." She paused. "That's one of the reasons why I stopped doing this."
"You're retired?"
It was never a job, never a business. I simply stopped doing it about 5 years ago. The last person I took out of the world was me." Christine said,
"Are you saying that you're not going to be able to help me?"
"No. I just need you to know what comes with my help. It isn't all good."
"If I hadn't found you, they would have caught me tonight. I wouldn't be here at all."
Her eyes were beginning to fill with tears, but she wiped them away.
"I appreciate the warning, but it doesn't change anything. If you're still willing to help me, then I want you to. I'll try to be as easy as I can."
"Don't worry," said Jane. "I'm willing."
"Thank you,"
she said. She looked at her reflection in the mirror in her borrowed clothes, shrugged, and turned to Jane.
"Then what's next?"
"Now we run." Chapter 3. Jane drove with an almost animal alertness, looking in the car's mirrors for other cars, stopping at residential intersections with her window down to listen for the sound of engines, and to see whether another vehicle was shadowing her on a parallel street. After a few blocks she made a right and headed out of town. The roads out of Daganoweda were stories. Where Main Street left the city, it became Military Road, the straight surveyed road the British Army had built between Fort George, where Lake Erie flowed into the river, and Fort Niagara, where the river emptied into Lake Ontario. Jane made her way south, heading for one of the old trails that her ancestors had worn into the forest hundreds of years ago. It was the western end of the Waagwaneu, the trail that ran 300 miles from the spot that was now the foot of Main Street in Buffalo to the end of Iroquois territory, where the Mohawk River met the Hudson. Jane drove eastward for 20 minutes in silence. The road gradually became more suburban, and then the street lamps and lighted buildings were farther apart. The darkness of houses with windows blackened for sleep enfolded them for longer periods, and the quiet and calm reassured Jane. Night highways were usually deserted, and when they weren't, the darkness and the glare of headlights provided anonymity. Christine said,
"Why were you at that party? Do you work at the hospital?"
"No, my husband is a surgeon. I was one of the people who volunteered to put on the benefit. It's the kind of thing that people expect of you if you're a doctor's wife. It's a good thing to do, and it's part of the role. The disguise." She turned to Christine. "I suppose that brings us to an unpleasant aspect of our relationship."
"Ours? You and me?"
"Yes. When I agree to take you away from your troubles, I'm saying that I know it's possible that someday your enemies will trace you part way and find me. In your case, that's pretty likely. They saw me and they saw my car. I'm prepared for that."
"You're prepared? How can you be?"
"I mean that if they catch me, I won't tell them where you are. I'll die with that information in my memory, and only there." Jane turned again to look at Christine.
"Oh, my God,"
Christine whispered.
"You want me to say that I'll do the same for you, don't you?"
Her expression was a mask of uncertainty and discomfort. "No," said Jane, "I don't want you to say that. If you did, I wouldn't believe you, and I would be disappointed in you for saying something that can't possibly be true. I only want you to begin thinking seriously about what you would do. No normal person walks around having made a plan for every bad thing that can ever happen. But if I ask you in 4 months or 6 months, I'll expect that you've thought about it. For most people, this kind of secret doesn't exist. For you, as of tonight, it does.
What if I think about it and realize that I simply can't do it?"
Then I want you to tell me, and we'll both know it, and we'll have to prepare in some other way to keep our family safe, no matter what happens to us." The girl didn't know yet.
Jane reminded herself that they never knew in the beginning. The reason that decent human beings could go on from day to day was that they didn't darken their lives with thoughts of catastrophe. They didn't even think about dying in the normal ways. This girl was scared, alone, and pregnant. It was too much to expect her to be able to keep her mind on anything but that. Jane would not consider telling her what keeping secrets really meant. In her purse each time she went out, even for the past 5 years, she carried a pretty cut-glass bottle. The liquid inside looked like perfume, but it was not perfume. It was the extract of the roots of the water hemlock, a plant that grew wild in most of the marshy places of New York State. It was the traditional Seneca means of suicide. To say that she was willing to die without having at hand the means of fulfilling the promise would have made it a lie. The suburban highway became a country road, and the only lights for a mile or two at a time came from the sparse line of headlights behind her, changing as the road left the lake plain and began to meet hills and curves. There were farms now, and old trees with dark leafy canopies growing close to the road in some places. A few of them had signs advertising stands that would sell fresh corn when the sun came up tomorrow. She was driving east, the direction of New York City. New York was a good place for a person to lose herself, and for that reason it was also a good place to make a pursuer think she was going. Christine's voice was nervous, fearful.
Why do you keep looking back like that? Is somebody chasing us?
I'm looking because it's the smart thing to do. I guess this can be your first real lesson in staying safe. You take as many precautions as you can, not as many as you think you need, as many as you can. The ones that you take early are the most important, because if you lose the chasers right away, they don't even know which direction you went. Later, if and when they find out that much, they have to come after you slowly. Every intersection they pass could be the one where you turned. Every hotel or motel could be the one where you stopped to spend a night. They have to be tentative and cautious, and it buys you time.
But what are you looking for?
I don't let myself expect something specific, said Jane. I look at what's there and evaluate it. I might see a car that's coming up on us fast. This time, if there are lots of heads visible, I would be worried that it might be the people after us. Or I might see that the road behind us is empty and decide it's a good time for us to make a turn, go down the next road and head in another direction when nobody can see us do it. I'm looking for danger and opportunity.
It's scary. It's not the way I think. I can't wait until this is over.
Jane glanced at her smooth young face, the forehead compressed in unaccustomed wrinkles and the mouth pouting. Jane decided to skip this natural opportunity to tell her the next lesson, the next warning. It would never be over. It would go on until either she was dead or the chasers were, and at this moment the odds were better for them. Jane said, "There won't be any more stops for a while, so if you want to sleep, you can."
I'm really not very sleepy right now. I slept most of the afternoon because I had been up the night before. Then when I saw Steve Deming walking past the door of my room, it was like an electric shock. From then on, I haven't been able to calm down.
Steve Deming. That's the name of the man with the flowers in the hallway? Tell me about Steve Deming.
He's one of the 6, and he seems to do most of the talking, sort of like the foreman of a crew, not like an employer. None of them seems to be a boss or anything. I saw him at the office now and then. Until I was promoted to being Richard's assistant, I didn't know who Deming was, and then when I happened to learn, what I learned wasn't even true. I was supposed to cut him a check, and the notation on the stub was that the money was for electrical contracting. Another time I did the same thing, and the check was to one of the others, one of the women, for interior decorating. Every few months, one or another of the 6 might come by, and maybe they would get a check or maybe not.
What about the other 5? Do you know their names too?
Yes. Over time I started to pay attention and remember. The 2 women are Sybil Landreau and Claudia Marshall. The 4 men are Steve Deming, Ronnie Seibert, he's the one you hurt in the parking lot. Pete Tilton, Carl McGinnis.
Jane's telephone rang, and the sudden noise made Christine jump. Then she lifted Jane's purse from the floor and held it while Jane snatched the phone and looked at the number on the display. "This I've got to take." She pulled the car over to the shoulder of the road, got out, and walked to the front of the car before she answered it. "Hi, you got my message?" "Yes, but I don't understand." "I'm sorry, Carrie. I know I promised, and I really meant it. But something happened." As she spoke, she watched the pavement light up as the first of the other cars that had been behind her on the road came closer and then whisked past, and a wake of warm night air hit her in a puff. "I'm grateful for the 5 years when nothing happened. What's going on?"
A young girl came to me because somebody I helped a long time ago told her I was worth a try.
She ran away from her former boss, and he hired a team of 6 people to find her and drag her back. They seemed to have set off the bomb just so she'd be evacuated from the hospital, and... Jane stopped herself. "And?"
"She's alone, and she's pregnant."
"How pregnant?"
"I haven't asked yet, and she hasn't said, but I would guess 5 to 6 months.
She's terrified, and I've been taking it slow, just asking what I need to know right now. It was just one of those times when you're only given 2 choices. I could try to get her out of there, or I could walk away and let those people drag her into a car and disappear." "Okay, you've gotten her out of there. Now what?"
"You know."
"You're going with her?"
"I'll get her to a safe place and get her settled, and I'll come home. It should just take a few weeks."
"A few weeks?" he said. "Jane, you can't just disappear the way you used to. What am I supposed to tell people?"
"I'll have to trust you to think of something convincing. I got hurt, or I went to stay with a relative to get over the shock, anything. Whatever you make up, tell me later, and I'll play along."
He sighed in frustration. "So this is the last call for a while, isn't it?"
"Yes. You know how it works."
"I remember."
"I hope you're not mad or hurt or something."
"I'm not happy about it, but what can I do?"
"Nothing."
"That's what I thought."
Jane saw the pavement ahead of her brightening again as the next car approached. It reminded her that while she was standing here with the car turned off, she and Christine were vulnerable, and they would attract attention. "Carrie, I've got to go. Please understand."
"Be safe."
"You too."
She looked back at the windshield of the car and saw Christine staring at her.
"I love you."
She ended the call and put her phone into her jacket pocket, then hurried to the car and pulled out onto the road again. Christine seemed to sense that she wasn't in the mood to talk for the moment. Jane could see she was pretending to sleep, and she was grateful. As she drove the long, dark highway, she thought about Carrie. She kept falling into a circular series of thoughts. She felt guilty because she wasn't living up to her responsibility to him, but she would have felt much more guilty if she had refused to help Christine. She knew Carrie's anger wasn't about his own convenience. It was that he genuinely loved her and didn't want her to risk her life. But what was her life if it consisted of little but being safe in the big old McKinnon house in Amherst, probably the safest of the suburbs on the eastern side of Buffalo? When she had married Carrie, she had been very conscious and deliberate about ending the period of her life when she was Jane Whitefield the guide, before she assumed the next identity as Jane McKinnon, the pleasant, unremarkable local doctor's wife. She had assumed an identity that she believed would keep the old life away and keep Carrie safe. She had kept up her old relationships with family, friends, and relatives, partly because being part of a community made an assumed identity more solid. She had taught the old language to Seneca children on the reservation, served in quiet ways in tribal life and government. The titles that brought unwelcome visibility were traditionally held by males, and had volunteered at the hospital. One of the assumptions she'd had about marriage was that she would have babies. She had been careful not to let herself get pregnant for the first 3 years after her last client, until she was sure that some forgotten aspect of her past wasn't about to spill over into her new life, and Carrie had understood. When the 3 years had passed, she had begun to feel that old dangers had become distant. She had told Carrie she was ready, and they had stopped using birth control. The one thing she had never wasted much time worrying about was infertility. But after 6 months, nothing had happened. After a year had passed, Carrie had arranged for them both to be examined and tested for physical problems, and they had both been declared problem-free. Still nothing. After 2 years of trying, Jane's infertility was unexplained. What was unexplained couldn't be treated. As soon as she had seen Christine tonight, 100 contradictory thoughts and feelings had flooded her brain, and she was sure they had affected everything that happened in the past few hours. Her concern for Christine, her reluctance to tire her out with pointed questions, certainly. But she felt a hurt, too. She had wanted a child more each month, and when the longing was beginning to be unbearable, who had turned up but a teenager with an accidental pregnancy? It was a cruel joke. Jane looked at the clock on the dashboard. It was after 1 a.m. The windows along the road were all dark, and she was seeing fewer cars now. For miles between small towns, there were only a few houses placed at long intervals, far back from the highway. She noticed how many of them had big toys beside them. Recreational vehicles, motorcycles, boats on trailers. After a time, Christine spoke.
"I'm not asleep."
"If you keep trying, maybe you'll doze off."
"No."
"Worrying isn't going to help. What helps is putting miles of road between us and them, and we're doing that."
"I know. I keep thinking about them."
"The 6?
"Yes. I don't know why there are 6. When I first noticed them, 1 or 2 were different people. They disappeared, and new ones took their places. But it's always 6.
Jane said, "To be honest with you, it's one of the reasons they worry me. It's the largest number who can ride in a car, just about any car. Or they can split into 3 separate teams and still work 24 hours a day, one on, one off. No doubt it gives them a chance to use a lot of different skills at once, a lot of ways to catch us."
"Now there are only 5.
"Now there are 5, Jane said. Her voice was not as hopeful as Christine's.
"What are you thinking?"
"We know who hired them, Richard Beale. We know their names. When you were in San Diego, why didn't you just talk this over with the police?"
"I couldn't,"
said Christine. "What was stopping you?"
"I can't prove they work for Richard. When he did anything he didn't want known, he used to make up a corporation name, get a bank account, use it for a few months, and then close it. But the one who opened the account and had signature power wasn't him. When I worked for him, a lot of the time it was me."
"So if the police connect these people with a crime, the bombing, when they trace the money to the person who wrote the check or withdrew the cash to pay them, it will be you. Your name, your fingerprints on the checks."
"A lot of the time," I said. "Not all of the time. But it will never be Richard."
Jane turned to study Christine's face. "Didn't this strike you as an odd way to run a business?"
"What did I know about business?"
"What did you know?"
"I knew what Richard chose to teach me. It was my first grown-up job. I was 16 when I started, and Richard told me what he wanted me to do. He didn't make a fuss over any of this. He didn't say something like, 'This is illegal, so don't tell anybody.' And I figured that the presidents of Microsoft or General Electric certainly didn't sign all the checks for their companies. They wouldn't be able to do all of them in a lifetime, even if they did nothing else. So why should Richard? So I did what Richard said was my job. And I was secretly grateful that he was patient enough to explain how to do things. And also relieved that he didn't know I wasn't actually 18, which is what I had said."
"How long did you work at his company?"
3.5 years. Not all of it was working for him, though. The man who hired me ran the apartment rental business for Richard. I was actually looking in the newspaper ads for an apartment, and their ad for apartments had a little box in the corner that said the company was hiring. I came in and asked for an application, and he interviewed me while I was filling it out. His name was Dave. He was a big, heavy guy, about 50. You know how with some people, when you look at them, you know exactly what they looked like when they were babies?
Sure. He was one of them?
Yes, he had that look, as though one day he was in his crib, and the next he was in the office going over a rental agreement.
What I'm wondering was why, at the age of 16, you needed a grown-up job and an apartment.
It's just another thing that happened to make me feel like a fairy tale princess, she said. I got evicted by my wicked stepmother.
Tell me about her.
The divine Delia and I didn't really get along when I was growing up. I was the oldest, a leftover from an earlier marriage, and my father and I spent a lot of time together. He would take me places sometimes and leave my brother and sister home. It was because they were too young for where we were going, but what Delia said was, "So change where you're going and bring all the kids, or go someplace that's really for adults and take me." It makes a certain amount of sense, doesn't it?
On a first hearing.
We like to be alone now and then. I was a preteen and then a teenager and needed to talk to somebody, and the divine Delia was a genuine bitch, so my father was the only candidate. And when their marriage started to turn sour, I was the only one my father could talk to. So when she started in on us, we were more drawn to each other and also to the door. And that pissed her off even more and probably accelerated things.
I take it the marriage ended.
Not in the simple way. First it kind of built up to one of those big moments, a blaze of clarity. She kept wanting more and more expensive things, cars, a boat, a lot of vacations, lots of walking around money. We ate in restaurants so often that my friends stopped calling me before 10 because they knew I'd be out. My father was miserable. He was getting more and more desperate.
Desperate?
He had already blown 2 marriages, one that didn't produce anything but me, and another one to a woman named Roz who would drive me to school in her nightgown and bathrobe and then go to some boyfriend's apartment and hop back in bed. My dad was already getting fat and worn out looking, and he knew it. I think he was afraid nobody else would ever love him. So he gave Delia everything, and he ran out of money earlier each month and charged the rest of the expenses to credit cards. I noticed at one point that whenever he got an offer for another credit card in the mail, he put it in his briefcase. Afterward, I learned he filled them all out. How could he not end up borrowing some money from his company? Later at his trial, the prosecutor went down a big long list of all the things he had bought and charged to his credit cards. It all sounded just awful. And he seemed to be this pig who stole money from his company because he wanted trips and dinners and luxuries. He didn't want all that stuff. He never wanted any of it. He wanted love.
There was a trial? So the company caught him and called the police?
Not right away. The bookkeepers noticed that he had made out a transfer, and the account the money went to didn't seem to belong to the company. They found more and found my father had requested all of them. The head bookkeeper told the president. He knew this wasn't what it looked like. He told my dad that he would postpone the regular outside audit for a month so my dad could get the money and pay the company back.
That was quite a generous offer.
It was a gamble, said Christine. It meant the president was doing something just as illegal as what my father did, just because he trusted my father and wanted to save him. He also thought he would be saving the company from a scandal, but there wasn't much in it for him personally.
Since you said there was a trial, I assume the plan didn't work.
My father collected everything he could and tried to sell it or get his money back. He took pictures of the cars, the boat, the house, and put them on the internet. He tried to take back a lot of the things he or Delia had just bought. He cashed in his insurance and his retirement and went to the banks for loans. For the first time in years, I was proud of him because he was doing something to pull himself together. What he hadn't planned on was the delightful Delia.
What did she do?
Nothing. She wouldn't sign off on anything. The house was in both their names, and she wouldn't sell it. One of the cars was in her name and another in both their names, and she wouldn't sign the pink slips. She got a safe deposit box by herself and put all the jewelry in it, and probably all the cash she had been skimming off and hiding from him. She wouldn't co-sign a loan, get a job, or even stop charging things.
How well did he do without her?
At the end of the month he had sold one of the cars, his car, with her name forged on the pink slip, for about $20,000, which was half what he had paid for it a year earlier. He sold his watch, a Tag Heuer my mother had bought him as a present about 15 years earlier. He sold my laptop and my iPod and my DVD player for about $600. There were a lot of other odds and ends, mostly things he'd had before the marriage. The final count of what he had taken from the company was about $120,000, and he came up with about 70.
Not enough.
No,
said Christine.
It was a horrible thing to watch. He was defeated from the moment he told Delia and saw the cold, ugly look on her face. He knew it, but he kept trying. He was wounded, bleeding inside, but he kept scrambling as hard as he could to get himself and us out of this mess. He had to keep working full time, of course, or people would notice and start wondering what was up. He would sleep a couple of hours a night, then go to his computer again to check on the bids and put up more stuff for sale. It was all impossible, one of those situations where you know you can't get there from here. At the end of the month, he brought the $70,000 he had raised and begged for more time. But the president didn't have any more time to give him.
He couldn't do anything?
It was a public company, you know, with stockholders and directors and everything. And there were federal rules about how often they had to have the outside auditors in. He couldn't hold up any longer, or he might be fired too, or worse. The president was a friend, as I said. He took the other $50,000 out of his own pocket, cashed in some of his retirement money, and added it to my father's 70.
That's a real friend.
It didn't work. The money was paid back, but it was too late. The bookkeepers had ratted him out to the auditors, or thought putting the money back was dishonest or something. It came out and my father was arrested.
I'm sorry.
Well, it wasn't as though he didn't take the money. And the reason he did it was that he didn't want his wife to realize he was running out of money before the end of every month. I mean, I'm sure she knew what his salary was. So what was he protecting her from? Arithmetic? God! But in the process, he got his giant flash of clarity. The delectable Delia wouldn't help him save himself, even by signing a paper to give him back a little of the money he'd spent on her.
She never relented?
Even I was surprised, and I didn't expect much from her. She said, I just can't throw away everything I've built and leave my children destitute. Meaning the children other than me. I was his child. She was right, in a way. All the money he got by selling his things he had to give to the company. It did him no good. All the things he or she had bought on credit that he returned to stores just went to lower the amount he still owed the credit card companies. That did nothing for him either.
Did she pay for his defense lawyer?
No. What she did was hire a lawyer to separate her assets from his, and she did that right away so it would be a done deal before he was charged. That way his creditors could come after her all they wanted but get zero. This, you see, is a neat trick, because she'd never had a job. Her assets were all money he had earned, and probably even some of the money he stole. From her, Dad couldn't even get bail money.
I'm sorry.
The reason she could even hold on to the money was that he went along with all of it. He never contested anything. He signed every piece of paper her lawyer sent him, including things that were outright lies, that she had brought money with her when they were married. Actually, when she moved into our house, I remember she had one small suitcase, and what was in it was an outfit to wear to go on her first shopping trip.
He probably thought if she had some money, she'd take care of you and your brother and sister while he was away.
I suppose. What actually happened was that the minute we got home from seeing him off to Lompoc, Delia sat me down at the kitchen table and had a long talk with me. Or at least she wanted it to be long. Have you ever noticed that the worst people in the world always want you to feel sorry for them?
Yes, said Jane. I have.
Well, that was Delia. While she was working up to throwing me out of the house, she was telling me how much she'd been suffering with my dad and how hard it was on her. She even wanted me to feel sorry for her for the pain it gave her to refuse to give him the money to save himself. It had ruined her forever, she said. Her health was shot, and she was too old now to get a good enough job to support us all. She was crying so I could barely understand her half the time. But what she was expecting was that I would throw my arms around her and tell her I was sorry for living and would make it up to her by leaving.
You didn't?
No, so she gave me a month to get out. And that was why I ended up getting a full-time job and an apartment and lying to say I was 18 when I was 16.
Didn't you need papers to get the job?
I used Delia's computer at home. An 8 with a little white on the upper right side turns into a 6. I did that to my birth certificate and made a copy of it on the printer. A Social Security card doesn't carry a birth date, but I made a copy of that too. In California, a 16-year-old's driver's license has a birth date and a red stripe and a blue stripe saying when you'll turn 18 and when you'll turn 21. I scanned mine and photoshopped it to change the years to make me 18. The day I started to work, I brought in the copies. There was no secretary, that was the job I was taking, so I put the copies in the file I made for myself. If my boss ever noticed anything odd, he must have realized I had given him proof that he wasn't the one at fault.
Pretty effective. You'll do well to get some sleep while you can. We'll have to make a stop in a couple of hours, and I'll wake you up then.
Okay.
Christine's voice sounded small and distant now, and she fell asleep within a few minutes. As Jane drove on along the rural road, she thought about what she had heard. What Christine had said about Sharon was true. The voice on the recorded telephone message had been Sharon's, and Christine seemed to be telling the truth about the way she'd changed dates on papers. She might have been exaggerating the story about her childhood, but probably not much if she had been on her own young enough to have to obliterate dates. There still seemed to be no lies, but there was much more she was leaving out. Chapter 4. Jane drove into the small town of Blackwater as the summer night took on its deepest silence. She slowed to 20 at the town limit, opened her window, and drove even more slowly, listening. Above the steady, gentle sound of the air going past, there was nothing. It was after 2 and the town was asleep. She reached the center of town where the streets were lined with old houses that had been renovated by the latest generation of a long succession of owners. The house on her right looked about the way it must have in 1880, except that the white paint on the ornate cookie-cutter trim had been brushed on this spring. The house across from it still had the original brown sandstone foundation, but it looked to Jane as though it had just been professionally cleaned. She decided that this set of owners must be rich, probably a wave of lawyers and brokers and executives who had retired early from jobs in New York City and come here to reproduce a vision of village life they imagined existed 100 years ago. On Jane's previous visits, there had been an impression of gray-peeled paint, overgrowth of vines and patches of weeds. Now everything was neat and fresh and orderly. The lawns were rolled and cut, and recent plantings of bleeding hearts and currant bushes had appeared near the houses. Separate beds of heirloom roses had been cut into the side yards. The biggest houses were all ranged around the small park in the center of town, each facing an ancient bandstand. As the road led off toward either edge of town, the houses got smaller until they were simple, neat cottages that had been converted to stores, small restaurants, the offices of doctors, opticians, and realtors. Jane turned beyond the park and kept going until she reached the barn-sized building that used to be the town's feed and hardware store. She pulled off the road to the gravel parking lot and backed her car up to the rear of the building. As she got out of the car, Jane saw Christine open her eyes, blink, and focus on her. Jane whispered, "It's okay. Go back to sleep." Jane walked across the dark, quiet street and listened. She headed back to the center of town to the park and into the shadows of the 200-year-old maples and oaks. In small upstate New York towns like Blackwater, people often left their dogs out in their yards on summer nights, and Jane knew if she came too close to the houses she would set off a proprietary bark or two, so she stayed on the path to the bandstand. When she came under the tallest of the trees, she saw the broad wings of a gliding owl carry it to a high limb and flap soundlessly once to pause in mid-air while the talons took hold, but then she lost sight of the owl in the foliage. She passed the bandstand and crossed the street on the other side. She walked straight to the front of the big Civil War-era red brick house, climbed the steps, and watched the door open in front of her. The person standing inside the dim doorway was shorter than Jane and slender, but Jane could see that there was a handgun in the right hand.
"Put it away,"
said a voice from somewhere deeper inside the house.
"I know her. Evening, Jane."
"Hello, Stuart," said Jane. Now she could just make out the distinctive shape of Stuart Shattuck, short and wide-shouldered, standing by the staircase.
"Come on to the office."
In the dim light that leaked from beneath a closed door at the end of the hallway, she followed him to the door to the left of the staircase. The office was a room that must have been, at some early date, some kind of interior storage space. It was in the center of the first floor of the house, opposite the stairwell, and it had no windows. Shattuck was nocturnal, and during his business hours no ray of light escaped his workroom to raise suspicion outside. When he had closed the door behind him, he moved the switch on a rheostat to bring up the lights. He said, "Will you sit down, please?" He settled himself on a straight-backed chair beside the 8-foot table he used as a desk, and made a few tiny marks on a piece of paper in front of him, bending so his face was within 6 inches of it. Jane chose the straight-backed chair across from the table. It felt warm to her, and when she looked straight ahead she had a clear view of an array of video monitors from closed-circuit cameras mounted on the front, back, and sides of the house. She had taken the chair that belonged to Shattuck's guard. The images on the screens were now motionless, no living creature moving out there. After a full minute in which he seemed to have forgotten Jane was there, Shattuck said, "It's been several years. I had assumed that you'd been killed." "Not yet." He raised his eyes to look at her.
"You're wise to think of it that way. I always thought the wisdom was the direction where you were heading, even when you were very young. Now that you've reached middle age, you've arrived."
"If I agree I'm wise, do I have to accept that I'm middle-aged? Or is accepting it more wisdom?" Shattuck smiled so his glasses sent a flash of reflected light, then lowered his head to his paper again.
"Of course, you would see the way out of the trap. I've missed your visits."
"I only come when I've got trouble, so I don't share the feeling."
"There is that, isn't there? But most of the customers for a forger aren't pretty or wise."
He sat up straight, took a look at the document he had been working on, and put it aside reluctantly, keeping his eyes on it all the way to the pile at the corner of his table.
"All right. Let's hear what you need this time."
He lifted a pad and changed pens. "It's a young girl, 19 or 20. First, she needs ID to travel. It has to be good enough to pass, but only the essentials. Driver's license, social security card, maybe a few simple things to fill a wallet, a library card, and so on."
"What next?"
"The hard stuff. A second good, solid set of papers that will last her forever, if necessary." He squinted and stared past Jane's shoulder, then wrote as he spoke.
"Driver's license, social security, birth certificate, MasterCard, Visa, American Express. Passport too?"
"If you can get all that safely."
"Of course. But passports are taking at least 6 weeks these days."
"I'll give you a mail drop address to forward it to." Shattuck said,
"Is it all right if we give her an address in Syracuse to start? That way I don't have to go far to pick it up."
"Sure. She can fill out change of address forms when she's settled somewhere. Until then, just forward everything to the mail drop." She pointed at his pad. "May I?" He handed her the pad and pen, and she wrote out an address and handed them back.
"Telephone?"
"Make one up." He held out his hand. "Let's see a photograph." "I have her with me." "Even better. We'll take different shots for each form of ID. Anything else for you tonight?" "Yes," she said. "When you have the first set of documents, I'd like you to put together a set of papers for a baby with the same surname. A birth certificate and a social security card. That ought to do it if she has to run." "How old is the baby?" "Make it 2 to 5 months from now." Shattuck's head turned only a half-inch. "She's pregnant?" "Yes." She watched him closely. "I guess the real birth date will be September or October." She could see he had stopped writing. Shattuck said, "It's been a while since you've been here. I should warn you that the prices of all these items have gone up. Increased security and new electronics. I had assumed something like that would have happened. Everything has to survive electronic scanners. It's got to be real." "I'm not surprised." "In order to get a driver's license, I have to send somebody with a birth certificate to some other city and have her apply for the license and take the tests. The credit has to be grown over time." "That was always the best way to do things," said Jane. "I expected it."
"Well, the good news is that once an identity is planted, it grows more quickly. That's much better than it used to be. Once anything is verified by anyone anywhere, it proliferates, moves from one databank to another. That's one of the methods I've been refining since the last time I saw you. I plan articles about imaginary people on websites and blogs so that Google will pick them up when anybody searches. I'm constantly updating and expanding. That's all cheap and easy. But the planting of first-rate identities still works best if you can get someone on the inside to create a real record. People who get caught selling things like birth certificates and driver's licenses go away for a long, long time."
"Oh, one more thing," Jane said. "I'd like a simple set, maybe just a California driver's license with my picture in the name Delia Monahan."
"Delia Monahan? I take it we're talking about a real living person?"
"Yes."
"Then I can get a duplicate and doctor it."
"Good. How much are we talking about for everything I want?"
"I'd say we're probably in the vicinity of—"
He put a dot beside each item he had written, mouthing
10, 15, 18, 24, then said aloud, 40,000. Could go as high as 60.
"Can I pay you 10 right now and send the rest later?" He looked regretful.
"Janie, your word is the word of the saints. But the saints are dead. You could die too."
"Someone has already been looking for this girl, haven't they, Stuart?" Shattuck pursed his lips and stared at her for a second.
"There could be other pregnant 20-year-olds. I'll let you see if it's the same one."
He walked across the room to a second table, woke up a laptop computer that was attached to a printer, and brought up an email message.
"Read."
Jane stepped to the computer. The screen read, "Christine Monahan, female, age 20, is worth 100,000. Open attachment to see photo gallery." Then it gave an 800 telephone number, but no name or address. Jane said, "Did you open the attachment?"
"No. If I took money for turning in people on the run, how long would I live?"
"May I?"
"Go ahead."
Jane downloaded the attachment and opened it. There were a dozen small pictures on the page. In a couple of them, Christine was sitting at a desk that was set on a shiny slate floor in a room that seemed to be all glass with tropical plants behind it, like an atrium. In a few, Christine's hair was long and blonde, and in others dark and shorter, pinned behind her head. They seemed to have been taken over a period of years. Jane said, "This isn't good news."
"I expect not."
"But it doesn't change our deal. I still need the ID for her. Can you charge a credit card for the price?"
"How much?"
"All of it, 40,000. He looked at the pictures on the screen, then back at Jane.
"You barely know her. Are you sure you want to spend that much?"
"Think of the air miles I'll earn."
"That kind of charge usually triggers a phone call. Will you be available to take it and tell the visa people that it's really you?"
No, but I'll call them before I drop out of sight and authorize it.
That works for me. You can bring her in.
When Jane opened the door, the thin, silent figure was standing on the other side, as she had expected. In the light, she saw it was a pretty woman about 30, not a teenager. She was wearing a pair of tight black satin pants and an indigo pullover that made her look very slender. Jane said, "I've got to go outside for a few minutes and bring someone back."
"I know. You can walk closer to the house if you want."
The woman opened the front door, and Jane stepped outside. The night air felt even warmer now that Jane was out of the air-conditioned house. She could see that the streets around the park were still deserted, but she stopped after she was away from the house and listened for engines. There was still the same silence. As she made her way across the park and she could see the Volvo, she strained her eyes to see Christine, but she couldn't. She must have gotten into the back seat to sleep. Jane kept her eyes moving, but they returned to the Volvo. She had driven the car for a couple of years, so she had a practiced intuitive feel for the shape, the weight, the steering, and the way the car looked when it was parked. Something felt wrong. She stopped beside the nearest tree trunk, stayed in its shadow for a moment, and looked at the car. It was sitting too high. That's what it was. When Jane had gotten out of the car, she had looked back. The car had rested very slightly lower on its springs than it did now. It was empty. Jane trotted along the side of the park, crossed the street, and came back around the big old feed store slowly, listening for the sounds of movement. On her second turn, she came up beside the dumpster, and she could see Christine crouching behind it. Jane said quietly, "Christine, it's me." Christine's body jerked, and she spun to see Jane.
"Oh, you scared me so much. I didn't hear you."
Jane crouched too. "Why are you out here?"
"I woke up and you were gone."
"I told you I was going."
"You did?"
"Yes."
"I must have been asleep. I woke up and I got worried. Where were you?"
"Come on. I'll tell you while we drive over there." They got back into the car and she pulled forward. "I was at that big brick house across the park. See it?"
"Yeah."
"It belongs to a man I know who sells identification, and that's something you're likely to need."
"Tonight?"
"Tonight is the time when we're here. Later, we might be near other people who do this kind of work, but most of them aren't as good at it, and some of the others might sell us out if somebody waves enough money around. This man probably won't."
"Probably?"
"He hasn't in the past. That's all you really know about what anyone will do." Jane drove slowly around the park toward the house. "When he talks to you, listen carefully and answer him honestly and politely."
"I'm not a child."
"I'm sorry. I don't know you well, so I can't guess what you know. These transactions are tricky. We're all taking risks. He can sell us out, but we can sell him out too. We're forming a temporary alliance. He and I are still alive because so far, in all of our temporary alliances, we've been selective about the people we trust, and we've been trustworthy. We've chosen the right ones and sent the wrong ones away."
"You're saying he's going to judge me?"
"Exactly. He's got a soft spot for runners, but don't make it hard for him to believe in you." She pulled the car to the curb. They got out and walked up the steps. The door opened again, and Jane nodded to the woman in the doorway, studying her without seeming to. She had a very pretty face, but her only expression was watchfulness. Now that the woman was comfortable with Jane, she stared once into Christine's eyes, then devoted all of her attention to scanning the street, the park, and the other houses before she locked and bolted the door. "Go in." Jane took Christine into Shattuck's office. He was working on another piece of paper like the one Jane had seen before. This time, because she was standing, she could see that the type in the center of its filigreed pattern said, "Certificate of Live Birth." Shattuck looked up. "You're Christine Monahan."
"Yes, sir."
The "sir" was a surprise to Jane, but said in Christine's small voice it seemed not to be ironic. "Is that your given name?"
"Yes, it is. Christine Ellen Monahan.
And your actual birth date is?
August 24th.
How old?
I'm 20.
He wrote down the information and said,
It's good to make these things a little bit off, so nobody notices you have the same birthday as the missing Christine Monahan, or takes your picture and shows it to someone in the right high school class. Can you live with being 21?
Yes, sir. Being older might help get people over the fact that I'm pregnant.
And when would you like your birthday?
I don't care. How about April 1st?
April Fool's Day. Is that a joke?
No, sir. I just thought I'd be sure to remember if it was the 1st of the month, and my baby should be born in September, so I wanted to save that part of the year for him or her.
He nodded.
Good thinking. Kids like to feel special, and people are born every day of the year.
He gave her a half smile that Jane interpreted as reassuring.
You'd be surprised how many of them are born right here.
Yes, sir.
All right, he said. Now I'm going to take your picture. There will have to be several shots that look like they were taken at different times. They'll look like you, but don't expect them to be flattering. Try to look attractive. No deer in the headlights or anything, but don't try too hard. No real photograph on a driver's license is pretty. There are a few that are all right on passports because people get to pick, so we'll take more time with those.
He took her across the room to a plain wall that looked a bit whiter than the others.
Put your toes on the yellow tape.
He moved a lamp on a stand to a spot where there was a blue tape strip, then took a digital camera out of a drawer and began to take pictures. He would snap one, then look at the display on the camera and do it again. Finally, he said,
That's good. Okay, new outfit. Francine?
The woman opened the door and leaned in.
What? Have you got anything different that she can wear as a top?
How about a sweater, like it's winter?
Great. Maybe after that, a jacket, like for a suit.
I'll be right back.
She disappeared. Shattuck sat at his table and began to make marks on a certificate, as though his drawing were automatic.
You might want to fool around with your hair, too. Anything that doesn't look like all the pictures were taken on the same day.
Jane opened her purse, took out a brush, and brushed out Christine's hair, then pulled it into a ponytail and held it with an elastic band. She produced a pair of earrings and handed them to her. Put on these earrings and some eyeliner. When they were finished with the photographs, Shattuck set his camera beside his computer and said,
Okay, ladies, give me 3 hours and I'll have the first set ready. The other set will be in your mailbox within 6 or 7 weeks.
Francine said, Come this way. She led them out of the room into the hallway and then to a large red sitting room with overstuffed Victorian furniture and a grand piano. She said, I'm sure you're exhausted. I remember what this was like. Those 2 couches on that side of the room are the most comfortable for sleeping. But Christine had stopped near the door. She was staring at the wall, where the paintings were hung 5 high. They were all nudes, standing in a bath, sitting in a garden, reclining on a couch. Christine said, That's you on this couch, and pointed. She looked at Francine again. They're all you. Then she looked flustered, as though she had no idea of the appropriate thing to say. You're beautiful. Thanks. He painted them? Francine nodded. Of course. He's so good. He should... She had hit the barrier. There was no way to finish the sentence, so she didn't. He does, said Francine. Get some sleep. Before daylight comes, you have to be gone. She turned off the lamp near the door, walked out, and closed the door, so the room was nearly dark. Christine said, I'm sorry. I should have kept my mouth shut. It's all right, said Jane. This time, anyway. She seems to be benevolent. But Stuart is an artist. He couldn't do what he does without talent, but he also has training. It's what got him in trouble. Trouble? You mean he's already in trouble? He was studying in Europe.
He was nearly broke and got desperate. He got involved with a gallery owner who sold things to collectors, mostly visiting Americans, who thought they knew more than they did. He hired Stuart to paint copies.
Of paintings?
Yes. He told me he started with a few small Dutch paintings that weren't terribly well known. The owner presented them as 17th century copies by apprentices in the studios of the masters. They did so well that the owner started thinking bigger. In those days there was still a lot of talk about art that the Nazis had taken to Germany during the war, and the Russians had taken to Russia afterward. The Russians had some in the Hermitage Museum, mostly French Impressionists, but they never would release a list of what they had. What they did was help create a market for paintings that looked exactly like Renoir's or Cézanne's, but didn't have any provenance. The gallery owner sold them to specially selected customers as what they would have had to be, stolen paintings that had probably belonged to murder victims. That way no buyer would hang them in public or have them appraised. It worked until one of the buyers died, and his granddaughter found a Monet hanging in a closet. After a quick look at the buyer's cancelled checks, the police visited the gallery. Stuart had to leave the country quickly.
It makes me sad,
said Christine. Take a closer look at Francine, and at those paintings you found on the wall. Life is good to Stuart. She lay down on one of the couches. And I'm tired. She arranged herself so she would be comfortable and closed her eyes. After a few minutes she pretended to sleep. Soon she heard Christine's breathing slow and deepen. While Christine slept, Jane lay with her eyes closed, thinking about a few men she had met at other times who might be looking at their computer screens tonight, and learning that they could make $100,000 just for finding a pregnant 20-year-old. Chapter 5. Wake Up. Jane sat up and saw Francine standing in the doorway of the Victorian sitting room. When she moved, Jane followed her down the hallway. Francine said, "I wanted to talk for a minute before you go." "All right." "I was on the run once," she said. "How did you find your way to Stuart?" "Luck," said Francine. "I got lucky and met somebody who had the same kind of problem I had, and she showed me her identification. She told me where she got it." She stared at Jane for a moment. "Stuart tells me that you're somebody we don't ever have to worry about. He said you were reliable. Is it true?" Jane stared back at her. "I try to be. I've been out of this life for a long time. Before I quit taking on runners, I had found a few people I believed were safe to do business with, and Stuart was one of them. For all I know, all the others are dead or in jail now. So he's pretty important to me right now." Francine kept her large, dark eyes on Jane. "I want you to know that I'm not jealous of you or paranoid or something. The reason I was running is that I killed somebody who deserved it. If the police take me in and fingerprint me, it's not going to make a bit of difference why. Then I'm gone." "I'm sorry," said Jane. "For my sake and yours, I hope they never find you or Stuart. You seem to care about him. When I got here, I didn't have any money left. I didn't have anything much to trade. I told him that I would pay him by being his personal whore. You don't have to tell me this. Yes, I do, because I want us to understand each other. When I was running, I got to the point where I knew I would do anything to be safe again, and I figured that was something he'd want. It was going to be pure business. But I discovered that the idea, the badness of it, is something excited me. What happened since then is that we fell in love. If I had to open somebody's artery again to hold on to the life we have here, I'd do it in an eye blink. Not mine. I'll keep your secret." Francine glanced toward the door to the sitting room. "Will she? She's a kid. I'm betting my life on her." "You are," said Francine. "There are people looking really hard for her and for you. Things have changed since the last time you were running. There are more people in the chasing business these days. I want you to be careful, because if you fuck this up, I'm probably dead." "I'll do my best." Jane put her arms around Francine and held her for a moment, then released her. Jane heard a door open behind her.
Jane?
It was Christine. Francine opened the door beside her and disappeared into Shattuck's workshop.
What was that about?
Christine asked. We were wishing each other good luck.
Good luck?
Yes. You'd be amazed at how much depends on luck.
Now you're scaring me.
Good. The door opened and Francine said, He's done. Your traveling documents are ready. Jane went inside and examined the driver's license, the Social Security card, and the birth certificate. They were superb forgeries, all in the name Linda Wells. Who's Linda Wells? Stewart said, I like to give an old customer like you a bargain now and then. Linda Wells is an identity I grew. The Visa card is real. The birth certificate is a duplicate of a real one. The license has a counterpart in the North Carolina Department of Motor Vehicles. All I changed was the photo.
Thank you.
Jane took her cell phone and a credit card out of her purse. She looked at the phone number on the back of the card and dialed, listened to a recording, punched in the numbers on the front of the card, and then handed the card to Stewart. Hello, yes. My name is Cecilia Randazzo. The reason I'm calling is that I'm about to make a kind of big charge on my card, and I wanted you to know it's real. $40,000. She answered a series of questions from the woman on the other end of the line, then disconnected. She said to Stewart, All done. Charge away. He scanned the card in his scanner, then returned it. Jane gathered up the false identification and said, Thanks, Stewart. Take care of Francine and keep her safe. She turned to go. See ya, Janie. Jane stepped out the door, swept Christine to the front entrance, and stopped while Francine scanned the neighborhood. Jane said, Persuade him that he's got enough money to retire and get him out of here. In a minute, Jane was driving, and they were already out of town. It was after 4 a.m. now. They didn't speak much, just let the dark landscape float past the windows, and the headlights reveal new stretches of road that weren't different from the last ones. Route 20 intersected with a big county road a couple of miles past the next town, and Jane felt an urge to take it, but she decided it would be better to keep going on the highway for a bit longer. They were making good time, and she wanted to do most of their traveling before the sun came up. She began to consider where she would go when the road reached the Hudson. Years ago, when a runner showed up at her door with chasers close behind, she had simply started the car and begun to drive. When she was sure she had built up enough distance, she had gotten them both on an airplane. Even in those days when she could walk into an airport, dream up a new name, and buy a ticket, flying had been a risk. Once a person stepped onto a plane, there wasn't much mystery about where and when she would step off. As Jane crested a rolling hill and began to coast down, she saw two big unmarked black American cars pulled across the center of the road in a V shape, with a third in the right lane about 10 yards beyond. That would be the chase car, in case someone ran the roadblock. She said, Roadblock up there. Sit up and look innocent. Christine sat up and looked.
Is it the police?
It looks that way. I don't see how it could be the people who are searching for you.
I don't either,
said Christine.
They'd have to be psychics. But I'm scared. Can we turn around and go back the other way?
I don't think so. That's the best way I know to get stopped and have the car searched.
So what? We don't have anything illegal in the car, do we?
Nothing but a few $1,000s in cash and a few driver's licenses in different names.
But what if it isn't the police? What about those people, Stewart and Francine? Did you tell them Richard's name? They could have called him while we were sleeping.
That didn't happen. Jane slowed her Volvo and watched two men get out of one of the cars and step toward them. There was one walking toward each side of the car, and each held a large flashlight in his hand. That wasn't reassuring to Jane. It looked like what police did when they were checking cars looking for a fugitive. She rolled down her window so she would be able to hear them. She could see that the two wore sport coats. There was a badge pinned to the belt of the man who was walking toward her. She said, See, that one has a badge.
No,
said Christine.
that's...
It's them!
The man shouted. He sidestepped quickly as he reached across his chest and under his coat. Get down. Jane wrenched the wheel toward the man and pressed the gas pedal. He sprinted for the side of the road. When his feet hit the gravel shoulder, he spun around to face the Volvo with the gun in his hand. His instinct of understanding was visible in the headlights as he realized that he had not run far enough. There was a loud thump as the Volvo hit him, and a series of bumps as he rolled up and over the hood toward the windshield. Jane held the wheel to the left to keep the car spinning, and the centrifugal force threw him off onto the pavement. Jane saw him bounce, roll, and then lie still. Jane turned off the headlights and accelerated up and over the hill. She realized she had heard shots behind them. First one gun firing around, then 3 rapid shots, and then a second shooter firing steadily. Christine yelled,
You hit him!
We each had a weapon, and mine's bigger, said Jane. Sometimes I wish it were faster. She stepped harder on the gas pedal, steering with both hands and straining her eyes to keep the car on the pavement.
My God,
said Christine.
How can you see anything? It's completely dark.
I don't have to see much, just where the road is. Jane steered for a few more seconds, still accelerating, but then let the car's speed stay constant. We're out of sight and out of range for the moment. Did you hear any bullets hit the car?
I don't think so. What does that sound like?
You'll know when you hear it. We're alive and the engine still runs, but I think we're going to have to get rid of this car anyway. It'll just be easier with no holes in it. Jane looked in the rearview mirror every few seconds. They're not following us. I wonder what's keeping them. She looked again. I get it.
Get what?
There weren't 5 of them back there, only 3. They must have gone ahead to set up the roadblock, and the others have been coming along behind us. Now they'll be waiting for us somewhere along this road.
What can we do?
There was a turnoff for a county highway back there. We'll head for that as fast as we can. Most likely the 2 who were following us will have heard we're coming back this way, and they'll be trying to block the road, so we'll have 1 roadblock ahead and 1 behind. If we're faster than they expect, then maybe we can make the turn and never meet them. Christine felt the car accelerating again and pushed her body back into the seat.
Don't you think we could turn on the headlights?
I can make out the broken white line. As long as I keep it a foot to my left, we'll be okay. Just check your lap belt so it rides around your hips, tighten the chest belt so it's comfortable and holds you still, and let this happen. Christine was silent, just did as Jane had said. Jane watched the dark road, concentrating on keeping her speed as high as she dared, and steering partly by the memory of the road she had from driving it in the opposite direction, and partly by staring down at the blur of lines coming at her from the darkness like projectiles, then slipping past her left tire. After a couple of minutes, she caught herself letting the moonlight on a stretch of bare ground ahead fool her into interpreting it as part of the pavement, but she managed to correct the car's course and stay on the road. She looked into the rearview mirror for a second, but saw no sign of the cars from the roadblock, not even a glow of headlights approaching the top of the rise. Jane returned her eyes to the road ahead, and after the next turn, the rise was out of sight. A set of headlights appeared far ahead of them, then another set.
2 cars, said Christine. Do you think it's the others?
Jane squinted at the 2 sets of headlights coming toward them. 1 car pulled to the left as though to pass, but it was the front car. Now there was 1 car coming at them in each lane. Jane switched on her headlights. The car approaching in Jane's lane blinked its high beams on, then off. Jane switched on her brights and left them on. She kept her foot on the gas pedal, maintaining her speed toward the car in her lane.
Don't play chicken with them!
I'm not playing, said Jane. The pair of cars stayed together, streaking toward them. In one of the cars, the driver punched the horn 3 times, then stiff-armed it, holding it down so the sound started high and seemed to go down the scale as the cars approached. The row of 4 headlights kept growing bigger and brighter. The 2 cars seemed to be linked, impossible to separate, impossible to avoid. Christine put her hands in front of her face. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" she said. The car in Jane's lane wavered a little, then altered its course slightly and moved to the shoulder of the road to allow Jane to pass between the two cars, but Jane muttered, "It's not that easy." She pulled onto the shoulder, too, so she was once again on a course to collide with the car.
"Stop! You're crazy!"
Christine shouted. The driver of the car that was approaching them had no choice except to veer farther to the left and sail off the shoulder in the only direction that was open, into the sloping field below the road. Jane and the remaining car passed each other at high speed, and she looked into the rearview mirror as she moved along the highway. The car in the field was stopped, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Jane couldn't tell how badly it was damaged. The car on the road pulled over. Its white backup lights came on, and it backed up until it was close to the spot where the other car had stopped. Jane saw the dome light go on and off, and someone ran from the car across the road, and then she lost sight of them. She drove faster now, searching for the junction she had remembered, and then took the turn. She glanced at Christine. "You okay?" Christine was breathing heavily, as though she had run a race. There were tears running from her widened eyes.
"I can't believe you did that."
"I didn't chase them, they chased us."
"You know what I mean."
"They're hired hands. That means they're willing to kill us for money. It doesn't mean they're willing to die for money."
"You bet our lives on that, and my baby's life, too. You weren't just trying to get past. You wanted to force that car off the road."
Jane turned to look at her in curiosity. "Of course." Then she returned her eyes to the road and kept driving. Carl McGinnis lay on his back, exactly where the white car had thrown him, on the damp, weedy slope beside the shoulder of the road. He could smell the sweet aroma of crushed plants near his head. He knew he was hurt badly. He suspected he might be in some kind of shock, and he suspected that if he moved, what was waiting for him was pain, so he had not tried to move yet. Breathing was difficult, so he supposed he must have broken some ribs. He lay there staring up at the sky with an expression like a man listening. Steve Deming's head and torso appeared above him, a deeper darkness bending to block the night sky. "Carl, I know it hurts, but can you tell me how bad it is?" Carl was unable to make out Deming's face well enough to read his expression in the dark. He was too frightened to complete the inventory of his injuries. He knew there must be a reservoir of pain waiting, and it would burst and overwhelm him if he moved in the wrong way. He had heard impatience and frustration in Deming's voice. What Deming wanted was to hear Carl say, "I'm all right," and then watch him get up and walk it off. Carl could tell that he wasn't going to be able to stand up. He stared up at Deming's dark shape against the sky, but was unable to gather enough air into his lungs to calm his impatience. Carl heard a cell telephone buzz, then Deming's voice again. "Yeah?" There was a long pause. "I hear you. Jesus, what a night. You might as well keep coming and meet us. We're still set up here. Carl got hit by your car." "Yeah. It looks that way." "Okay, bye." Carl heard Deming's heavy footsteps receding, and then some low conversation with Pete Tilton. Carl heard one of the car doors open and shut, and the sound of the car engine as one of the two men moved the car off the road and parked it on the shoulder. Then the same thing repeated as they moved the other car. Then there was silence again. He couldn't move his head enough to see, but he supposed they were sitting together talking inside one of the cars, while he was out here in the open, alone and helpless. After a while, Carl heard more cars approaching from a distance. Steve Deming got out of the car and leaned against the hood while he watched the headlights of the two women's vehicles coming toward him. The hot, humid air outside the car reminded him of how alien this place was to him. San Diego air was dry and flowing, either fresh from the ocean or fresh from the desert. This air was thick with moisture, and it seemed heavy, like something draped on him. As he waited, it seemed to him that the chirping of crickets was growing even louder. He sighed. This should have been a simple, easy errand, like going to pick up a stray dog at a pound. It occurred to him that he was as miserable at this moment as he ever had been in his life. The two cars dipped forward a bit as the two women applied their brakes, and then they rolled off onto the shoulder. When they stopped, their headlights illuminated big clouds of dust in the air. One set of lights went out, and Deming saw the tall, slender shape of Sybil Landreau silhouetted for a moment in the headlights of the other car before the second set of headlights went out. A moment later he saw Claudia's shorter form trotting toward him. The two women joined Deming at the front of his car. "How bad is he?" asked Claudia. "Bad," Deming said. "He can barely breathe. If you listen, you can probably hear it from here. When I talked to him, I think he was trying to move, but he didn't seem to be able to."
Sybil said, "Think it's his spine?"
"It could be." Claudia walked to the spot where Carl McGinnis lay. She knelt in the weeds beside him, put a small soft hand on his forehead, and then gently stroked his hair. "Carl," she murmured. "Carlos, Carlito. I heard you got clipped. How you doing, baby?"
I don't know,"
Carl said.
"Maybe the four of you should start getting me into one of the cars. I think I need to get to a hospital."
"Can you walk?" she asked.
"I'm not sure, but I don't want to try and make things worse. I think my left hip might be broken. That whole side hurts like hell."
He tried to move his head to see her clearly.
"Claudia, honey, it's really late. Before too long the sun is going to start coming up. I can't be lying here when that happens."
"I'll go talk to the others and see how we're going to do it," she said. "Just close your eyes and try to rest for a minute. Getting you into the car might be a bitch, so try to prepare yourself and save your strength." Claudia got up and went back to join the others. Pete Tilton was out of the car now, too. He and Deming and Sybil looked at Claudia expectantly. "He's really fucked up," she said. "He winced when I touched his hair. His hair hurts, for Christ's sake. He thinks his left hip might be broken, but if the car caught him in the midsection, he could easily be bleeding to death inside." Sybil shrugged. "I've got a bad feeling about this. We can't drop him off at a local hospital. They'll fill him up with painkillers while the cops ask him questions."
"I've been thinking about that too," Deming said. "There's no way we can go in and talk for him. If he can't walk, we can't drop him off at the door."
"No way," Sybil said.
Deming said, "And every minute we stand here, Christine Monahan gets another mile away."
He and Sybil and Pete Tilton looked at Claudia. "I'll do it," she said. "I was the one who invited him to work with us, and he's still closer to me than he is to anyone else." Sybil's body slouched and her head cocked, and the others knew she was giving her familiar smirk. "Something's closer than fucking? What did you do?" Claudia felt her jaw clench. "He trusts me." "I'm sorry," Sybil said. "I'll help you with it." "I don't want him to know. Hold his hand, be nice to him, and I'll do the work." "Okay." When Carl McGinnis heard the small, light footsteps coming toward him, he knew it must be both women. Claudia sat above him on the slope and cradled his head in her lap, while Sybil held his hand.
"Hey," he said. "Did you get her?"
"Sure," Claudia said. "We ran her off the road. She's not in great shape, but it's over. She's in the trunk of my car."
"Good. How about the other one?"
She's dead,
said Sybil.
"Good,"
said Carl. He was trying to hide the fact that he was getting more worried. He had felt intervals of cold and then repeated waves of lightheadedness, and he assumed that must mean he was getting weaker.
"I really think,"
he said, then felt the pain find him. Getting past it was like climbing a hill, struggling as it got worse until he reached the crest, and it went down again.
"We've got to go. The guys, tell Pete and Steve not to worry. I won't tell anybody anything. I was driving down this country road. Got out to take a piss and a car whacked me.
Must happen all the time out here,
said Sybil. They know you're going to be okay, Claudia said. Sybil said,
they're just trying to put together a stretcher.
She looked at Claudia.
I guess it's time for me to pull the car up.
She relinquished his hand and kissed his cheek, then got up and moved off in the dark. Claudia said, Hold on a minute, Carl. The dumb bastards need me. She gently moved back, disengaging herself. Carl heard her take a few steps up the slope to the shoulder. He lost sight of her, and then the bullet passed through his brain. Claudia came back a few feet, just far enough from his body so the blowback wouldn't spatter blood on her clothes, and shot him again. Christine twisted in her seat to look out the back window. Watching the empty road behind them for a few minutes seemed to calm her. She faced forward again and adjusted her seatbelt.
I'm sorry. I'm scared to death. I've been scared for weeks. I've been moving around, and the most sleep I've had was in that crazy house back there. I sort of lost it.
It's all right. All of this is scary for both of us. But we're okay, at least for now. Christine sat quietly for a time and then said,
You ran down Carl McGinnis.
Is that who that was?
I saw his face in the headlights. Afterward, it looked to me as though he was hurt really bad.
It was all I could do once he took out the gun.
Believe me, I'm not blaming you. I hate him. He gives me the creeps. He has a way of looking at you that makes you want to back away from him. Once I was leaving work when he was walking across the parking lot, and honestly, I got in the car as fast as I could, locked the doors, and started the engine in case he tried to get in.
She looked at Jane.
Maybe the one who drove the car into the ditch is hurt too.
I couldn't tell, but I wouldn't count on it. More likely the airbag went off and he couldn't drive after us right away.
She, I think.
She?
I'm pretty sure the other man I saw at the roadblock with Carl McGinnis was Pete Tilton. There was a third car, and the person in it probably was Steve Deming. That means the two coming up behind us would have to be Sybil Landreau and Claudia Marshall.
She looked at Jane again and noticed her preoccupied expression.
What's wrong?
Just thinking, said Jane. How could they possibly have known where to ambush us?
I don't know.
Let me make sure I've got everything straight, said Jane. You knew these 6 people because they worked for Richard Beale in San Diego when you did.
That's right. They didn't exactly work for the Beale Company because they weren't on the payroll, but I never heard of them working for anybody else but Richard.
When you ran away, how did they know where you went? Buffalo is a long way from San Diego.
I don't know,
said Christine.
I figured they must have found out about the plane reservation. I didn't think they could. I didn't make it on my computer. I called on Sharon's phone, and then she drove me right to the airport a couple of hours later. If they were following me, I never saw them, and I was looking.
And what about Buffalo General? How did they know you were in a hospital?
I haven't had time to figure that out. I'm pretty sure I would have seen them if they were on the same plane. And I waited outside your house in Daganoweda all night, and I know I would have seen them there. I was so scared that if anything had moved, I would have run. You know, when I went to the hospital, I had to show my ID and health insurance card. Maybe they called Richard's office to ask if I was covered or something.
No, hospitals don't call your employer. If they need to call anybody, it would be the insurance company. Since you were only there for observation, I can't imagine why they would have to do more than verify your coverage. Jane was silent for a moment. Do you have a cell phone?
Sure, doesn't everybody?
I mean with you, in your purse. Christine reached into her purse, took out a phone, and held it up.
I haven't called anybody since I left, not even Sharon, because the bill would come to Richard's house at the end of the month.
Did he give it to you, Richard?
Yes. When I was working for him, he wanted to be able to be in touch every minute. Then, when we were...
I think the phone might be the way they keep finding you.
Oh, my God, of course. That's just like him. I'll bet he got me a phone with a satellite tracking program, the kind parents give their kids. All this time he's probably been tracking me on his computer."
Jane said, "I didn't say I was positive. I just think it might be."
"I'm sure. You just have to know Richard. When I worked for him, he would call me at all hours and talk about something I had to do the next day, or ask me about some piece of property just because he happened to be thinking about it, or even call to tell me to remind him of something he wanted to remember. Instead of just writing it down, he would call me. But once in a while he would say something like, 'I'll bet you're on your way to the mall.'"
And he was right?
Yes. It got to be a kind of joke between us. And then other times he would call when it was really inconvenient. I would look at the phone and see it was his number and turn it off. Then he would be mad at me the next day. After he and I started dating, I stopped thinking about the phone calls. I kind of liked it. Stupid me. He was just checking up on me.
She began to roll down the car window. "Wait," Jane said. "Don't throw it away. Just give it to me." Jane took it and put it into her purse. The sky began to take on the purple-gray quality that indicated night was nearly over. A few miles ahead they reached the entrance to the New York State Thruway at Liverpool. Jane accepted a toll ticket and headed east. She kept going until she came to a thruway rest stop with a franchise restaurant and a gas station, coasted off onto the approach, then parked at the far side of the lot where the big tractor-trailer rig sat idling. She took 2 elastic hair bands from her purse and slipped them over her right wrist, then said, "Let's get some breakfast and use the restroom." She walked close to a big truck that had license plates for 4 states, none of them nearby. She didn't move her head, but scanned the immediate area. When she saw nobody looking her way, she quickly knelt under the trailer, slid Christine's cell phone on top of a big nut screwed to the steel frame, and slipped the 2 hairbands over the phone to keep it there. Within a few seconds she was out from under the truck and had caught up with Christine. They stepped through the glass doors into the restaurant and found a small table near the window overlooking the parking lot. They ordered food, and the waitress brought it quickly without much chatter or insincere smiling. Just as the waitress came back with extra coffee, Jane watched a man in blue jeans and a baseball cap cross the parking lot with long-legged strides, climb into the tractor-trailer truck, and pull the truck ahead onto the entrance ramp to turn to the thruway. She watched him use the long entrance strip to crank his transmission up through its forward gears to bring his speed up high enough to merge the big rig into the fast traffic heading east. Christine said,
"Where do you suppose my phone is going?"
Jane shrugged. "New York, probably. Maybe Boston or Montreal."
"Do you think they'll follow it all the way?"
"Sometimes playing hide-and-seek isn't about who is faster. It's about who makes the fewest mistakes. We've got to give them a lot of chances to choose wrong."
"I guess we won't know for a while if we won."
Jane became silent and sipped her coffee as she gazed out the window.
"What? Did I say something wrong?"
"No," said Jane. "A lot has happened to you very quickly. When I was doing this kind of work regularly, sometimes my runner would be a woman who was trying to get away from a man who lived with her. I would try to go to meet with her while she was still in her old life. I would spend time getting to know what and who she was afraid of. I would work out the best ways for her to slip away with a long head start. We would plan the time when nobody would be watching her. Sometimes I would arrange a distraction. Once or twice I even made sure the person she was worried about ate something that put him out of commission for a couple of days. When the runner went, she would have her new identification and a place to live in a new town. Obviously, I couldn't arrange any of that for you. But maybe the worst part is that I couldn't talk to you ahead of time."
"Talk to me? What would you have said?"
"One thing I would have told you about was winning. They're dogs, we are rabbits. If the dog wins once, he gets to eat the rabbit. If the rabbit wins, all he gets is the chance to go on being a rabbit."
"Are you saying you think Richard wants to kill me?"
"I don't know what he wants. His people have missed some chances. But when we drove away from them, I heard gunshots.
I don't really understand what's going on with Richard. I don't know what he thinks he's accomplishing. He always said he loved me.
Do you believe it was true?
I believe he wanted me. Maybe he wants to make me stay with him and be his girlfriend forever. I know there are men who do that, or try to anyway.
Yes, said Jane, there are.
But the 6, Deming and the others, are doing things that could kill us.
They don't seem to have made up their minds. If the 6 wanted to kill you, the 5 by then, they could have fired on us as soon as they recognized you at the roadblock.
I just don't know. Maybe Richard doesn't even know what they're doing. It's possible he just wants another chance. Maybe all he wants is to be sure he can see the baby when it's born.
Jane studied her for a few seconds. The moment that bomb went off in the hospital, those 6 people were finished. Eventually the police will find them, and they'll be in jail until they're 90 if they're lucky. I don't have any proof that Richard knew about that, or that he knows about it now. Maybe if he knew, he'd be smart enough to turn them in.
Maybe he would,
said Christine.
Maybe I should try to talk to him.
If you want to talk to Richard, I think you should. The safe way is to use a payphone, because it won't show up on caller ID. There are 3 booths over there outside the ladies' room, and they're the old-fashioned kind with a door you can close.
Do you really think I should?
I think if you want to, this may be the last good time. Just don't tell him about your cell phone, where we are, where we're going, or anything about me.
Of course not.
I'll wait here, said Jane. Don't stay on the line more than 10 minutes. Jane watched her go into the phone booth, close the door, and dial. Then she returned her attention to her surroundings. It was not unlikely that the 6, now 4, would make their way north to the Thruway too. There were only about 3 big highways that ran all the way across the state, and they had blocked one of them. Jane had never seen the faces of the 2 women or the 2 remaining men who were hunting Christine, so she scrutinized every adult who walked into the restaurant. She also studied every car that coasted off the Thruway into the huge parking lot. She was still looking for a black sedan like the ones that they had been driving an hour or 2 ago, but by now they could be driving anything. Jane suspected that they would come off the Thruway and then drive up and down the aisle searching for her car, so she watched for any vehicle that seemed to be taking an indirect route to a parking space. The tactics of the hunters reminded her of the police. There had been 5 of them in 5 cars, all apparently communicating by telephone or radio. Nobody caught more fugitives than the police, and the police did things in certain ways for practical reasons. She kept her eyes up and scanning, but let her mind wander. It was still before dawn, but she could already see a subtle change in the quality of the darkness. At this time yesterday she had been in bed upstairs in the big old house. She remembered touching the button on the alarm and rolling over to wake up Carrie by pressing her body against his big warm back and kissing the nape of his neck. He had turned around and held her for only a minute because there had not been time. Carrie was always up early because his first surgery was scheduled for 7. She put on a bathrobe and went downstairs to make his breakfast, but she was already thinking about her day. She would have to get to the hospital to help prepare for the benefit that night. She remembered listening for Carrie's heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. She'd had absolutely no premonition that in 24 hours things would be this different. She saw a man standing in the entrance of the building, just inside the glass doors. He seemed to be browsing in the display rack for brochures for tourist attractions, but his eyes would flicker upward to focus on Christine for a second or 2, then return to the rack. Jane bent her legs to pull her feet back from under the table and shifted some of her weight onto the balls of her feet. She glanced at Christine and saw her notice the man, but her face gave no sign of recognition. She simply turned away from him and continued her phone call. Jane added the man to the array of sights that she was holding in her consciousness. He obviously wasn't one of the 6, but he could be someone who represented some other danger. She would know him if she saw him again. Her sense of how long things should take made her turn her attention to Christine in the phone booth. Jane saw her turn to the side, her head down. She was saying something emphatically, and she was crying. Jane turned her eyes away to watch the road. She had been waiting for something, and now she saw it. 2 identical black cars flashed past, and Jane waited, still looking out the window. After a minute or two, another pair of black cars went by. Jane stood up, took the check to the cash register, and paid for their breakfast. Then she walked to the phone booth. Christine saw her and hung up. Jane opened the door and handed her a napkin to dry her eyes. They just went by, heading east. Let's use the restroom and get back on the road. In a few minutes they were in the car again. As they buckled themselves in, Jane said, "Did you learn anything I need to know?"
"Not exactly," said Christine. "Nothing is different. It's all awful."
"In what way?" Jane drove out of the lot and accelerated along the entrance ramp.
"At first he sounded the way he used to when I was with him. He said he missed me and had been so worried about me, and where was I and what could he do to help me. He said he knew I must need money and a place to stay. He tried to get me to check into a hotel somewhere and let him know where so he could come and pick me up. He sounded so sweet, so sincere."
"Did you ask him about the 6 people he sent after you?"
"He said he didn't know anything about that. At first he said it couldn't be the same ones who worked for him. Then he said they only used to work for him once in a while doing security on buildings. He said they don't anymore, and maybe they're trying to kidnap me to make him pay a ransom."
"Is there any chance that any of that is true?"
"I know they didn't just work for him once in a while. They were in and out of the office all the time. They made a lot of money. He seemed to have forgotten that I paid them. And we never hired anybody for security on the buildings. They were all rented out, and if tenants wanted guards for their stores or offices, they hired them. When I was talking to Richard, I really wanted to believe what he was saying. I even said to myself that I would make myself believe him. Maybe he wasn't telling the exact truth, but that didn't mean that the lies were important. Maybe he was just telling little lies to keep me from worrying or being afraid. He said he loved me and wanted me back, so maybe he was just lying to smooth things over. But he blew it."
"How?"
"He said something about you. He said you must have turned me against him. He wanted to know who you were and how I knew you. Don't you see? How could he know you existed if the 6 didn't tell him?"
"I can't imagine."
"I told him it proved he was lying, and then he changed. He started trying to scare me. He said that I was carrying around his child and endangering it, and that if something happens to the baby, he'll consider me a murderer. And if nothing does, then after the baby is born, Richard will make sure it's taken away. It was so horrible."
"You've had your conversation. Is there anything he didn't tell you that you'll need to know?"
"There are 1,000 things I want to know. If he wants me, why did he treat me so badly? If he didn't want me, why did he make such an effort to keep me around? What will he do if I don't get caught in a month, a year? What will he do to me if I do get caught?"
"He didn't tell you?"
"Not the truth."
"Then is there any reason to talk to him again?"
"No."
"Then don't. From now on, any time you talk to him, you'll be putting yourself in danger of having him find you and give you the answers." Jane reached the first exit after the rest stop, took it, and paid the toll, then drove back to the throughway on the westbound side and took another toll ticket.
"What are you doing?"
"It took us a long night and some luck, but right now I think we have all 4 of them driving east following that long-haul truck with your cell phone attached to it. We have Richard thinking that they're about to catch up with us before we reach New York City. We have a good identification for you, and a better set being made. It's time to drive as hard as we can in the opposite direction." Jane paused. "You might want to get some sleep."
"Can I turn on the radio?"
"Sure, but won't it keep you awake?"
"I go to sleep with the radio on,"
said Christine.
"I know it's weird, but it's a habit."
She turned it on and pushed buttons until she found a station that she seemed to approve of, and settled back in her chair. An hour later, when the music was replaced for the 5th time by a commercial for a mattress store in Rochester, a news bulletin came on.
"Late-breaking story,"
said the newswoman. Seneca County Sheriff's deputies have found a man's body beside a road in a rural area south of Waterloo this morning. The man was carrying no identification, but he was driving a rental car, so the sheriff's office expects that they'll have positive ID soon. Our information is that he was shot to death execution style sometime during the night. His body also showed signs of having been hit by a car, but the spokesperson refused to speculate on how that related to his murder. Christine was sitting up again.
They killed him because he was hurt?
Because they didn't want to leave him there to answer questions. She drove on for a few seconds before she acknowledged Christine's stare. It helps to learn to think the way your enemies do. You spend less time being surprised. Chapter 6. Jane drove west as far as exit 50 on the edge of Amherst with a growing feeling of tension. She took the exit onto the Youngman Expressway, got off at Millersport Highway, and drove to the big old stone McKinnon house. She pulled into the driveway and around the house and stopped in front of the garage, where her car was hidden from the street. Christine awoke as soon as the car stopped moving.
"What?"
she said, her eyes blinking. She sat up.
What are we doing?"
"This is my house, the one where I live with my husband. We've got to do this quickly." Jane got out and stood still, studying the house. She had already seen that there was nothing obvious, like a broken window pane or scratches around the door lock, but she was looking for signs that were subtler. The hose attached to the spigot at the corner of the house was still in exactly the same position, snaking along the back to the row of rose bushes she had watered before leaving for the hospital. There was dust along the outer window sills on the first floor. She had noticed it yesterday, but not had time to clean them. The dust had not been disturbed. Christine was out of the car now, at Jane's side. Jane said, "They haven't found their way here yet."
"Why are we here?"
"Slight change of plan."
"We're going to stay here?"
"No, we're going to the airport to rent a car."
"Is something wrong with yours?"
"Yes, they saw it. I don't think they could have gotten the plate number. I certainly didn't have time to read theirs, but a white Volvo is a recognizable car. I'd rather be driving something else while they're looking for us. But we've got to be out of here before they realize we must have come back this way. Ready?"
"I guess so."
As they backed out of the driveway, Jane said, "Here's what's going to happen. I'll drive us to the airport. Watch closely how I get there from here. I'll get out, and you drive straight back here and wait for me." When they reached the departure level of the Buffalo-Niagara International Airport, Jane got out carrying her shoulder bag and watched Christine drive off. Then she hurried to the arrival level near the baggage claim and crossed the street to the car rental building. She took quick strides past the counters for Hertz, Enterprise, National, and Avis, and stopped at Descartes. She handed the woman behind the counter her Descartes card, American Express card, and North Carolina driver's license in the name Valerie Collins and said, "Hi, I'd like to rent a car." "What sort of car would you like?" said the woman. "Compact?" "A luxury sedan, something big and comfortable. We've got a Lincoln Town Car and a Chrysler 300. "What colors?" "The Chrysler is white and the Lincoln is dark gray." "I'll take the Lincoln." The woman put the key to the Chrysler away. She copied the driver's license number, ran Valerie Collins's American Express card through the reader, and handed them back to Jane. "You know where the lot is?" "No," Jane lied. "Through that door and downstairs." She handed Jane the key. "It's in space 19. "Thanks." Jane stepped away from the counter. She'd had a brief moment during the transaction when she stopped breathing, waiting for something to go wrong, even though she was sure it wouldn't. She knew the Valerie Collins cards wouldn't make any alarms go off, because she had grown the Valerie Collins identity during the days when she was still regularly taking fugitives out of the world. She had gone to North Carolina to buy the birth certificate, taken the tests for the driver's license, and opened a bank account to pay the credit card bills. From time to time she had added to the cover by buying things as Valerie Collins, giving to charities, joining organizations. The only part that could trip her up was a mistake in her manner that raised suspicion. She had been tempted to use a fake North Carolina accent until she heard the first words of the woman at the counter, who had a real Southern accent. Then Jane had been too brusque, as though she were angry. In the old days her actions were quick and sure. She was going to have to get back in practice before something went wrong. Her manner had to be flawless. Jane took the glass elevator down to the lower level, found the car in its numbered parking space, and drove to her house, thinking over everything she had done so far to keep Christine safe, searching for errors. After she was on the expressway for a mile, she caught herself driving too fast and forced herself to lift her foot from the gas pedal a bit, but it was difficult. The sun was well up now, and the second day had begun, and incredibly, they were still within 10 miles of the place where they had started running. Christine was waiting for her around the back of the house when Jane pulled in. The Volvo was already in the garage. Jane got out of the rental car, took the keys and the garage door opener from Christine, and put them in the house. Christine stood by the driver's side of the Lincoln, but Jane said, "I'll drive a bit longer. I know the area, so I can make better time." As Jane backed the big gray car out of the driveway and turned toward the throughway entrance, Christine said,
"This doesn't look like your kind of car."
"That's just what I wanted to hear. But it's big and comfortable and has a powerful engine, which are all good qualities for what we're doing. And it doesn't look at all like my Volvo." Jane drove off, rapidly gaining speed. She checked her mirrors every few seconds.
"What's the rest of your plan?"
"To drive far and fast," said Jane. "We're only a few miles from where we started, and by now it's possible they know we came back this way. Buffalo couldn't be more dangerous for you if it were on fire. We'll start on the south branch of the thruway and head along the lake toward Erie, Pennsylvania. Then either turn east toward Pittsburgh or west toward Cleveland. Is there anything about either place that makes it more dangerous for you?"
"No. In fact, I have an aunt and some cousins in Pittsburgh. It's my father's younger sister. Her husband was an incredible jerk. Big drinker, big cheater. But he died of a heart attack a few years ago. She's great, and so are the kids. We could probably stay with them."
"I'm afraid that wouldn't be a good idea. In fact, they're what I meant by something that makes the city more dangerous for you. Somebody who knows your name isn't Linda Wells."
"They'd never betray me."
Jane sighed. "I guess it's time for another lesson." Her eyes flicked to the mirrors, studying the cars behind her as she pulled onto the thruway. She passed a truck and returned to the right lane, then watched for a few seconds to see if any other car came around the truck.
"You sound sad. What's wrong?"
Jane glanced at her, then moved her eyes back to the road and kept them there. "When you came to me just after the bomb went off, I was hoping you were just a hysterical patient. When you told me Sharon had sent you, I knew you had to be more than that. Then I saw what was after you. You're going to have to learn everything at 70 miles an hour.
"What don't I know?"
That I'm the last resort. A person comes to me only when the possibility of living as the person he's always been is gone. I can show you the way to sink out of sight and come up again somewhere else as a new person. I can do it. But that doesn't mean you can. It isn't easy, and there are terrible sacrifices."
"Sacrifice? You're saying I have to sacrifice people? The few relatives I have left?"
"Yes, and your friends and your enemies. For quite a few runners I've taken out, the enemies are the hardest ones to give up. But if you go with me, there's no revenge, not even in small ways. No matter how wonderful you make your new life, no matter what you accomplish, you can never go back and show the people you hated. You can never say to your father's ex-wife, 'You treated me horribly, but now take a look at me, I've beaten you.'
Okay, I guess I can understand that. You think that if I do, she just might find a way to get me found or something. But honestly, I know who I can trust and exactly how far. My Aunt Mary and my cousins in Pittsburgh are just the best people. They wouldn't tell anyone where I was, and they certainly don't know anybody who knows Richard Beale.
You're not getting this. It's not that they'd do anything to hurt you. It's about hurting them. If we succeed completely in losing the people who are chasing you, the next thing they'll do is start working the most promising ways of picking up your trail again. If Richard Beale knows who your favorite relatives are, his people will find them and see if you're there. For a time, they'll watch the house. They'll probably examine the mail every day for a letter that might be from you. Maybe they'll plant microphones inside, tap the phone. If they believe that your aunt knows where you are, then your aunt will get a visit.
You're trying to scare me again.
Yes, said Jane, I am.
I know I'm a lot of trouble, but I'll try to be less. I know I'm not good at any of this, but I'm trying to learn as fast as I can. Scaring the shit out of me is just mean.
I'm sorry it seems that way, but the last thing you want to do is put the people you care about in the position of being the only ones who can tell a man like Richard Beale where you are. Christine sat in silence for a long time, staring out the car window across the fields at the trees gliding by as Jane drove hard toward the south. When Jane looked at her again, she was expecting to see tears, but Christine was dry-eyed and motionless. It's your father who's bothering you, isn't it? She nodded.
He's going to be in jail for about 6 more years. If he doesn't hear from me, I don't know what he'll think, what he'll feel. Nothing good.
As soon as you're settled in a safe place, I'll go and see him. If I can't get in, I'll write a letter to him that will tell him what he needs to know, but won't reveal anything else. I'll mail it someplace far from your city and far from my city. Then he'll feel glad that you're not in danger anymore.
Thanks. I'm not even sure how I feel about trying to see him anymore. I want him to know that I love him. But it's not just me anymore. I've got to do what I can to get my baby born.
I'm sure he'll understand that, and he'll agree that you're making the right decision.
He's got no choice. This is the only grandchild he's going to have.
Jane didn't remind her that the 2 half-siblings she had left with her former stepmother might have children. Christine could hardly have forgotten them. Jane supposed that Christine had already banished them from her mind the day she walked out of the house at the age of 16. She said, for now the best thing to do is stop thinking about the past and turn your attention to the decisions you have to make next.
What do I have left to decide?
We have a direction, but we still need a destination. Do you know where you'd like to live?
I guess Pittsburgh is out, and San Diego certainly is. I don't know. Some place where it's not cold in the winter. I can do heat, but I hate snow and ice. I don't know how to dress or drive or even walk without falling.
Maybe Florida, then, or the Atlantic coast as far up as South Carolina, or the southern part of Texas, Arizona, or Nevada.
I'll have to think about it. I've never been to any of those places, so I don't really know. They all sound okay to me.
Let's try another way, then. You're going to want to find a job of some kind. Is there anything new you'd like to try?
Even if there were, I don't have the experience or the education for anything but what I was doing for Richard.
What was that?
I was Richard's secretary. I was supposed to help with what he was doing.
Fine. He was selling real estate, right?
It wasn't just sales. We did property management and built some new housing. We did some land speculation, too, buying, holding for a while, and reselling. And we found underpriced houses, remodeled, and flipped them.
Did you enjoy it?
I liked to work. What I was doing was okay. I think if I had my choice, I'd like to be a teacher, but I never went to college.
You're going to be 21 years old, according to your ID. You've got plenty of time to get a degree part-time after the baby is born.
I can't get into a college. I'll be living under a false name with no high school diploma, transcripts, letters of recommendation, or anything.
I can help you with all that. I'll have some college transcripts cooked up to make you look as though you should be admitted as a transfer student.
What is this, magic?
No, it's lying. I know where I can get transcripts made. It's a 4-year college that existed for about 50 years in Tennessee, then went out of business in the late 80s. A man I know took over the name, changed the mailing address of the registrar's office to a P.O. box in the same city, and has everything forwarded. If someone calls or writes for verification of a degree or something, he's the one who answers. For a small fee, he supplies anything that's needed. He's still at it. I looked online recently and saw that Hillcliff College has a web page.
How can I possibly get away with that?
Any manufactured identity can be penetrated, but most aren't. All you have to do is behave in a way that makes everyone around you want you to succeed. You work hard. You're nice to people. The secret is to be the sort of person nobody wants to harm. Another part of that is to go slowly. You claim to be a 21-year-old girl who wants to be a student. Claim to be what you so obviously are, and nothing more.
That's it?
It's the start. You don't set off any suspicions, so nobody double-checks what you say. Then, day by day, you get to know people in a natural way. People in classes, at jobs, in your neighborhood. You're just a nice girl with a cute little baby who's trying to qualify as a teacher. Your story doesn't threaten anybody, and it's not the kind of thing that confidence women make up. They're always the daughters of billionaires or runaway rock stars that nobody ever heard of because they're from Brazil.
I'm pregnant and I'm not married.
Is that a big deal to you?
Yes. It makes me feel like people think I'm a slut.
It's been a long time since anybody actually thought that way. At least a generation. But if it makes you uncomfortable, let's fix that too.
Fix it?
You're in the process of getting a divorce. That way you can wear a wedding ring during the rest of your pregnancy. You won't feel as though anybody thinks of you as an unwed mother. Later, when you're ready to date, you take the ring off and the divorce is final. If you tell people the divorce story during those months, they'll not only believe it, but later on they'll be under the impression that they saw it happen.
You've done all this before?
Many times.
And it works?
It always has. Jane checked the mirrors again, then nudged her speed up a little. Her manner had conveyed a confidence she didn't feel. It had been more than 5 years since she had taught a person to run. Since then, 1,000 obstacles must have been invented to keep people from changing identities, and she knew about only a few of them. Right now, the thing she was doing to make Christine safe might be killing them both. Chapter 7. At 10 in the morning, when they were a few miles south of Buffalo in Hamburg, Jane pulled off the highway and stopped in the big parking lot of the McKinley Mall, across from the Wegmans grocery store. Are you ready to drive?
Sure,
said Christine.
I slept really well on that last stretch.
I know. They got out of the car and traded seats. When Christine sat behind the wheel, she adjusted the mirrors and the seat to her shorter stature, started the engine, and looked around her twice before she put the car in gear and let it glide forward up an aisle toward the exit from the lot. To Jane, her behavior was a promising sign. Jane had stayed alive this long by observing people minutely, how they carried themselves, where they looked when they walked into unfamiliar buildings, where they chose to sit in movie theaters. The way they drove a car was a huge indicator. It warned her if they were stupid, crazy, careless, or selfish. She pretended to relax and adjusted the passenger seat so it leaned back, turned her face slightly away from Christine, and closed her left eye. She was asleep as a napping cat is asleep, eyes barely closed and muscles ready to react in an instant. Christine drove with a tentative quality at first, holding the wheel tightly with both hands and readjusting the mirrors once more. Jane waited and watched the window to her right, judged the speed of acceleration, and felt the deceleration when Christine applied the brakes. Jane opened her eyes while Christine got out on the main highway and watched her test the car's power on the thruway, take a space in the right lane and stay there for a time until she needed to get around a slow truck, then pull back in. She performed those operations with confidence and assurance. She was not an aggressive driver or a timid one. When the car crossed over into the Cattaraugus Reservation, Jane watched the familiar landmarks pass. Mile Strip Road, then Irving-Gowanda Road, and then Cattaraugus Creek and the ponds just past it. Jane closed both eyes. Christine was all right. She might not turn out to be a hero or a genius, but she was a good driver. A person who could be trusted to maneuver a metal and glass box containing one's fragile bones and tender flesh down a highway at a mile a minute was a valuable ally. In a moment, Jane began to dream. It was night, but she was not feeling safe enough to sleep. She was in her compartment in a longhouse that belonged to the women of the Wolf clan, but her husband was somewhere else, out in the forest with a party of warriors, going south along the crests of the mountains to fight. There were always men out in the endless woods. So many men were killed in the fighting that more men had to be sent out to find captives to bring home and adopt to take the places of the dead. There was shouting. She wanted to find out what it was, but couldn't get her muscles to respond. Someone threw back the hide that covered the doorway, and she could see bright orange flames outside. There were dark silhouettes crossing the doorway, footsteps thudding on the packed earth outside the longhouse. There were sounds of fighting. Then she saw fire 50 paces down the longhouse wall, licking up the elm bark wall on the inner side, beginning to reach the support laths. She rolled off the platform to the pounded earth floor and stood. She looked around her and saw the shapes of 2 children in the compartment across the hearth from hers, her cousin's children, a boy and a girl. "Where's your mother?" They said nothing, so she said, "Come on, come with me." They both came to her and clung to her legs, but she took their hands and said, "There are men out there who want to kill us. We're going out, and we're going to run for the forest and go as hard and as far as we can. If one of us gets caught, keep running. There won't be any reason to look back." She moved to the western doorway, opened the flap only slightly, so the light from inside would not show, and peered out. There were many people running, women and children. The men all seemed to be enemies, all dashing from one longhouse to the next with torches, or chasing fleeing people and bludgeoning them to the ground with swings of their war clubs. Jane couldn't tell by looking at the dark silhouettes who the attackers were. There was only a shine of reflected firelight on glistening skin, a flash of red or yellow or black paint across a face, scalp locks and feathers. She watched them for a few moments, then whispered, "It's time." She pulled the 2 children out with her, timed her run to pass one of the raiders from behind before the next one could appear. She was a very fast runner, her long, strong legs dashing for the dark ring of palisades that surrounded the village. Right away she saw that the children weren't going to be fast enough. The flames from burning longhouses were rising higher now, and they would be seen. She knelt and said to the boy, "On my back." When he had climbed up and clung to her neck, she scooped up the girl and said, "Hold tight." The vertical logs were set in place so they formed a spiral, leaving a narrow corridor as a portal. She stood and ran toward the gap in the stockade. As she ran, she heard terrible shrieks, some of them cries of final agony and others of wild exhilaration and joy. She could see the gap in the row of tall, sharpened tree trunks now. It was the opening she had used each day to go out into the fields. She ran hard for it. She knew that by now there must be enemy warriors who had seen her in the light of the fires, and as though her thought drew it, she heard an arrow flit past her ear. She tried bending lower, and almost stumbled under the weight of the children, then regained her footing and ran hard. She sensed that enough time had passed now for a bowman to nock an arrow and draw the bow, so she abruptly dodged to the left. The arrow flew past her right arm into the ground ahead of her. As she passed it, she tugged it out of the earth and clutched it as she ran. The gap was close. She ran into the space made by the overlapping palisades and saw the man blocking the passage. His face was painted red below the mouth and black above, so he seemed in the dim light to be headless. He lunged toward her in the narrow space, his arms out to reach around her and the two children, but Jane thrust the head of the arrow toward his abdomen just below the sternum. As she pushed the arrow upward with all her strength, she felt her right arm jerk forward against nothing, and she was awake. She was in a car, the rented car. She could feel the mild vibration of the car over the road, feel the artificial unchanging breath of the air conditioning on her face. She sat up.
Good afternoon.
Jane looked and remembered Christine. "Hi," she said.
You were having a nightmare, weren't you?
I don't think of them as nightmares.
Your legs started twitching. We had a dog who used to do that in his sleep, like he was running.
Jane sat up straight, looked at the road, then flipped down the sun visor and opened the flap in the back to reveal the makeup mirror. Her eyes looked a bit puffy, but her hair hung straight as usual. I guess the dog and I must have the same dreams. She looked out to her right, searching for landmarks. What was the last town you passed?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Good, said Jane. You've made good progress. Want me to drive?
To tell you the truth, I was just beginning to think about waking you up. I'd like to stop someplace soon.
Jane looked at her watch. It was still the fancy dress watch with the tiny face and the diamonds. I forgot to take this thing off after the benefit, and now I'm stuck with it. I guess it says 1:30. She stared out the window again. I think the next place that's right for your purposes is a little restaurant called Dill's. It's on the lake shore right around here. I recognize where we are. Take the next exit.
You know this route that well?
I've driven it plenty of times. Even before the security at airports got serious, it wasn't always a good idea to take a plane. There were always too many people who got a chance to see your face, too many times when you had to give a false name. And when you get on an airplane, there's not much you can do about who gets on with you. So I've always tried to use the highways when there was time. Turn right up here. Now keep going straight. There'll be a big sign on the left that says Dill's. The parking lot is next to it. Christine said,
This is going to be the best place around here?
Best for us.
For us?
Two women driving west, one of whom is being hunted. Picking where you're willing to stop is a good skill to learn. Find places that cater to people who look just like you if you can. You don't want to stand out any more than you have to. Dill's is a place where local people go, which means the food is dull but safe. It's too far from the main highways to get much of the passing traffic. The restrooms are very clean. That's a big sign. It means that there's somebody in charge who cares about the business. If something seems to be threatening to one of his customers, meaning you, he's going to try to help. Christine found the restaurant and drove into the parking lot. Jane said, Park between those two big SUVs. They hide the car from the road. She maneuvered the car into the space Jane had indicated, and Jane said, Now, before you turn off the engine, look around. Is there somebody visible who seems to be watching every car that arrives, or has a particular interest in us?
Not that I can see.
Good. Anything else that feels odd?
I don't think so. Does what I feel matter?
Absolutely. Your fear is the best thing you have right now. Use it. Listen to it. Always give yourself a few seconds to let those feelings come to you. If you feel things aren't right, then they aren't. How does it feel here?
Comfortable. Easy,
said Christine.
It reminds me of the places my dad used to take my mother and me when I was little.
The reasons your father picked a place like this are complicated, but they're essentially the same. He wasn't going to take a woman and a child into a place that wasn't safe or where they'd feel conspicuous. Now, what if you and I are both wrong about this place? Or what if things change quickly? If you know in advance what you plan to do, then you'll be able to do it efficiently. If the four come, Can they block the exit?
Not really. If they tried, I can drive over the lawn to the street in a second.
Heading where?
I'd take any direction that was clear, but I think I'd try to go that way if I had a choice.
She pointed to the right. What's there?
If you make a right turn, you're hardly ever held up waiting to do it, and I think that's the way to the center of town. There'll be people, maybe a police station.
That is the way downtown. Very good. They got out of the car and walked to the front entrance of the restaurant. When we get inside, read the place and the people for me. They went in, and a plump, middle-aged waitress with red hair and smile lines around her eyes and mouth stepped up to them, taking long strides in rubber-soled shoes. She pulled 2 menus out of a rack near the door and said, "This way, ladies." She stopped at a table near the side windows of the restaurant and said, "This okay?" Jane looked at Christine.
"Sure,"
said Christine. They sat down and watched the waitress disappear, and then Jane said, "Tell me, what do I need to know about this place?"
"I don't see any scary people. They all look like my aunts and uncles. The exits are through the back of the room by the restrooms and the front."
"Where else?"
"That's it."
"No, it isn't. If you go through the kitchen, you'll see a back door. They have to have a back way for deliveries and to take out the garbage. Even if you don't see it, you know there is one." Christine looked at her closely.
"You did have a nightmare, didn't you?"
"It was a reminder. I've got to give you everything I can as quickly as possible. From now on, you've got to be careful every second. There aren't any decisions that don't matter. One choice makes you safer and the other makes you less safe. If you can tell which is which, your chances go way up. You have to get out of certain habits. Pretty young girls are taught to enjoy being noticed and, if possible, remembered. Beginning now, you want to be overlooked and forgotten.
"It's going to get harder as I get bigger and bigger."
When the baby comes, the attention will end. Babies are all adorable and interesting. People's eyes are drawn to them, and they can't stare at both of you easily. Men in particular will stop looking at you. Their motives are pretty predictable, and when they see a baby, it will trip a switch that says you're not available for what they have in mind, so their eyes will move on. At this stage, all you need to think about are 3 things. Is this place safe? How do I keep from being noticed? How do I keep from leaving tracks?
"Leaving tracks?"
Everywhere a person goes, he leaves a trail. People see him. He has to pay for food, clothing, and shelter. At the moment, I don't think the 4 know where you are because we put a break in the trail. The longer you can stay invisible, the harder it will be to pick you up again. If you do everything right, it will be nearly impossible. You don't use any name if you can help it. Travel at night, pay cash for everything you can. A few other customers came in and sat nearby, so Jane and Christine ordered lunch and ate in near silence, talking only occasionally in quiet tones about the weather, the traffic, and the restaurant. Then Jane paid in cash for their food, and in moments she had steered the car back onto the road again.
"Tell me about your dream,"
said Christine. Jane kept her eyes on the road. "When I'm doing this, taking a runner out, I suppose I'm agitated. I have lots of dreams."
"Sharon told me that dreams are part of your religion."
Jane glanced at her. "Yours too."
"I suppose so,"
said Christine.
"But Sharon told me you took them seriously."
"I do."
"Are you religious?"
"No," Jane said. "I'd say that I'm a pretty staunch atheist until it gets dark. Then I'm not so sure. How about you?"
"My mother raised me to be a devout person, but she died when I was 7, and that was the end of it. I sort of forgot about the whole thing. Maybe I'll go back to church when the baby is born." "What do your dreams tell you?"
If you're a religious Seneca, you believe a dream is either advice from a spirit guide, a supernatural being who cares about you, or your soul's way of expressing a wish or a need.
"Have you had any that might be messages?"
I think that mine tend to be a guide telling me something I need to know, only the guide is my own brain.
Huh?
When important things are happening, events sometimes move too fast for us to evaluate everything we see or hear. Later on, when we dream, our minds seem to point out to us things we didn't pay enough attention to while we were awake, or maybe didn't interpret right. Something can be tickling the backs of our minds, and the dream is our chance to look at it in a different way.
So what did your last dream tell you?
That I need to pay attention.
Where are we going?
West.
Because of your dream?
Because the last time I saw the four, they were going east. Chapter 8. Jane drove for 3 hours and then let Christine drive again. They moved in the afternoon across the flat plain left by the receding prehistoric Great Lakes. They passed signs for Youngstown and Cleveland, Akron and Toledo. Soon the signs advised them of the distances to Detroit and Chicago. Christine said,
"Are we headed for Chicago?"
"No, we're going to keep moving west a bit longer. And stopping in big cities is a lot of time and work. You have to fight traffic all the way in, and find a room in a place you think might be safe, but don't really know. Even expensive hotels can fool you, because they're in the center of things, and certain criminals like that. The room will cost twice as much as it should. Then you have to find your way out in the morning rush hour."
"So where do we stop?"
"Suburbs or smaller towns along the way. The chain hotels near airports can be good because they're generally on big highways, and they're cheap, quick, and anonymous. They're full of business travelers who check in late one day and head out early the next. They have restaurants, so you don't have to show yourself outside." Christine looked apprehensive.
"Are you trying to tell me that big cities are out? That from now on I'll never be able to live in a real city?"
"Not at all. Probably you'll end up in one, or near one. That's where the jobs are, and most of the universities that will offer what you want to learn. It's where the big hospitals are, which for the next few months you'll need. And big cities are easy places to hide."
"But which one?"
"Right now we need to find a place to simply put you for about 4 months. You'll live under the name Linda Wells."
4 months? But what am I doing?
"As little as possible."
I don't understand you."
"You're pregnant. You'll take care of yourself. Eat right. Get the sort of moderate exercise your doctor should have told you about. Get a full 8 hours of sleep at night. We'll buy you a few of the better child care books, and you'll read them. You'll make lists of the things you'll need to buy for the baby: clothes, diapers, crib, changing table, toys, blankets. The more of that you do ahead of time, the less you'll have to do later."
"That's it?"
Jane looked at her thoughtfully and kept driving. "You've been out of their sight for less than 24 hours, but we've created a break in your trail. Remember, the bigger we can make the break, the longer you haven't been seen or heard from, the harder you'll be to find. While you're spending your time taking care of your health and your babies, what are the 4 hunters doing?"
"How should I know?"
"They're searching for you. They won't have any idea where you are, so they'll be working very hard, trying everything at once to pick up any hint of your location or even your direction. That's one of the ways that we'll slowly manipulate the odds in your favor."
"Against those people? It doesn't sound as though the odds ever go in my favor."
"It depends on how you think about it. Every day that you're free and healthy, we're wasting their time, tiring them out. We'll get you into a comfortable, safe place. Then, every time it rains, I want you to think of them standing outside in the cold and wet, watching some hotel entrance 1,000 miles from you. While you're sleeping, they're sitting in a car in an airport parking lot watching for you to step off a shuttle bus. Every day will make them more tired and frustrated. And eventually Richard will run out of money or patience and stop paying them. Then your odds go way up." Christine thought about it for a few seconds.
"I guess I'd like that to be true. I'll try to think of it that way."
She paused.
"Most of the time I felt the opposite way. Every day I'm getting bigger and heavier and slower. A lot of the time I don't feel so great.
That's just for now. We'll use the time keeping you invisible and preparing for the next stage. After the baby is born, you'll be ready to be a new person.
2 people.
Right, Jane said. The main thing is not to allow yourself to feel defeated. You're already having a lot of hormonal changes, and there will be others later that might make your head spin. So we'll give you specific practical things to work on that will help.
You seem to know a lot about this, pregnancy and everything.
I've thought about it a lot.
But you don't have kids.
No. You don't always get what you want.
Maybe you will.
Maybe, said Jane. But you're the one we've got to get through it right now. Jane had been feeling more and more deprived as they talked about babies, but now the feeling had grown into a painful emptiness, and she wanted it to end. She had admitted she wanted a baby, and it was obvious that she didn't have one. What else was going to be required of her? Christine was quiet for a time. Then she said,
Jane?
What?
When it happens, do you think you could be there?
Be there? At the hospital?
In the delivery room. At least at the hospital, though. It's just that being there, doing this alone, with nobody around who even knows who I am or cares about me, it just scares me so much. No, I'm sorry. I guess it's too much. I'm sorry.
I understand. I'll try to be there when it happens. There are all sorts of practical reasons for me to be with you then, and for at least a few weeks afterward. I'm a pro at dealing with doctors, and I'm pretty good with babies, too.
How did you learn?
Jane hid her emotions and spoke about it as though she were speaking about someone else, some future Jane who could look back on this and feel no sadness. When I was a teenager, I used to babysit a lot. I was an only child, so babies were great fun to me. Then when I grew up, I married a surgeon. I wanted to be the best wife the world has ever known, so I had to find volunteer work I could do at the hospital. There are hierarchies to volunteer organizations. You can't just pop in one afternoon and announce you're going to be chair of some important committee. You have to find things to do, help out where you can until people get to know you. Since I knew babies, I started out volunteering to hold the babies who needed it, preemies and drug babies mostly. I would come in and read to the toddlers and watch them in the playroom. I also spent a lot of time doing fundraising mailings. It made me a world-class envelope stuffer. But I'm still better with babies.
Will you teach me?
Jane hesitated. Sure. I'll tell you everything I can in advance, and then show you when the time comes. And as I said, the books can be useful. If you do your homework ahead of time, you probably won't find yourself at 3 a.m. holding a screaming baby in one hand, trying to find the page about colic with the other.
It's intimidating, but it sounds so, I don't know, normal. Colic is a regular problem that other people have to think about, too. It's just as though everything is okay.
Things are going to be okay. We're going to make them okay.
When I used to think about this, I always thought I'd be a little older, and that Richard would be there with me. We would figure everything out together.
Of course.
I always thought. That's stupid, isn't it?
No, it isn't. The most common mistake that women make is sleeping with the wrong man. And most of the time the men aren't even trying to hide what they're really like.
Have you?
Jane hesitated, then relented. Yes, but I'll leave it at that. No details. Early in the evening, Jane said, "We'll be near Madison, Wisconsin, in about an hour. That ought to be a good place to spend the night."
"I'm ready,"
said Christine.
"I feel as though we've been driving forever."
"It's been over 600 miles since we left Buffalo." They watched for signs, then came off Interstate 90 and took smaller roads toward Madison, but stopped outside the city at a tall, monolithic white building that Jane judged to be the right kind of hotel. Christine said,
"I hope they have a room for us."
"They will. It's already evening, and the parking lot is just over half full. We're not near the airport, and there isn't any congestion here, so people probably don't take taxis.
You're so conscious of everything. You think about everything ahead of time.
You will, too. You're already learning. Remember what I told you. Look for signs that the place is safe before you even turn off your engine. Most people leave their cars with the valet, or at least near the main entrance, while they check in. We'll leave the car around the side where it's less conspicuous. They got out and walked toward the front of the hotel. Christine glanced over her shoulder at the car.
It doesn't look conspicuous. It's just a big dark gray car.
With New York plates.
Oh, yeah,
Christine said.
I suppose if they were right behind us, they'd start looking for a car with New York plates, wouldn't they? But I'm supposed to be looking for exits. The big one in front. One along the side of the building. That's probably at the end of a hallway with rooms. One in the back at least.
Good. There could be half a dozen. The good thing about hotels is that there are always lots of exits. The bad thing is that there are also entrances. If the 4 were right behind us, they would want to enter the hotel unobtrusively and take you out by one of the side exits.
If they were right behind us. You keep saying that. Do you really think they could be?
Jane shook her head. I doubt it. I've been watching the road behind us since we left Buffalo, and I've seen nothing that worried me. I don't know where they are, so I don't stop looking. All the time, no matter what we're doing or where we are, I try to ask myself all the what-if questions. I want you to do that too. Make it a habit. Look at everything the way you would if you thought they might be here in 5 minutes. What would you look for?
Hiding places. Ways out of the building that they won't notice right away. People who might help us.
Good. Now let me add a couple of things. They seem to be trying to take you rather than kill you. That means they have to trap you. Look for anything you might use to break out of a trap. Sometimes there are valet parking attendants who take your car when you arrive and bring it back when you leave. As you go by them, watch to see where they put the keys. A lot of the time it's just a box with hooks in it. During slow times, there's often one guy on duty, and when he runs to get a car, there's nobody.
You're telling me to steal a car?
You'd take it just long enough to get out of here, and ditch it before anybody really knows enough to call the cops. The other thing to look for is a weapon. Obviously, the car is the best one.
I remember.
There are always others. They're often better than a weapon concealed on you because once you notice them, they're in plain sight where you can simply pick them up and use them without carrying them around.
What kind?
Suppose you're in the dining room at the buffet. There are steak knives and big sharp forks. There are coffee pots and soup kettles and servers full of hot liquids. A gallon of coffee won't kill anybody, but it could send him to the hospital. Around the building there will be gardeners with pruning shears, shovels, and rakes. Inside there are often handymen with hammers, linoleum knives, heavy wrenches. In the bar you can break off a bottle and kill somebody with it. The point isn't to make a list. It's to walk through the world with your eyes open. You'll see danger ahead of time, and you'll see ways to escape. They entered the lobby, and Christine waited while Jane went to the desk and registered with a credit card in the name of Carol Stevens. The transaction was uneventful, as Jane had known it would be. The 5 years since she had used any of her homegrown identities for anything risky had added depth to them. She met Christine at the elevator and punched the 3 button.
Why the 3rd floor? Did you pick it?
Yes. Normally I like to be a bit higher up if I'm trying to be invisible. But the people we're worried about wouldn't hesitate to set something off to smoke us out or cause a distraction. Hotels are a nasty place to be if there's a fire, and no fire department in the world has a ladder that reaches above the 5th floor.
But they don't know where we are.
In the town where I live, there hasn't been anyone who came to find me in 5 years, and there hasn't been a murder in at least 7. Every night I lock all the doors and set the alarm. Then I make sure the shotgun is where I left it, loaded with the safety on.
Am I going to have to do all that?
Not the same things. You'll take other precautions that fit your situation. The point is to take every one that's available. The elevator doors opened, and Christine noticed that Jane was holding her suitcase differently, resting it comfortably on her hip and gripping it in both hands. Christine could see it protected her torso, and she could throw it if she wanted to. She leaned forward to look to the left and right in the hall before she stepped out, carrying the suitcase by its handle. The room was a suite at the far end of the hall. Jane unlocked the door and looked around before she moved inward to admit Christine. Christine went to the farther double bed, near the window.
What a nice room. I'm so glad to be here. I feel like we've been traveling for weeks.
Jane stood at the side of the window and opened the curtain a couple of inches. I see a better place to put the car. Lock everything, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. She walked out, and Christine closed the door, bolted it, and put the chain in its slot. She went to the window and looked out. After another minute, she saw Jane drive the dark gray town car around the building. There was only a single line of spaces, most of which were filled. Christine could see there were signs in front of the first 6 spaces. She guessed that they were reserved for people who worked at the hotel, but the rest of the spaces were unmarked. Jane pulled into one of them, got out, and went to a door in the side of the building. Christine let the curtain swing closed again, went to the door, and looked out through the peephole at the empty hallway. From this room she could see all the way up the hall to the elevators. She watched for Jane, but she was startled when Jane suddenly slid into view right in front of the peephole and reached up to knock. Christine opened the door, then closed it behind Jane and engaged the locks again.
Where did you come from?
Just now? The stairs. This is just like any other place we've stopped. You look for entrances and exits, and then if you can, you try a couple.
Is that the best way out?
Probably, if we have to leave in a hurry. Parking there will also give us the chance to check on the car once in a while. If someone is watching it or getting in position to block it in, we'll be able to see. She paused. Would you like a nap before dinner?
I think so, if it's okay.
Sure. I'm going to go take a look around the hotel. Lock up again, okay?
Okay.
When you lock everything from inside, my key won't work, so you'll have to let me in again. But don't open the door unless you can look through the peephole and see me. Christine locked the door behind her, and then lay on the bed by the window and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. She woke to the sound of Jane's knock. It was sharp and insistent, and Christine had an indistinct memory of a quieter, more tentative knock that had not seemed quite real. When she opened the door, Jane came in carrying a rubberized canvas tote bag. "Sorry to wake you," said Jane.
Your hair is wet. Did you go swimming?
Yes. She opened her bag, held up a black nylon swimming suit, and hung it on the towel rack in the bathroom. I bought the suit and goggles and some shorts at the gift shop. I went to the gym, and after that I got into the pool. They're always over-chlorinated, so my new black suit will probably be gray, but a swim always feels good.
I admire you. Even before I was pregnant, I wouldn't have done that.
Later on, after the baby, you should try to get into the habit. Do it while you're young. It gives you energy, fights off depression, keeps you healthy. Part of beating these people is making a life that works.
I don't find it easy to think that far ahead right now.
Then don't, said Jane. Keep your mind on today and we'll do just fine. Let's go have dinner. The next morning they checked out of the hotel at 9, drove out on Interstate 90 and switched to 94. They were in St. Paul in the middle of the afternoon and then crossed over into Minneapolis. After a few minutes, Christine said,
Wow, this is so beautiful, so green. I love all the little lakes right in town.
I was thinking of this as a place to stop. What would you think of spending the next 3 or 4 months here?
I don't know. Doesn't it get awfully cold?
Colder than you can imagine. But from now until September, you're more likely to complain because it's hot and humid. The idea is to be someplace where nobody expects you to be, and there are good doctors and hospitals during your pregnancy. Your due date is in September, right? We could leave here a few weeks after that, before winter sets in.
Do you know the city?
Pretty well. I would sometimes stop here because a man who lived here used to sell me things.
Like the one in New York?
This one was different. He was a fixer, a go-between. He knew people who would supply forged papers, but also cars with several sets of plates, or guns, or whatever else someone would pay for. You would come to him and he would go to them.
Is he still here?
No. He wasn't selective about the people he would deal with. Some of the people who came to him were pretty scary, so he lived in a big old house on a hill overlooking a nice little park with a lake on it, and had bodyguards living with him who were even scarier than the customers. One of them killed him.
That's awful.
I can't say I was surprised. If you pay people to be willing to kill, then you're surrounded by people who are willing to kill for money. You have money. It's a built-in problem. But don't worry, he and his bodyguards have been gone for years.
Are there a lot of people like that here?
There aren't a lot like that anywhere. One reason he set up his business here was that there wasn't a lot of crime. It kept him safe. It made his customers, some of whom were carrying a lot of cash, safe and drew very little attention. And, as I said, they're all long gone.
Is this where you would stay if it were you?
The right place for you depends on lots of things. Settling in an apartment in a quiet neighborhood anywhere is better than being on the run. Minneapolis is a place you've never been to before, right?
Yes.
And it's not the sort of place a San Diego girl usually would pick, because it sounds alien to people from Southern California.
But is it the place you'd pick for yourself?
Probably not. I've been here too often. And it's not as much of a stretch of the imagination to see me living happily in a cold place. I've lived in this latitude, and I've seen winters. I can't say what city is best for you, but I know this won't be the first place they'd look.
I'll stay here.
Jane found them a hotel in Minneapolis. It wasn't as luxurious as the one in Madison, but it was a big hotel that was part of a chain, and it was comfortable. When the desk clerk asked how long they'd be staying, Jane said, 5 days. He said, "Tonight through," and Jane answered, "Monday the 1st. We'll check out on the 2nd." She bought a newspaper on the way to their hotel room. When they were in the new room, Jane took out the classified section and began circling the ads for apartments. Christine stood behind her for a few seconds, looking over her shoulder.
Jane? Those are all expensive. I never had very much money, and I spent a lot of what I had just finding my way to get to you in Buffalo. I have to get a cheap one I can pay for when I find a job.
Jane didn't look up. Don't think about that.
But I have to.
Surely you must realize that when people come to me, most of them haven't had time to plan ahead and save up for the trip. Some don't have time to pack, and some don't even have time to dress.
Like me.
Like you. I'll get you what you need.
How do I pay you back? And what about your fee?
Jane closed the section of newspaper and looked into Christine's eyes. I don't charge a fee for helping someone who's in mortal danger, or for anything else. I'm doing this for the reasons I've always done it, because it's what you need and because I can. When I think you're safe, I'll go home. I won't communicate with you again, and you should forget about me, unless you think you've been found.
Can't I send you something later? I want to.
No. Sending me anything would only give your enemies one extra chance to trace you, and endanger me too. When I started doing this, sometimes people I had helped sent me presents, birth certificates, guns, money, mostly money. In a few cases, it was a lot of money. I never used much of it, so it grew. So now the fund I've always kept for travel has grown big enough to make me uncomfortable. You're my last runner. I won't be needing it for somebody who shows up at my door next week.
Then what can I do for you?
Jane shrugged. You've come along too late for that. There's not much that you can do that will help me. I would like you to concentrate for the moment on being safe and having a nice life. That would mean my effort didn't go to waste. Then someday, do something for somebody else.
You mean some innocent victim? That's who you've helped, right?
Not everyone who wants to disappear is a victim, and very few are innocent. All I can say is none of them deserve to die. She opened the classified ads again to signify that the topic was closed. She didn't have enough patience to try to explain to Christine the proper way to think about money. Among the old people, a person's status had never been determined by how much wealth he could accumulate, but how much he brought back to give away. The way that the first white visitors learned to identify the most powerful Seneca leaders was to look for the men who seemed to be poorest. Christine whispered,
"Damn."
She got up and began to walk toward the bathroom. "What's wrong?" Before she closed the door, she said,
"Morning sickness. And this time it's not even morning."
Chapter 9. Linda Wells moved into one of the 2 front apartments on the 2nd floor of a nearly new building that had 8 units. Christine was now getting used to calling herself Linda Wells because she'd had to use the name so many times. Jane had needed to take her to a bank to open an account before she could write a check for the security deposit and 2 months' rent. Jane presented herself as Linda's sister, who was helping her get settled. The bank gave Linda a debit card and a pile of brochures about mortgages, car loans, and other services. They bought a few pieces of furniture and a television set and arranged to have them delivered on the 1st of the month. Jane was very patient as Linda chose pictures, rugs, sheets and blankets, and other furnishings because she knew that those things would help make the apartment feel good to her. Jane had done all of this many times before, and she allocated days for each of the tasks they had to complete. There was one day to find a car for Linda. Jane picked out a 4-year-old Volkswagen Passat station wagon. "This is just about right. You don't want a new car. The people who are looking for you will expect a rental, and they're all new. This has the look of something you've been driving a while, which is good. We'll take it to a glass shop and have the side windows tinted a bit so you're hard to see from outside." There was another day to shop at the Mall of America for clothes and incidentals for Linda and the baby. That was harder for Jane, but she was careful to keep it from Linda. Jane made sure that the pregnancy clothes would be big enough for the final months. She also made sure that Linda picked out fashionable clothes that would fit after the baby was born. If Linda could keep herself optimistic and cheerful, she would have a better chance. They spent another morning finding baby furniture and accessories, and an afternoon assembling the crib and the changing table in the spare bedroom of the new apartment. In the evening, Jane came out of the spare room with a bag.
"What's in the bag?"
"Women's magazines."
"That's nice."
"It's another chore. I want you to look at the pictures of models in these. You want a hairstyle that's different from the one you have now. Pick one out. When you've done one, we're going to take the magazines with us to a good stylist and get your hair done."
"Do you really think that's necessary?"
"Any change is helpful. I know they got photographs of you from Richard Beale. We don't want them to be able to show the pictures to people, say, 'Have you seen this girl?' and find you. Anything you can do that will make you different from the girl you were could save you. Normally I would want you to dye your hair, too, but I'm not sure the chemicals are a good idea for a pregnant woman. Pick a style you like, or you won't be able to stand it for long."
"Okay."
Linda took the magazines and began to look through them. After a few minutes of browsing, she said,
"This is actually sort of fun. What will Linda Wells look like? A hippo, of course, but maybe a stunning hippo."
"Not stunning, please. Elegant, stylish, cute, or fetching. The hippo thing only lasts a couple of months, and then it's back to gazelle. And one more thing. Do you have perfect vision?"
"It's my one perfect feature."
"Then while we're out tomorrow, we'll get you some nice glasses. You'll want a pair of sunglasses that are big and dark to change the shape of your face when you're out. We'll need a second pair with a lighter shade, probably brownish. You'll also want some that are clear so you can wear them in places like movie theaters and grocery stores."
Ugh.
I'm giving you the means to be safe. When I'm gone, you'll decide which ones you can tolerate in which situations.
Are you getting sick of me?
Not yet, said Jane. You're actually growing on me.
Very funny.
That's another thing. We've got to start shopping for an OB/GYN for you. We need one who works out of a hospital in this part of town.
I could call the office of my doctor in San Diego and ask him for a referral.
Jane looked at her, shocked. She was so young. Bad idea. Before we do this, we'd better do some preparing. First, we have to get you some new health insurance as Linda Wells. You're young enough, so we can probably say you haven't had a job with health benefits yet, and that this is your first policy. Then we'll go for your first checkup.
Why can't I call my doctor in San Diego? I just ask for a name.
Any time you get in touch with anybody from your past life, you give the hunters another way to find you. You can't ask for doctors in Minneapolis without someone making a note on your file that you moved to Minneapolis. Nothing that happens in a doctor's office is supposed to be public information, but there are a million ways to get it. No place where there are physical files or computer records is safe from people who are willing to break in.
They don't know the name of my doctor in San Diego. While I was there, I never told anybody but Sharon I was pregnant.
But Richard knows. Even if some doctor's bills haven't come to your house by now, Richard is your employer. I'm sure he can get the insurance company to list the payments they've made to doctors and figure out which ones are yours. It's likely that his people have already begun to check your medical records. They'll be waiting for you to go to another doctor somewhere. Let me handle this part. I'll get started on it today with the insurance. That afternoon, Jane made a telephone call and arranged to add an employee named Linda Wells to a group health insurance contract for one of the imaginary companies she had incorporated years before. When she had first started giving runners new identities, she had found it useful to create corporations that could produce work histories and references for them. After that, she had found more and more uses for the shadow companies. She could make purchases with a certain amount of anonymity just by reciting account numbers over a telephone. After the insurance was arranged, she began the search for a doctor to oversee Linda Wells's pregnancy and deliver the baby. While Jane concentrated on getting Linda Wells settled, she instituted new routines. Every morning Jane got up early, put on a sweatshirt, shorts, and running shoes, and went for a run before the sun came up. She would begin by running the streets and parking lots of the apartment complex. During the first 2 mornings, she memorized the cars that belonged to the tenants along the nearby streets, and each morning after that, as she ran, she watched for ones that didn't belong. When she had been through the complex, she ran along the street beyond the entrance, and then returned to Linda Wells's apartment. She stood barefoot on the carpet in the spare room and went through the ordered poses of Tai Chi. One morning, Linda was up early enough to watch her.
That's Tai Chi, right? They're all animals, aren't they?
They're stances that each animal uses when it fights.
Why do you do it?
It makes me feel good. It keeps me flexible, improves my balance and coordination. Jane smiled. It makes me easier to get along with. I can start teaching you a little if you want.
Not today,
Linda said.
Where did you learn to fight?
By fighting.
Before that, you've had training.
I learned Tai Chi in a class about 20 years ago. I've been running since I was a kid. I was on the track team. But I wanted something different that kept me flexible and strengthened my upper body. Later on, I took a man out of the world who happened to be a black belt in Aikido. He was being hunted hard, so I had to stay with him for several months to make him safe and teach him how to be the person he was going to be. You're a young girl, so you don't have to account for much time. Most people you meet will just assume you've been in school from the time you were 5 until now. It's much harder for a middle-aged man. He has to account for 20 or 30 years of history beyond that. Jobs, wives, hobbies, friends and relatives, education, experiences. That's tricky. He has to account for what he knows, but also pretend he doesn't know certain things, or people will figure out where he must have come from. We used to have long talks. I would ask him to tell me stories about his imaginary life, and I'd try to pick holes in them. When we got tired of that, he would teach me Aikido for 5 or 6 hours a day.
You must have done more than that. I saw you fight.
Not exactly. You saw me not fight. This is fighting. She pretended to deliver a series of punches and kicks that were so fast that Linda could barely follow the movements. That's karate, of course. That's called a kata, and it's a set routine you can go into in a certain situation. You work on a kata until you can do it correctly. Then you practice it in exactly the same way a few thousand times. After 2,000, you can usually perform the movements well enough. Another 2,000 times, and you have it ingrained deeply enough that you might think to use it if you were attacked. After you've done it many more times, you can do it very fast. It takes 0.2 of a second for the eye to receive and transmit an image to the brain and the brain to interpret it. If you can deliver a punch or a kick faster than 0.2 of a second, then you can hit an opponent before he sees the blow coming.
That's what you did that night. Why do you call it non-fighting?
I broke his knee before a fight could start, and then I ran away.
But you could fight.
Only because he didn't think I could. He thought I couldn't hurt him, so he didn't pay enough attention to me or protect himself. There was a huge difference between us. No matter how much work I do or how much I learn, I'm never going to be as strong as even the average out-of-shape man. He has at least 70 or 80 pounds on me, a lot of it muscle. I have to attack very fast, fight very dirty, and get back where he can't reach me. I can't stand around hitting him and letting him hit me. If he lands one good punch, he'll break bones.
But you beat him.
No, I tricked him. That man saw the two of us, and what he was seeing was like a pair of little pussycats. You can go up to 100 cats, one after the other, and they're all perfectly docile. Then you meet the one that looks the same, but suddenly it has its claws digging into your arms to hold on, while it sinks its teeth all the way into your hand. That's me. I'm the one that bites.
That's what I want to be, said Linda. I want to be able to fight back.
You don't want to fight, said Jane. You want what I want, which is to get away.
I guess that's true.
I was planning on helping you with that. We'll start tomorrow after the appointment at the doctor's office. The next day was cooler but bright and clear, with a breeze that seemed to Jane to be an early summer treat before the humidity set in. Jane drove Linda along East River Parkway to the edge of the University of Minnesota campus. When she reached Harvard Street, she turned left and pointed at the big building that dominated the area. That's it.
That's what?
The hospital. The Fairview University Medical Center.
It's big and impersonal.
2 wonderful qualities that we really want right now.
I was thinking of maybe a small private kind of place where everybody knows me and stuff.
I know this seems as though it ought to be about your preferences, but it isn't. When you're having a baby, you've got to prepare for the possibility that things are not going to go smoothly. If they don't, the place you want to be is a big urban hospital with lots of really good surgeons and pediatricians and specialists and fancy equipment and superbly trained staff. We'll go in and interview Dr. Molinari. If you don't love him, we'll keep looking. Jane drove up Harvard Street until she came to the parking structure for the hospital. They parked and walked to the main building, then rode the elevator up with a pretty woman about 30 years old who looked about 6 months pregnant. The woman said to Linda,
"When are you due?"
Linda shrugged.
"Early fall, late September, early October."
The woman said,
"Are you with Dr. Kwan?" "Molinari."
Jane stood with a fixed smile on her face. The woman craned her neck to look across her at Linda as though she were some obstacle like a piece of furniture. Even the way the woman held herself when she spoke, leaning close to Linda, made it clear she was speaking only to Linda. The elevator door opened and Jane led the way down the hall to Dr. Molinari's office. Inside the waiting room, Jane saw that there were 5 women in various stages of pregnancy waiting for Dr. Molinari or one of his partners. While Jane waited, she found herself studying them, wondering what made it so easy for them to conceive when it didn't seem to be possible for her. Had she simply waited too long? That didn't seem to be it. 2 of them were about Linda's age, but the other 3 looked older than Jane. As the nurse came to the doorway and called them, one by one, to go back to the examining rooms with her, Jane watched them and compared her body to theirs. Maybe it was all the exercise she had done for the past 20 years, the running and martial arts. Maybe the stress on her body had stimulated some receptor, released some unnoticed chemical that told the body not to reproduce. There were all those teenage gymnasts who never got their periods. Maybe... Linda Wells? After they had met with Dr. Molinari, Linda Wells decided he was the one. She officially selected him as her doctor and made her first set of appointments. When they got to the car, Linda said,
"Now we're done with doctors for today. Can you show me some self-defense moves?"
Jane nodded. "I'll show you something that will work for you." Jane drove them out of the city into the nearly flat, empty land to the north. When they had driven for about an hour, she slowed down, looking for a particular spot. Finally, she turned off the road and guided the car along a barely visible unpaved road consisting of a pair of tire tracks winding through a forest of second-growth trees. She stopped in a place that looked as though it had been used as a turnaround. This ought to be the right sort of place.
For what?
Jane pulled the car around so it was facing out again, then turned off the engine. She picked up her purse, opened it, and took out a small, snub-nosed revolver. Linda gasped.
"Oh, my God! A gun?"
Jane swung out the cylinder, showed Linda that it was empty, and closed it again.
"Where did it come from?"
"When we stopped at the house in Amherst, this is one of the things I picked up. When I go, I'll leave it with you. It's a tricky thing to have a gun in the house at the best of times. When you expect to have a curious baby crawling around, it definitely has to be both locked up and well hidden. I have mixed feelings about doing this, but I don't see any other way for you to be safe."
"You don't? I thought you would teach me something for martial arts."
"You're pregnant. Even if you weren't, it takes years of practice to learn enough to do you any good at all. 99% of the time, all the practice does for a woman is to make her think she can stand her ground against some male attacker who takes her apart in a second. This works."
"But I've never even fired a gun, and I heard experts on TV say having one is more dangerous than not having one."
The only experts whose opinions mean much are cops. Every cop in the country has one strapped to him right this minute. Christine looked at the gun warily.
"What do I do with it?"
"We'll buy you a purse that has a center compartment, and you'll keep it there, where you can reach it instantly, but you can also open the other parts of your purse without showing it."
"But how do I use it?"
"That's why we drove way out here. Come on." Jane got out of the car and set off into the woods. This used to be a farm once. Now it's part of a huge piece of land that's been put together. The Manitou Paper Company owns all of it. Nobody lives around here anymore. When they had walked far into the woods, they came to a clearing. It looked like a meadow, but the ground was too soft and swampy to walk on. "Stay here." Jane skirted the meadow, walking among the exposed roots of trees. She picked a tree 25 feet from Linda, took a white handkerchief from her purse, and hung it on a pair of thorny twigs. Then she made her way back. Jane stood beside Linda and opened the cylinder of the gun. "Notice how I open the cylinder. The barrel is away from us, pointed down at the dirt. I don't have a finger inside the trigger guard." She took a box of bullets out of her purse. "Here, hold this. It's .38 caliber ammunition. It's what police used to use in most towns until 9mm automatics became popular. This load is a little hotter than I would have chosen for you, but people send things to me with the idea that I'll be the one to use them. If you ever fire at anybody, you'll wish it were more powerful." Jane began to load the gun.
If I lose it or something, will the police trace it to you?
No, this one was part of the inventory of a gun dealer who died. Before his death was reported, his suppliers were all paid in full, and a lot of guns and the records that came with them disappeared mysteriously. If somebody asks you, this one was in a trunk you bought at a garage sale in Oregon. Jane closed the cylinder, stepped to the side, and aimed the gun with a two-hand stance. This is probably the easiest for you. Shooting a pistol is like pointing a finger. Holding it with two hands doesn't change that. You point, line up the sights on the target. You don't close one eye. Then you squeeze the trigger so the barrel doesn't get dragged off target. This is a double action, so pulling the trigger cocks and fires. She handed Linda the gun. Do what I did, but don't pull the trigger. Linda assumed a stance, and Jane adjusted her limbs to make it right. Your arms should be out ahead a bit more, and your knees flexed, not locked. If you're aiming that at somebody, he's going to want to be moving, so you may have to move too. Open your other eye, Linda.
Sorry.
You're fighting for your life. You can't afford to lose depth perception or peripheral vision. You're not going to be firing at something 100 feet away. You'll be 15 at the outside.
It feels weird to me.
It won't if you get used to doing it right. Now some preparation. It's going to be much louder than you expect. There'll be a bit of a kick that will make the gun jump back a little, and the natural tendency is for the barrel to jerk upward. Be ready for it by keeping a good firm grip on it so you don't drop it. Instead, you want to bring it back down to aim again. Can you remember all that?
I think so.
Then hand me the gun, but keep it aimed downrange. Jane took the gun. Then she handed Linda a set of earplugs. I picked these up for us at the drugstore. The best would have been to get real ear protectors that look like earphones, but these will do. She put hers into her ears and waited for Linda. Now I'm going to fire one round so you can see what I mean. She aimed, and there was a sharp bang, and the handkerchief jumped.
You were right. That was loud.
It's worse in an enclosed space. Your turn. Linda took the gun and assumed the stance. Jane stood beside her and watched to be sure she was doing it right. Any time you're ready. Linda fired. The gun jumped up and she winced, then leveled it. Again. She fired once more. Again. This time the handkerchief puffed backward as another hole appeared in the thin white linen. She aimed again. How many rounds are left? Jane asked.
2.
Good. Fire again. The handkerchief jumped and fluttered downward toward the foot of the tree, but caught on a small branch jutting from the trunk.
There's one left.
Then fire it. Linda fired. She was controlling the recoil better, not flinching at the sound, and she appeared to be holding the gun with more comfort and confidence. She lowered the gun and held it out to Jane, the barrel pointed away from them. Want some more practice?
Yes.
Then you load it this time. Jane held the box while Linda opened the cylinder, poured out the brass casings, pushed in another 6 rounds, and closed it. Jane said, Hold your fire. I'm going to walk to the tree and put my poor handkerchief up again.
Okay.
While she went to the tree and returned, Jane watched the way Linda handled the gun. She was careful, she was alert, and she was getting more comfortable. Jane said, All right, fire when you're ready. Linda fired the next 6 rounds, hitting the handkerchief each time. Jane said, You seem to be getting the idea. Do you think you can do that if you have to?
I can fire the gun. I don't know about shooting a person.
That means we're done, I think. I don't have another handkerchief. She scooped up the empty casings at their feet, counted them, and then retrieved the shredded handkerchief. This wasn't much of an introduction. I just wanted you to be able to load and fire in an emergency. People practice for a lifetime and still keep learning things. What I want you to do when we get back is go through your apartment with the lights on and again with the lights off, figuring out exactly what you would do in an emergency, where you would take a firing position, what you would be able to see from there, what you wouldn't be able to see, where you would retreat from there. Everything you know and don't have to spend time deciding will help. As they walked back to the car, Jane suddenly bent down in a clearing and began picking leaves from a vine with red berries on it that ran along the ground.
"What are you doing?"
"This is partridge berry. I didn't know it grew this far west, but of course it would."
"But what are you going to do with it?"
"The berries are full of seeds and they don't taste like much. But you boil the leaves in a little water and make a tea out of it. It's a cure for morning sickness. The old people say it even helps make childbirth easier later on."
"Are you sure it's safe?"
"If you're worried, I'll drink it first. You can watch me for a day and then try it." Jane picked a pound or more of the leaves, then put them in the trunk of the car. "You'll thank me for this." They drove back to the city. On the way they stopped at a grocery store and replenished the supply of staples and picked up lots of extra food that Linda particularly liked. Jane used a plastic bag from the store to hold the partridge berry leaves, then loaded the car trunk with groceries. While they were driving back toward the apartment, Linda said,
"You're getting ready to leave, aren't you?"
"Yes."
"When?"
"When everything I can do here is done." The next morning Linda had her first dose of partridge berry tea and her last day of morning sickness. Over the next few days they filled the cupboards with canned and preserved food. They went to bookstores and bought pregnancy and child care books, magazines, and novels. The health insurance card in the name Linda Wells arrived, and they went to the doctor for Linda's next checkup. One morning, when Linda woke, Jane was sitting in the living room with her suitcase packed.
"It's today?"
"I think it's time," Jane said. "You're Linda Wells now. Your identity has held up, and you've been out of sight for a couple of weeks. You're in a safe place with just about everything you'll need, and you've got a car with Minnesota plates. Your neighbors are used to you already. It's up to you now."
"I'm scared to do this without you."
"Don't be. All you have to do is live quietly, take care of yourself, and let the time go by. Do exactly what your doctor says, and don't worry. I'll be back near the end of the summer to help you get everything ready for the baby." Linda looked relieved. She put her arms around Jane and hugged her, holding on for a few seconds before she let go. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand.
"Thank you, Jane. I'll see you then."
Jane went out and looked carefully at everything she could see, trying to sense anything that might be out of order. She got into the rental car, then drove around the apartment complex once before she went up the long drive to the main street and turned right to find the entrance to the long highway. Chapter 10. Richard Beale had lived in San Diego all his life, but he didn't like the Pacific Ocean. His father had been wasting money on boats since before Richard was born, and this was just the latest boat, maybe the fifth one named after his mother. This one was 58 feet long, all gleaming white hull and deck. The steps and rails and benches and roofs were all outlandish molded fiberglass in soft, streamlined shapes, so it looked as though they had melted in the sun and begun to smear. The sun was another thing. Where the hell was the June gloom, the cloud cover that was supposed to make this time of the year dark? The sunlight this morning was the cruel, sharp kind that usually came during full summer. It seemed to always be at the worst angle for the whole day, so no matter where you looked it was in your eyes or bouncing back into them from something like the glass and steel on this big white boat. Even the surface chop of the ocean was full of mirror surfaces that popped up and were swallowed again in their millions, throwing a dancing glare into his eyes. The monotonous thrum of the two enormous engines below the deck made him feel tired and irritated, and the repeated rise and fall of the boat on the long Pacific swells brought back dozens of episodes of motion sickness. each time was exacerbated by his expert non-seaman's knowledge of every aspect of seasickness. Exactly how bad it was so far, how long it would take to get worse under these specific conditions, at what point he would begin to fear the nausea would lead to vomiting, and how long after that he would accept his fate, surrender to it, and finally welcome it. He stood near the stern and stared back at the harbor.
"Richie?"
Ruby Beale's voice was still high and a little screechy when she was straining it, but it had a gravelly unevenness that a lot of old smokers got. Richard turned and looked up the steps toward the flying bridge. That was what they called it, flying. When the ocean was choppy, it felt up there as though the boat were trying to fling everyone off it. She was holding on to both railings at the top, her cigarette hanging at the corner of her lip. She was wearing a brightly flowered orange one-piece bathing suit with a voluminous pair of shorts over it, leaving the flabby white flesh of her arms and calves a feast for the sun.
What, Ma?
"Come up here."
Why don't you come down? I like it down here.
It wasn't true. He hated it down here, but at least he didn't feel as though he was about to be catapulted into the sea.
"Your father wants to talk to you."
He muttered, "Oh, shit." That was what he had been dreading. When he had arrived at the marina this morning, he had seen that flinty look in his father's blue-gray eyes. He had hoped the expression was just because it was a bit after 6 in the morning and the old man was still gruff from being up so early, but even then he had known it wasn't. The old man had told Richard to be there by 5:30. It had always struck Richard as insane that people always went fishing at that hour. He could understand if they had been on their way to a tiny trout stream in the mountains, but how could anybody think the sort of fish that swam in the Pacific Ocean, half of them a mile below the surface and as big as a truck, would be so picky they cared what time it was? But Andrew Beale was the sort of man who attached moral values to his own preferences. Men who were worth anything were on deck before the sun's rays touched it, their goddamn gear stowed and ready to cast off the lines. When Richard had roared into the marina parking lot in his Porsche Carrera at 6:25, he had known his father would be less than cordial. As he was stepping cautiously along the little gangplank, he had heard his father saying something to his mother about leaving him on the dock. Richard tested the lowest step to the bridge and felt slightly relieved. The darker strip on each step was a substance like sandpaper that kept his foot from slipping, and the double railings on this boat were thicker and more substantial than they'd been on the last one. He fought the rocking of the boat by gripping the rails hard as he climbed, so by the time he was aloft and taking his first step onto the bridge, he felt as though he'd been lifting weights. His father was at the wheel, staring through the huge windshield at the featureless, changeless ocean, as though he could see something ahead that was invisible to Richard. At least the sound of the engines was quieter up here. Andy Beale was a man who looked as though he were made of blocks, big head, with the neck invisible from behind, square shoulders in his starched white shirt with epaulettes, short khaki pants. He was wearing his old navy blue USS Constance Kerr cap. He glared over his shoulder at Richard to see that he had arrived, but he let him wait. After a couple of long minutes, Richard said, "What's up, Dad?"
Want to take the helm?
"No, thanks."
Suit yourself.
The old man throttled back a bit, so the big yacht slowed, and the side-to-side motion became more pronounced.
I've been thinking of talking to you for some time now.
"What about?"
I'm sure you're smart enough to know that your mother and I keep an eye on you. Just because we might not be actively in your business at any given time doesn't mean we don't know what it is.
"What is it?"
For months we've been wondering why you haven't seen fit to mention to us that your girlfriend was pregnant."
"What girlfriend?"
"All right, your secretary then. Whatever the hell she is to you, Christine. She's sort of a cute little thing, and people tell me she isn't stupid. A bit on the young side for a 38-year-old man, but that could pay off later. When you're my age, you'd have a woman who was still on the young side for you. Your mother has been trying to think of a way to do a party for you, complete with presents and so on. But she couldn't get very far with that because you haven't told us, so I'm forced to ask."
Richard Beale felt even sicker. He could see that his father had reverted to his military personality again. His father was still a marvel to him. At various points in Richard's life he had been prompted to ask himself what the hell the Navy did to people in 4 short years to change them so much. His father had been an Oklahoma farm boy until he went in the Navy, and he had come out like this and stayed this way for 40 years. Richard knew he had to say something.
"Oh, I don't know. I guess I didn't feel ready to start all of that in motion. I don't want any parties or fuss, at least until I know if this is going to work out. Seems a little late for that kind of wondering, doesn't it? If you weren't prepared to make a decision about her, maybe you should have kept it in your pants. I don't mean that. Not that we weren't pleased. Your mother has been running around with a pen and a special notebook writing down things for the wedding. She hadn't even finished figuring out the lists for the engagement party yet, but she has to make some moves to streamline this whole process so the bride won't be too obviously far along at the wedding. I haven't seen her this happy in 20 years.
Was the boat just drifting and rolling with the swells? Richard kept feeling worse.
Look, Dad,
I've been trying to protect Mother from getting all excited and then being disappointed later, and you too. I don't know how you found out Christine was pregnant. She didn't actually come out and tell even me.
That's not good,
said Auntie Beale.
How did you find out? If I had wanted you to know that, I'd have told you. And for weeks, the mistake I thought you were making was trying to keep this to yourself and then springing it on your mother too late. But I guess you were making a different kind of mistake. With you, it's always some kind of mistake. That's not fair. Pah!
Auntie Beale spat out something that was almost a laugh, but carried no happiness.
What I told you 4 years ago hasn't changed, Richard. I was the one who started this life with nothing but a pair of calloused hands and a reasonably serviceable brain. When the Navy sent me here, they sent a million other guys, too. I was one of the ones who had his eyes and ears open. I could see that lots of those guys were from cold, hard, barren places. Once they'd been here, they were going to come back. Hell, that's been going on since World War II. That's why there is a San Diego. Some of us were willing to take risks and work hard. I bought my first duplex apartment by working 2 jobs before your mother and I were even married. I saved the rent on that one to put a down payment on another and used your mother's savings from her nurse job to buy the third. I never looked back. We both worked for other people until we were over 50, while we were doing real estate deals at night and showing rentals to prospective tenants on our lunch hours. You get to be a big shot and tool around in a Porsche at twice the speed limit and live in a house like a palace and make $1-million deals all day. But you do well to remember that none of it is yours. I let you get used to all of it because I'm not going to live forever, and I need somebody who knows how to run it after I can't. I didn't want you to inherit it at the age of 50 or 60 and know so little that you let somebody take it away from you. I know, Dad, and I'm grateful. I've always been grateful. I don't say it often because I know you wouldn't think much of me if I followed you around all day saying how grateful I am. No, I wouldn't. But there are certain things that you are required to do, and you've known that from the beginning. Your mother wants grandchildren. Sometimes I think that's all that keeps her interested in staying alive. She's waiting to see them and spoil them. I want grandchildren, too. All the work and sacrifice and agony I went through to make something of this family is going to be thrown away and wasted if there are no more Beals to make use of it. I didn't do all that, work 18 and 19 hours a day, leveraging everything I had on each new deal over and over again, just so you can live this bachelor existence, screwing around until you're 80 and then die and have everything I built confiscated by the fucking state of California. I want heirs, and I want the first one this year. Dad, if you know about Christine, you must realize that I'm trying to do what you expect of me. It's about time. I was pretty much convinced that you were gay, and she was just around to type and pick up your clothes at the cleaners. So now you know I'm not gay. Yeah, you like girls. It's an enormous accomplishment. Now I want you to see something."
He reached into the rack where the nautical maps were stowed and pulled out a long white envelope with a string tie closing at one end.
"If that's your will, you showed it to me when we talked about this 4 years ago. If I don't have a child before you die, then the money goes to the cousins. How could I forget? I changed it again. This is a new one, and there are copies with people I trust all over the country, so don't even think about waiting until I die and tearing it up. It can't happen."
He held out the white envelope. Richard Beale had been up on the bridge too long. He was in a bad state of seasickness brought on by the slower speed, which had permitted some of the diesel exhaust to find its way up here. He waved the envelope away.
"Why don't you just tell me what it says?"
His father shook his head in a gesture of disdain for people who had no sea legs.
"All right. It says that when your first child is born, you get a 1/10 share of everything. The business, the property holdings, the bank balances."
He lifted his eyes from the will and glared at Richard.
"That was going to be the first of your presents that we had intended to reveal at the engagement party. I can see you know there's more coming. You're waiting for that. You're right. We waited and waited for you to share your news with us until I got a bad feeling about it, so I added something. You've got until the end of this year." "What do you mean?" "We figured this baby, our grandchild, is going to be born around September or October. Is that right?" "I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. The fall, anyway." "Then you'd better make it work. If I don't have a grandchild by the end of this year, I give up on you." "What?" "You heard me." "What does it mean? That if I don't hand you this baby by New Year's Day, I don't inherit anything when you die?" "That's part of it. You'll also be out of the company on January 2nd. I'll pick somebody else to run it for me. You can go off on your own and work with what you've got, and maybe grow up and make something of yourself, or maybe not. Either way, you will have blown the opportunity you got by being born. You didn't say this before. It's June. If Christine doesn't work out, I don't have time to father another baby by the end of December. This is completely unfair. You think I got what I have by being fair to the guy on the other side of the table? But this is one 20-year-old girl. Sometimes relationships don't last. Maybe she doesn't want to marry me. Maybe she'll abort the baby. If she was going to, she would have. She's almost 6 months.
Richard was feeling worse. He couldn't meet the old man's eyes, but when he looked out the window to the side of the bridge, all he saw was the sea, then the sky, then the sea again. How did the old man know the exact moment of conception?
Then she might give it up for adoption. She always said she wants to go to college. Have her give the baby to you then, to us. I'll settle for a second chance to raise an heir with some sense of duty. I'll give the girl the cost of 4 years' tuition and living expenses in exchange for the baby. More, even. You can keep screwing around and playing with cars and keep being caretaker of the business until the kid is ready to take over. Why are you suddenly in a rush? This doesn't have to be the only chance for a grandchild. There are millions of other girls out there who might work out. This is the only one you knocked up."
Richard, in his nauseated state, almost protested that it wasn't, but caught the words before he ruined himself.
"What I'm trying to tell you is that I want to do what's expected, but this isn't a situation where I have absolute control." "Then take control, for Christ's sake. Be a man. As you just said, she's a 20-year-old kid who's pregnant. She liked you well enough to let you get her that way. She's young, she's alone, she's probably broke. How hard can it be to persuade her to marry you? Hard? Christ. You want me to talk to her, or your mother? She's another woman, and if she tells the girl how welcome she would be, that ought to do it. In this case, it wouldn't. Let me handle this myself.
Andy Beale's sharp eyes stayed on Richard's for a moment.
All right. Do it. Are we done? Yeah. You can go down and puke now. I'll head back to the harbor and let you off so your mother and I can get back out here in time to fish a little.
Richard Beale walked off the dock, stood in the parking lot, and watched as the Ruby Bee slowly turned its fat stern toward him and began chugging back out of the harbor. He could see his father was feathering the throttle, trying to bring it up beyond the speed limit of the harbor without getting caught by the patrol. The boat sent waves spreading from its wake to rock the rows of boats tied in their berths, and make them buck and strain against their lines and shoulder into the bumpers, trying to break loose. He stood on solid, unmoving asphalt and watched for 10 minutes, long after the Ruby Bee was out of his sight. He took deep, regular breaths to settle his stomach and get rid of the smothered, choking feeling. When he felt like less of an emergency case, he took out his phone and punched in Steve Deming's number, then changed his mind and deleted it. Richard dialed Sybil Landro instead. He knew that calling one of the women instead of Steve Deming and Pete Tilton wasn't terribly subtle, but he didn't want to be subtle. He hoped the bastards were shocked enough to begin worrying about their reputations. That was what people like them lived on. They couldn't put an ad on Channel 10.
Yes,
said Sybil's voice.
It's me, he said. I'm calling to find out what's going on.
Hold on, I'll give you to Steve.
No!
He realized too late that he was shouting. He looked around to see if anyone in the parking lot was near enough to have noticed.
Don't hand me to anybody. I want to talk to you. Are you still there?
She said,
Yes.
Then you tell me. Do you have her?
Not yet.
That means no.
It means we're working on it and that we will have her, but it takes more time than this. We're doing all the right things. It just hasn't happened yet.
Wow, he said. Wow. You're a bigger bullshit artist than Deming.
I'm a woman. I'm verbal. You want to talk to him now? Or do you want to flirt some more?
Talk to him. But I want all 4 of you individually to know that I'm not a happy client. This should have been done the first night when she was in Buffalo, which is what, 3 weeks ago?
I'll give you to Steve.
He heard Steve Deming's voice, and he could detect the irritation in it.
Yes, it's me. I'm calling to find out what's the matter. I expected to see her back here 3 weeks ago. Richard, you know we're on this, and we're doing the best job possible. This isn't a time to start losing faith and insulting each other. There were 6 of you to 1 of her. I gave you her phone's global positioning locator so you knew exactly where she was at every second. It's not 6 to 1, you know this. She met up with a pro the very first night we were on this. They managed to slip her phone into the back of a truck on the New York State Thruway. We caught up with the truck when it was almost to New Jersey. If you want her phone back, I can give it to you. I just don't have the girl yet. Tell me about this pro. Who is she? We don't know a lot about her yet. She's probably a private detective working as a bodyguard. A lot of women don't want a man protecting them. They want somebody who can go into the ladies' room with them. We think that Christine flew all the way to New York just to hook up with her. She took over that night at the hospital, and we haven't been able to catch up with them yet. We will. Come on, I don't believe this. How could Christine know anybody like that? You wouldn't be the first one to think he's the only guy some chick knows and be wrong. Somebody sent this woman to pick Christine up at the hospital. When we tried to keep her from driving her off in a car, she broke Ronnie Siebert's knee. We had to drive him to a hospital 70 miles away in case the police knew somebody got hurt that way. He was in such pain he was screaming half the time. Jesus, that's awful. But we didn't give up. All the time we were still tracking her cell phone signal. Late that night we blocked a road ahead of them. Had 2 cars coming up behind them. What does this woman do? She clips Carl McGinnis with her car and takes off. We couldn't leave him lying out there by the road waiting for the state troopers to find him, could we? I guess not. But did you have to shoot him? That again? Yes, we had to shoot him. Why? The woman ran him down. He was hurt bad. We couldn't leave him there to suffer, and we couldn't take him in. He was in and out of consciousness, and might have said just about anything on painkillers. It's unbelievable. We're not animals, Richard. The girls held his hand and talked to him, and never let on that we were even thinking about doing it. Claudia just waited until he lost consciousness for a second and shot him in the head. He never knew. I still can't believe this, said Richard. It's awful.
He was breathing hard through his open mouth. There didn't seem to be enough air. He felt as though he were falling, dizzy and faint.
You're the one who wanted us to do this. Sometimes this is what it takes. But you killed somebody. It doesn't matter if it was your friend or not. If they connect us with this, we'll all go to jail for the rest of our lives. Richard, you hired us to kidnap a pregnant girl and bring her back to you, remember? What do you think the penalty is for that? Or for setting off a bomb in a hospital so she'd be evacuated and left in the open? Whatever we've done since then is just extra stuff they add on beyond your life sentence to make themselves look like hardasses for the next election. The point is to not let them catch you and give you any sentence.
Richard Beale didn't answer. He was light-headed, but his stomach felt as though it contained a rock that was somehow expanding. He looked out across the parking lot at the boats bobbing beside their docks in the marina, but they only made him feel that the ground under him was moving, so he stared far past them at the line of the horizon.
Are you still there? I'm here. You have any other questions? Not a question, Richard said. I called you because this is getting critical. I need to have Christine back. She needs to be alive and not too beat up. Do you hear that? Yes, alive. That's what we've been doing. If we hadn't been trying to take her alive, we wouldn't have lost Ronnie and Carl. We're doing it. It matters a hell of a lot more than I thought. I need that baby. Christine has to be alive and healthy long enough to deliver that baby. You don't know the kind of pressure I'm under. It's got to happen as soon as possible. We're doing our best, but if I've got to be on the phone all day, well, what can I say? Nothing. Go do it.
Richard Beale slipped the phone into his pocket and took his eyes off the ocean, but it didn't help. His fate had been settled on his father's boat. Staring and heavy breathing had only made him dizzy. He walked with purposeful determination to a trash barrel at the side of the parking lot, grasped its rim where the plastic bag was fitted over it, bent at the waist, and succumbed. Chapter 11. Jane drove from Minneapolis to O'Hare International Airport to return the rental car. There was little chance the 4 hunters could know that the car existed, let alone trace it from the Buffalo airport to O'Hare. If they managed to trace it, they would only conclude that she and Christine had driven to Chicago and gotten on a plane. She was at the airport before dawn, took the car rental agency shuttle to the terminal, and arrived at 5:30 a.m. when the crowds were thin for her flight to Austin, Texas. She had not been to Austin in several years, but she remembered it as the right kind of place for a few months from now, the time when Christine had the baby and stopped being Linda Wells. Austin was warm most of the time, and it had a lively atmosphere. Austin was the state capital and the home of the University of Texas. Big universities created whole communities around them like ripples spreading outward from a splash. There were large groups of unattached, interesting people, Lots of nightlife, music. There was no better place for providing cover for a woman of college age, particularly one who would arrive in the early fall, like thousands of others. The airport required caution. O'Hare held dangers for Jane that had nothing to do with Christine Monahan. It was one of the biggest airline hubs in the country, placed right in the center, and so it had always attracted lots of hunters. Cops and bounty hunters watching for fugitives, criminals watching for victims, an array of professional searchers trying to spot particular travelers. There might be men in the terminal who would remember her face if they saw it. As Jane moved through the lines waiting to get through security, she kept scanning the places where people could stand and watch the passengers. When Jane was through the security checks, she walked past her gate, sat in the waiting area 2 gates farther down the concourse, with her back to the big window overlooking the flight line so the morning glare would be behind her, and studied the faces that came near enough to see. She saw nobody who struck her as a threat, so when her flight began boarding, she walked slowly to her gate and stepped through the door into the short tunnel to the plane. When the plane landed in Austin, she rented a car, checked into a hotel near the airport, and went out apartment hunting. This was a good time for doing it, when much of the campus population had left for the summer, and not all of the apartments had been rented for the fall. Jane's story was that she was planning to enter a graduate program at the university in the fall, but would be in Europe for most of the summer. She wanted to rent an apartment right away for herself and a roommate with a baby. She was willing to pay the rent for the rest of June, July, August, and September in advance so she could store her books and furniture until university classes began. The simplest arrangement, she said, was to put the apartment only in the name Cecilia Randazzo, her name, and she would sign the lease and be responsible for the cost. Cecilia Randazzo didn't want to live in the sort of building that housed a lot of undergraduate students. They would be too noisy, stay up too late, have too many parties. She wanted an apartment in a complex that catered to married students in their late 20s and 30s, or families, if they were quiet and well-behaved. She found a very desirable 3-bedroom apartment not far from the university. The manager was a native-born Texan in her 50s with perfect silver hair named Mrs. McGowan. She said, "Of course we'll try to be sure you're happy, dear. But every single one of our tenants is an imperfect living human being, so once in a while they do make a peep or two." But Jane's feigned fussiness made her appear to be the ideal tenant, so Mrs. McGowan was eager to get her to sign a lease. The building was occupied, Mrs. McGowan assured her, almost entirely by junior faculty members, joined by a very few quiet graduate students. As Mrs. McGowan showed her the crown molding along the ceilings and the tiles in the bathrooms, Jane was looking at other features that mattered more: the thickness and solidity of the doors, the quality of the locks, the view of the front door from above, the line of sight that would allow a tenant to see who was in a car parked on the street in front of the building. There was a garage under the building with a steel grate that closed after a tenant's car entered, so nobody ever had to walk from a lot to the door in the dark. Jane was pleased, so she said she would consider the apartment. She walked around the complex, then drove back once in the evening, once late at night, and once in the morning to see what the neighborhood was like. The area had none of the signs that would have worried her. There were no groups of young men on the street with nothing to do. There were no loud parties in the nearby buildings, no abandoned cars or unoccupied houses on the surrounding streets. The nearest stores were big supermarkets. There was a Winn-Dixie just a few blocks away. Banks, or the sort of stores that attracted students. Gap, Abercrombie & Fitch, Banana Republic, Urban Outfitters. Another half-mile on, and there were a Target and a couple of office supply stores. And there were lots of women in evidence from early morning until fairly late in the evening. That was always an important sign. If a neighborhood wasn't safe, women were always the first ones to disappear. Jane signed a lease as Cecilia Randazzo and stayed a few more days in Austin. She had a fairly clear idea of the styles and colors that Christine liked, based on their shopping trips in Minneapolis, so she bought a few necessities. She hung curtains that would ensure Christine's privacy and make the apartment look occupied, then bought many of the same items she'd bought for the apartment in Minneapolis: a bed, a dresser, a crib and changing table, a dining table with 4 chairs, pots, pans, and silverware. She spent a day buying small appliances and a television set. Another day she went out and bought a couch, a couple of matching chairs, some bookcases, and lamps. She didn't want Christine to arrive exhausted with a baby in her arms and find a place that was empty and inhospitable, but she didn't want to deny Christine the chance to personalize her apartment, so as soon as the place seemed comfortable, she stopped shopping. She slept in the apartment for the next 3 nights to be sure she had not missed something, and ran in the early mornings to become familiar with the neighborhood as she had in Minneapolis. She spent the rest of each day learning about the city, where Christine might find a job, places to take the baby, ways of getting around, and places to avoid. At the university she picked up brochures about admission and university employment. At the Chamber of Commerce she picked up more leaflets on local businesses and attractions. She stored everything in a box for Christine. On each of the 3 evenings Jane went out looking for trouble. She walked alone to restaurants and bars, movie theaters and clubs, trying to find the places where bad things happen to people. And at the end of each excursion she made a point of walking back to the apartment late at night, using herself as bait to bring out any danger she had not detected. When Jane had satisfied herself that she had done everything she could, she confirmed her return ticket from Austin to Chicago and bought a new ticket for the trip from Chicago to New York City. It was time to make her way home. Jane traveled carefully. She arrived at the Austin airport an hour before the flight with only a carry-on shoulder bag, went through the security checkpoint, found her gate, and waited in the nearest ladies' room until she heard an announcement that her flight to Chicago was boarding. Then she stepped across the concourse diagonally and onto the plane. She had chosen the identity of Rebecca Silverman for flying home, because it was one of the solid old identities she had grown herself, and she had not used it during her travels this year. The driver's license had been renewed twice, and the credit cards were nearly as old. She had been submerged and invisible for a month, but she was rising close to the surface again, where being noticed was dangerous. She got off her plane in Chicago, then waited for her flight to New York. She studied faces without seeming to, picked out the places where she could wait without attracting attention. She never left the areas where only ticketed passengers were allowed, and where everyone had been through the metal detectors and sniffers. She knew that security systems weren't unbeatable, but they made it much more difficult for anyone who was watching for her to harm her when they met. As she made each step closer to Buffalo, she knew the likelihood increased that someone would be waiting. She had arranged to fly into New York City on a different airline, so if someone ever found out what flight she had taken, the record would only show that she'd boarded in Chicago. It wouldn't show that she had begun her trip in Austin, Texas. When the plane had almost reached New York, it was directed to go back and complete a big circle that took it as far as Syracuse before it was allowed to land at Kennedy. Jane was tired of being locked in an airplane, and when the seatbelt sign went off, she was glad to stand up in the crowded aisle while she waited to step out into the accordion tunnel that had been joined to the plane. When her turn came, she walked along the tunnel in quick strides, feeling better as the crowd thinned out. She stepped into the terminal, and time seemed to stop. The tall, bony man with dirty blonde hair and skin that was roughened by a long-gone case of acne looked like Brent Ketter. Jane focused on the eyes, and saw that they were already focused on her because he was recognizing her, too. It was a nightmare she'd had so many times that it didn't seem quite real now. She looked away and kept walking at the same brisk pace with the other passengers who had been freed from the Chicago flight. She knew there was no chance he had missed her. He had been standing just to the side of the gate, staring at each face as the passengers moved past him. The only advantage Jane might be able to salvage was to make him think she had not seen him. If he tried to stay far back out of her sight, it might buy her enough time to lose him. She tried to remember what she knew about him from 12 years ago. For Ketter, hunting people was a business, so he had never worked alone. Before he moved in on anyone, he would be sure he had the quarry outnumbered and at a disadvantage so he could make a safe capture. Tonight he would probably follow her at a distance, while he used his cell phone to call the friend or two he had waiting outside. Ketter couldn't have a weapon in an airport, but whoever was waiting outside could. Jane veered to her right toward the shops and paused near the bookstore, using its big windows as a mirror. He was there, 50 feet behind her, talking on the telephone. He closed the phone and started walking, and so did Jane. After a moment, she half heard, half felt his presence at her shoulder. She could feel his huffing breaths move her hair near her ear. "Hi there." His voice was choked with glee, the muscles in his throat tight. Jane was shocked. She had expected him to follow her, not take the risk of approaching her. She didn't look at him. "What do you want?" "I knew it. I knew you were out again. I read that email that was getting bounced around, and I asked myself, how the hell does a young girl like that stay invisible all this time? And the answer came to me. She's got some professional help. And then the next email said she was traveling with a dark-haired woman, and that clinched it." Jane repeated, "What do you want?" "Don't you even remember me? I'm Brent Ketter. I've got 18 inches of knife scar on my chest and belly to remember you by." "You should be more careful. If you're smart, you'll get away from me." "Not this time," he said. "I know you're not going to scream for the cops. If you're out here flying somewhere, then you're carrying fake ID. These days, they'll put you away for 100 years and give me a medal. I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'll start by having you just keep walking to the baggage claim with everybody else, and out the door where we can have a talk." "I'm not going outside with you. All I want to know is 2 things. First off, where's the girl you're traveling with right now? Is she in the airport, or are you meeting her someplace? I need the money they're offering. And second is, you're going to tell me where I can find David Tyler." "I'm traveling alone, and I haven't seen David Tyler since the last time I saw you." "But you know where he is. And when you tell me, I'll let you go." Jane's mind was racing. If he was watching for somebody at the departure and arrival gates, he must have bought a ticket, probably to somewhere cheap and close to save money. It was late now, and his flight had probably left hours ago. Jane made an abrupt right turn into the ladies' room, then pivoted just inside the doorway, waiting for him to be foolish enough to step inside. He didn't come, so she moved to the far end of the room, stood by the sinks, and took out her boarding pass and cell phone. She dialed the number of the airline printed on the ticket envelope. A woman's voice answered, and Jane said, "Hello, my name is Rebecca Silverman, and I'm in Kennedy Airport. I've had to hide in the ladies' room near gate 42 because there's a man outside who's been following me, raving and threatening me. Can you call the airport police or give me their number?" The woman on the line said, "I'm calling them right now." There was a pause while the woman put Jane on hold. Then she came back. "Can you tell me your name again?" "Rebecca Silverman." "What does the man look like?" "He's about 45, 6'1". He has light hair, almost blonde. He's wearing a gray sport coat and dark pants, and a light blue shirt with the collar open." "Hold on, please." Jane held the line for at least 15 seconds before the woman returned. "Okay, the police are on the way. Don't go out of the ladies' room until they get there. You should lock yourself in a stall and wait." "Thanks so much. I just didn't know how—" And Jane turned off her telephone. She prepared herself, then stepped just outside the ladies' room where Ketter was waiting. His face was red and his jaw was clenched. "Don't you ever pull that on me." He reached to grab her arm. Jane was ready. She struck his arm aside, delivered a quick jab to his face, and dodged backward. Her knuckles had hit him just at the upper lip where it covered his front teeth. Ketter was enraged, not only at the pain, but at the memory of the terrible things she had done 12 years ago. That night he had rushed in the back door of the apartment building where David Tyler was hiding. He had seen the distinctive shape of a woman, this woman, standing alone in the dark, narrow hallway. He could see Tyler slipping out the front door toward his car. Ketter had to keep from letting this woman slow him down. He ran toward her, preparing to slap her aside, saw her right hand come down, and then saw his own shirt had opened. He didn't feel the cut at first, because the razor had made such a clean slice. After a second, when the cold air reached his wound, the stinging came. He looked down and saw his blood soaking the shirt. That night was so long ago that she had probably forgotten it until now, but he hadn't. And here she was again, defying him, goading him with a sucker punch. Ketter lunged toward Jane, but she dodged him and threw a sharp elbow into his side as he passed her. Now, in his anger and hatred, he ignored appearances. He spread his arms and ducked toward her, trying to gather her into an embrace so he could wrestle her to the floor.
Hold it!
The shout was sharp and authoritative. Jane resisted the temptation to turn her head and look in the direction of the cop. She couldn't look away from Ketter while he was still so close to her. A different cop's voice.
Don't move. Hands up and lie down on your belly.
Ketter looked at the 3 cops moving to surround him. He was outraged, but he had been arrested enough times to know that if he didn't make it very obvious he was complying, he was going to be in danger.
All right, yes, sir,
he called out, holding his hands up in the air as the men rushed in on him, threw him down, dragged his arms behind him, and handcuffed his wrists. The 3 cops kept him on the ground.
Wait,
he yelled.
Take a look at her identification. Make her show it to you.
2 of the cops were busy patting him down. One of them said,
Are you armed? Do you have anything on you that I need to know about?
Ketter said,
I'm not moving. Somebody make her stay.
One of the 2 reached into Ketter's pocket and brought out a flat object about 8 inches long.
Hey, look at this,
he called to his colleagues.
It's a ceramic knife.
The 3rd cop, who seemed to be slightly older, said,
Sir, you're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to have an attorney present during questioning.
There were more police officers around them now, and 2 of them lifted Ketter to his feet and backed him to the wall while the warning continued.
If you can't afford an attorney...
One of the first 3 cops stood close to Jane.
Do you know this man, miss?
No, I don't. He must be crazy. She could hear the cops talking to Ketter a few feet away.
If she's got false identification, then who is she really? Can you tell me her name? I don't know. If I knew that...
He stopped himself.
You'd what? I want a lawyer.
The officer with Jane said, Can I see your ticket and a picture ID, please? She handed him her plane ticket stub for the flight from Chicago and her Rebecca Silverman license. He examined them and nodded wearily to his colleagues. Genuine, of course. They immediately lost interest in her. He took out a notebook, copied Rebecca Silverman's name, address, and phone number from her license, then handed the license and ticket stub to her. Miss Silverman, you're free to go. We'll handle this. You don't need me?
Not right now. Those are cameras.
He pointed at the dark glass globes at intervals along the ceiling.
And he was carrying a weapon in an airport.
That's more than enough to hold him. We'll call if we need anything. Behind him, Jane could see the other cops escorting Ketter away. Beyond the shops, there was an unmarked steel door on the left wall with a keypad. One of the cops pushed the keys and they opened the door and pulled him inside. Thank you so much, said Jane. You were so quick, you probably saved my life. The officer shrugged, and Jane hurried off down the concourse. Jane knew she still had a problem. Ketter had called someone, and she had no idea who it was or what they looked like. But Ketter would certainly have described her to them. Jane kept going along the concourse, then came to another row of shops. The first was a newsstand, the next a place that sold nothing but baseball caps. The next store sold golf clothes and accessories. She bought a white sweater, a blue nylon windbreaker, a pair of khaki golf pants with a sharp crease in them, and a straw hat shaped like a man's Panama hat. She moved on until she found the next ladies' room, changed her clothes, and stuffed the jeans and sweater she had been wearing into her shopping bag, and then spent a few minutes getting her long hair hidden under the hat. She looked as unlike herself as she could on short notice. From a distance, outside in the dim light, she hoped she might even look ambiguous enough to be mistaken for a man. As she went toward the escalator that would take her to street level, she put together the little she knew. Ketter had said he wanted to walk her out through the baggage claim, so he had probably told his people to wait there. Being there would be of no use without having a car waiting at the curb to take her away. Jane went down the escalator, turned to her left away from the baggage claim, and walked to the lobby, where there were ticket counters. She could see the traffic outside in the circular drive was moving from left to right across the windows, so she kept going to the left. If any watcher saw her, they couldn't back the car 200 yards to push her into it. She went out the last door of the terminal and walked to the next one before she got on the shuttle for the rental car lots. She sat on the bench seat on the right side of the shuttle near the driver, so her back would be to the terminal. When the shuttle made its first stop, Jane stepped down and went into the rental agency without caring which one it was. She rented a car and drove from Long Island to New Jersey, crossed into Pennsylvania, and took the Pennsylvania Turnpike to Harrisburg before she turned north into New York State and made her way north toward Rochester. Along a rural road she spotted a thicket of sumac bushes, so she stopped, broke off a few twigs, and took them with her. Late in the morning she stopped at a tobacco store on a plaza on West Henrietta Road and went inside to look around. There were lots of cigars behind the glass wall along the back, a supply of the usual kinds of cigarettes and pipe tobaccos, and a glass case that held lighters, pipes, cigar cutters, and cigarette cases, but Jane knew what she was looking for. She went to the rack where packs of exotic cigarettes were sold and picked out 2 packs. The brand name was Seneca. The cigarettes were made by Grand River Enterprises, a company based on the Six Nations Reserve in Ontario, of tobacco that was grown, cut, and hung to dry in sheds on the Cattaraugus Reservation in New York. She brought the cigarettes to the cash register, and the tall, bald man who owned the store took her money and put the cigarettes into a small brown bag. She wondered if he remembered her from other times, but she preserved their impersonal relationship by not asking. In the drugstore across the small plaza, she bought a set of fingernail clippers and a newspaper. When she returned to her rental car, she spread the front section of the newspaper on her lap, trimmed her fingernails, and poured the clippings along the crease in the paper into her bag with the cigarettes. Then she drove on up Henrietta. It was nearly noon when Jane drove into the middle of the city and turned off onto a quiet, narrow street called Maplewood Avenue. At this time of day the sun was high enough so the spreading canopies of the tall trees on both sides threw the pavement into shadow. She left the rental car at the curb and walked down the street past the 2 rows of big old houses, all of them 3 stories, with steep peaked roofs. They were all edged right up to the sidewalk, built in the days when lawns were not of much interest. In those days people liked to have a carriage pull right up to the front of the house so a lady would not get mud on her thin shoes or the hem of her dress. The houses had been built big to hold lots of children and a few servants, but as the world changed, many of them had been partitioned into apartment buildings, with extra kitchens and bathrooms where the original builders never intended them to be. Jane walked to the end of the street to the long, narrow, quiet park that began at the white Romanesque Christian Science Church and ran beside the street for a few hundred feet. Along the far edge of the park was a steel railing to keep people from falling off the cliff into the Genesee River below. The Genesee River was like an artery that ran down the center of Nundawanoga, and if she stopped walking she could hear it running just beyond the edge of the park, past the railing. This was one of the places where Jane sometimes stopped after she had been on the road. Until the 1770s there had been a big Seneca village here. There were dozens of Seneca village sites in the land between Sodus Bay on Lake Ontario and the Niagara River, but this was one of her favorites because it was so quiet and empty during the day, even though it was in the center of a busy city. There was only Jane walking toward the edge of the park beneath the tall shade trees, listening to the wind moving through their leaves. She reached it, looked back over her shoulder to be sure she was alone, and climbed over the railing. The bank was high, at least 30 feet above the Genesee River, but she had been here a number of times, and she could see that the way she had found to get down to the river was still passable. It didn't deserve the name of path. It was just a slight protuberance, a stony shelf in the gray shale along the side of the cliff set at a gradual angle to lead her down. She had to use a series of thin saplings that grew out of the cliffside as handholds, but in a minute she was at the bottom of the gorge, walking on the dry, pebbly ground along the river. The water was deep enough at midstream to move in lazy silence to the north, where it would flow into Lake Ontario, so she could hear small birds chirping in the trees far above. Along the riverbed the river was wider and shallower, and there were some flat stones big enough to sit on. She could hear a faint sound of the water moving over pebbles here. She opened her shoulder bag, took out the bag of cigarettes she had bought, opened the 2 packs, and sniffed the strong, fragrant aroma. She tore the paper on each cigarette and emptied the shreds of tobacco onto the rock, then took out her broken sumac twigs. She peeled them, crumbled the bark, dropped it into the tobacco, and used a twig to mix it. Then she shook the fingernail clippings out of the paper bag onto the rock beside the tobacco. She said aloud, "Jojio." That was the name of the little people. Jojio, grandfathers. The little people were only a few inches tall, but they were a very ancient race. They had already lived in the gorge of the Genesee when the Nandawaono had come into being on the big hill at the foot of Canandaigua Lake near Naples, New York, so they were properly called grandfathers and grandmothers. Jane had always felt close to them, because they were compassionate and performed a particular service to human beings who came to them in trouble. The Jojio would reveal themselves to people who were hunted, and spirit them away from the human world to live with them for a time. When they felt that the moment was right, they would return the person to the place where he had met them. To the fugitive it would seem that he had been with the Jojio for only a few hours or a day, but when he walked home, he would find that so much time had passed that his enemies were dead. "Jojio," she said, "come on, little guys. I know you're around." The Jojio were very shy, and they seldom appeared to people who weren't in danger. But they always lived in places like this, very near to the settlements where full-size Nandawaono lived. If they had been here in the 1700s, they were still here. The intervening centuries would not strike them as an especially long time. They might even still be harboring refugees from wars before then, planning to return them here in due time. Here you go, little guys. I've brought you the usual presents. Here's some of the only tobacco. She took half of the tobacco shreds and placed them on several other flat rocks. The Jojio were known to be addicted to tobacco, and they liked it the traditional way, raised in this part of the continent and cut with a bit of sumac bark. It was commonly referred to in the Seneca language as the only tobacco. She took her collection of fingernail clippings and scattered them over the rocks. "I brought you some of my fingernails. I hope they work for you." The tallest Jojio were only a few inches high, and so the small scavengers and predators that lived along the Genesee could be a source of real annoyance to them. The scent of full-sized people on the clippings helped to keep the raccoons, skunks, and possums at a distance. She placed the rest of the tobacco into another pile on another flat stone. "I hope you enjoy your presents. Thank you for Christine's life and for my life." When Seneca spoke to the supernatural beings that inhabited their country, they never asked for favors or future services of any kind. They only gave thanks. She folded the empty cigarette packs into the small paper bag and put it into her jeans pocket, and stood still for a few seconds, listening to the quiet murmur of water through the stones at the edge of the river. Then she made her way back to the long, narrow incline up the side of the gorge. When she reached the top, she climbed back over the rail, put the tobacco bag into the nearly empty trash can, and went back to the rental car. She drove to the outer loop and made her way onto Buffalo Road. The New York State Thruway felt too dangerous, so she drove the last 70 miles west along the straight rural highway. The closer Jane came to her home, the more careful she became. She had not forgotten that the only time the hunters had seen Jane, she had been in western and central New York. When she arrived in Daganoweda, she passed her house 3 times before she was satisfied that she had not been followed and that there was nobody waiting at the house for her. She turned into the driveway and closed the garage, then opened the back door of the house. At each stage she kept all of her senses alert, searching for signs that someone had been there. She checked the telephone upstairs, but there were no messages. Then she went down to the cellar. She moved the ladder and climbed up to the old heating duct, then removed the steel box and opened it. She put the remaining stack of $100 bills into the box, then restored the driver's licenses and credit cards in different names she had been carrying. The only identity she kept out was Rebecca Silverman. She hid the box and went upstairs. In the kitchen, she took the Rebecca Silverman license and credit cards and cut them up with a pair of scissors. As she took the tiny shreds, put them into an envelope, and returned them to her purse, she felt regret at losing such a solid identity. But she knew there was no salvaging Rebecca Silverman after an incident in an airport. Even being a victim of a crime made the name too dangerous to use again. When she was ready to leave, she checked the windows and the locks again, adjusted the timers on the lamps to be sure the house looked occupied, and then drove out of the garage and up the street. She took the direct route to Amherst on surface streets, driving down Delaware Avenue toward Buffalo, then turning left onto Brighton Road and following the long straight highway until it became Maple Road and past the university at Buffalo campus. All the way she watched for cars that might be following her. She stopped at the Boulevard Mall for a few minutes and used the opportunity to disperse the bits of Rebecca Silverman in 2 trash cans. Twice she turned off on small residential streets to see if anyone made the same turn, then returned to the main road and went on. Jane turned into the driveway of the McKinnon house at 4:30 and kept going all the way up the drive around the house so the car would not be visible from the street. She studied the doors and windows of the house from outside to be sure the glass was intact and that there were no suspicious marks on the window sills, no gouges in any doors near the locks. When she was satisfied that nobody had broken into the house, she unlocked it and went inside. When she stepped into the kitchen, she was reminded that Carey was, in some ways, a disturbing sort of husband. He had been a bachelor through medical school and internship and residency, so he knew perfectly well how to cook for himself. His life as a surgeon had given him little tolerance for microbes, so the sink and counters were as clean as they ever were when she cleaned them. She opened the dishwasher and saw that it had already been emptied and the dishes put away. There was a kind of military precision to everything he did when she was away. She went to the telephone mounted on the wall and called Carey's office. After one ring, the receptionist answered. "Dr. McKinnon's office." "Hi, Julie, it's Jane. Is he in?" "Hi, Jane. He just got off a call, and he's getting ready to go back to the hospital for rounds. I'm sure I can catch him if you'll hold." "Sure." A few seconds later, there was a click. "Jane, are you home?" "Yes, I just got home a minute ago." "Was there any trouble?" "No trouble," she said. "None at all." Chapter 12. Jane lay in the bed in the darkened room and listened to the regular deep breaths that indicated her husband had fallen asleep. She looked beside her at his big, familiar shape. When Carey slept, his face acquired a lineless, peaceful emptiness that made him look like a teenager. She liked to see him, but the moon had moved so it was no longer shining in the bedroom window. She looked at the glowing display of the alarm clock on Carey's nightstand. It was 2:30 a.m. already. She felt happy, but she wasn't ready to sleep yet. She got out of bed, put on her bathrobe, and walked out of the bedroom. She walked along the hallway a few yards to the spare room that faced the front of the house. This was the room she had begun 2 years ago to prepare as a nursery. She stood at the edge of the curtains to look out the window without being seen. She looked out at the long open road, now lined by large houses that had been built in the past 40 years, since Amherst had gone from farm country to suburb. There was nobody out there, not even a car parked where she could see it. During the winter, a car left on the road was liable to be hit by a snowplow, and even now that summer had come, people stuck to the habit of putting cars away in their garages. There was nobody out there. Her house, her husband, her identity were all safe. Brent Ketter was on her mind. Even in the old days she had known there was no question that if she kept being a guide, then one day she was going to walk down the wrong street in some distant city, or go into the wrong building. A face would be waiting for her, and it would acquire a sudden look of recognition and then hatred. He would be someone she hadn't been thinking about, maybe hadn't thought about in years, but he would have no trouble remembering her. He would open fire before she could move. It had almost happened last night. If Ketter had seen her anywhere but in an airport, she would be dead. She had taken many people out of terrible lives, and for each of them there was at least one person like this, a professional killer who had not collected, an abuser robbed of his victim, a rival who had been cheated out of his little victory. Each time Jane had gone out with a runner, she had made another chaser aware that she had beaten him. She had gotten through last night, but someday one of them might be more alert, faster, luckier. But she was home now. She had made a very brief, necessary return to the old life. Now Jane had returned to the life she had half chosen and half invented, the life with Carrie. As she stared out the window at the familiar configuration of trees and rooftops arranged on the broad, flat country where she had always lived, everything looked the same as it had been before Christine. But nothing was the same as it had been. The world had attention to it, an expectation like an indrawn breath. Carrie had told his colleagues that Jane had been referred to the ear clinic at UCLA for treatment of minor hearing damage she had sustained in the bombing. She supposed that Carrie was a better judge than she was about what would satisfy the curiosity of other doctors. She also supposed the nature of the imaginary injury would help. The problem had to be something that a doctor would shrug off as dull and that didn't require Jane to look or behave differently. Carrie had been at work every day since the bombing, telling the necessary lies. It made her feel peculiar, sad, grateful, regretful, guilty, that she had forced her husband, the man she had admired since she'd met him in college, to become a liar. But the lies were over, at least for now. She would be home with Carrie for the summer. She had put the pursuers far behind, and she was almost sure she had left them no way of tracing Christine. At first, Jane had maintained a small hope that at least one of the 6 would be arrested, but after a couple of weeks passed with no news of arrests, she had given that up. People who made a living doing armed kidnapping seldom used their original names. Earlier tonight, Carrie had said, "I'm really sorry they weren't caught." Jane said, "That's okay. They're not important anymore." "They're not?" "No. I would have loved it if they were caught, or if something bad had happened to them to make them give up. But time will do the same thing. I'm not trying to get revenge on these people for the bombing, or bring justice for the ones who got hurt, or make sure someone gets punished. I don't really know how to accomplish any of those things. All I took on was a pregnant girl who came to me for help. I did what I could, and if she does what I taught her, she'll be safe." "Was that what it was? The fact that she was pregnant?" Jane studied him. "You mean, is that why I helped her?" "Well, yes. It wouldn't be so strange. For years now you've thought about having a baby. And one night here's a young woman who's pregnant. After 5 years of staying out of sight,
She's the one you decide to risk your life to help. I wondered if that had anything to do with your decision. Just now you said, all I took on was a pregnant girl
who came to me for help. That's what I said.
Right, said Carrie, but the pregnancy was the only quality you mentioned.
I helped her because she's the first person to find her way to me needing my help. The pregnancy made it harder for her to run and harder for her to hide. It was only one of the reasons why she needed help.
Carrie shrugged, and Jane could see he had noticed she was getting angry. Fair enough, he said. I didn't mean to accuse you of anything. I was just trying to understand you because I love you.
Jane closed her eyes for a few seconds, then said carefully, You're right that what I want most right now is to have a baby. It bothers me a lot that it hasn't happened. We both know that. But what made me take Christine away wasn't a sudden wave of female hormones at the sight of a pregnant woman, or some kind of sentimental craziness brought on by infertility. What I did, putting her out of the way of the people who were after her, was the only thing I could do. I didn't look for her or tell anyone I was available or anything. I'm not going back to making people disappear.
Why not? You just did.
Because I've changed. The world has changed. When I started, I was 20, and running was easy. Whether you get caught or not depends on who's searching for you. In the old days, it was always just creeps, or once in a while somebody who was willing to kill someone for money. Now the whole government is looking for people with false identities, even for people who have blanks in their histories. Everybody's financial information is passed from one computer to another all day and all night. This country is a harder place to move people around.
So you're not going to do it again?
I can't say that, Carrie. I can say it's not practical anymore. There used to be holes in the system, and I was keeping people alive by sneaking through them. Now there are fewer holes. But if Christine Monahan came to me tomorrow, I would have to try. Jane had said it, and the conversation had ended, and within a few minutes the tension between them began to fade. What they had been talking about was painful to her, but after all, it was simply that she loved him and wanted to have his baby. He loved her and wanted her to be safe and happy and understood. Jane walked back to the bedroom in the dark, then lay on the bed beside him and watched his chest rising and falling peacefully. This was the place where she had always wanted to be. Maybe the growing sense that something was changing, that something was coming near, was just her frayed nerves from the trip home. Chapter 13. Richard Beale was in his office with the door open, staring out over his empty desk, across the lobby. This had been his father's office originally, and Andy Beale considered windows a distraction and a threat to privacy. But with the office door open, Richard could look across the lobby with its glass walls opening onto the sunny courtyard. In the courtyard was a captive garden full of green tropical plants, sago palms, huge bromeliads, a few large ficus trees, and one exotic eucalyptus with bark that looked like human skin. The receptionist's desk was right in front of the glass wall, so the sunlight always came in above and behind her and made her glow like an angel. Richard thought the view probably had been partly responsible for his troubles with Christine Monahan, and with a few of her predecessors. Receptionists were beautiful. They simply were, just as bouncers at clubs were big and muscular. The physical attributes were part of the job. No skill or training, no other quality would do. The job of a bouncer wasn't to escort the unruly out of the bar and kick the shit out of them. The job was to scare the potentially unruly out of that train of thought by looking big and fierce. An adequate receptionist was at least pretty. The better she looked, the more substantial and respectable she made the company seem, because beauty was a commodity like anything else on the planet. Straight white teeth, delicate features, shining hair, A thin waist cost extra money, just as comfortable, well-designed waiting room furniture cost more than bad furniture. Richard's father, Andy Beale, had often hired women who had been in beauty pageants. They had all learned to dress conservatively, walk gracefully in high heels, speak pleasantly, and produce convincing smiles. He had only been interested in those young women who had risen to become either queen of something or runners-up, what he referred to as win, place, or show, because they were the ones who had learned the most and tried the hardest. He was quite open about it, too, because the pageants all claimed loudly that they were about character, leadership, and scholarly ability. The only time he'd had the threat of a lawsuit was an incident when he had been taken by surprise early in the morning. He had come into the building right at opening time and found that the receptionist he had hired only a week before had gotten her hair cut short. Andy Beale had let his disappointment slip out.
"I hired you for your hair, damn it. That long, shiny black hair was the one thing that put you ahead of 3 other applicants."
Andy Beale had made himself into a multimillionaire because he was able to observe human behavior accurately. He had spent 40 years noticing that when women cut their hair short, other women would say it was cute or smart or some such thing. But he had never, in any of the 1,000 times when he'd seen it, heard anything approaching approval by any male. He also had developed a clear-eyed view of the competitive nature of women. He knew that when one woman said to another that her hairstyle was smart, she meant the opposite. The pleasure that could be heard in the woman's voice was delight over the temporary downfall of a rival. He had stepped inside Richard's office and explained the true dimensions of the girl's mistake. Not only had she diminished her attraction for the Beale family's real estate customers, lenders, clients, and tenants, most of whom were male, she had also persuaded Andy Beale that she did not have the practical, common-sense variety of intelligence that he knew was necessary for success in business. He told Richard,
"I had hopes for her, but no more. She was a contest winner, too. Most of these pageant winners are street fighters. We've got 8 of them selling condos in that Phoenix development right now. They would never handicap themselves like that. I can't get rid of her, but I want her moved. Have her answer the general company phone number from a cubicle in the big office down the hall. That's all she'll see of this company."
A few weeks later, while the former receptionist was sitting near the back of the building, answering phone calls in her cubicle, her lawyer paid Andy Beale a visit. Andy had not threatened to fire the girl, and she had accurately reported that to her lawyer, much to the lawyer's disappointment. But the lawyer felt that she deserved some sort of compensation in exchange for not filing a complaint. Andy Beale declined to pay off, and within a month the woman resigned. The reception area became a problem for Richard as soon as his father began to relinquish the daily operation of the business to him. The green plants and the light beyond the glass walls of the lobby made the reception area more inviting than the windowless office his father had insisted he take. As soon as he stepped out there for relief, the sight of the receptionist would distract him. His father never knew it, but by now Richard had caused 6 receptionists to quit. Richard had dated 3 of them, including a married woman whose husband caught her coming out of a hotel with Richard on the 5th date, one who broke up with Richard and quit on the 2nd date, and one who threatened to charge him with sexual assault on the morning after their 1st date. A couple of them had refused to go out with Richard at all, and he had bothered them so often that they had begun circulating their resumes within days after accepting the job. There had also been the case of Tracy Williamson. She had given Richard a slow case of surprise. He had not been careful. She had told him on the 2nd date that she was on the pill, and so he had left birth control to her. But after only a few more weeks, he had realized that his firm belief in her efficiency and dependability had been induced by the way she looked in her glasses. She wore very flattering business suits to work, little tight skirts with matching jackets, and she had glasses with designer frames in about 5 colors to match the suits. She always looked put together and organized. The idea that a girl like her would forget to refill her prescription for birth control pills and then forget that she had forgotten simply never occurred to Richard until he began to notice the work she had been doing at the office. There were messages she had forgotten to write down, or written down and given to the wrong rental agent or realtor. There were appointments written in Richard's calendar on the right day of the wrong month. There were letters and bills she had completed so late she'd had to take them out to mail instead of leaving them for the regular pickup, only to find them in her purse or her car a week later. She had gone out with the letters and forgotten why she was out, so she would salvage the trip by going to lunch or shopping. When he realized how forgetful and disorganized she was, Richard sat her down in his office, locked the door, and tried to have a serious conversation with her about whether or not she had actually been taking the pills. His first attempt was unsuccessful, because when they had gone in and locked the door the other times, it had been so they could have sex in the windowless office during the day, something that they both relished. Richard allowed the click of the bolt in the door jamb to trigger the impulse again. But the second time, she initiated the conversation. She walked into his office, locked the door, and told him she was pregnant. Richard offered to pay for her abortion, but she had no interest in that. She wanted Richard to marry her. He refused. She insisted. She threatened to file a paternity suit. Richard knew that he couldn't stand a lawsuit the way his father could. Tracy would demand and probably win full support for her and the baby for 18 years. It was a sum that would be impossible to conceal from his parents. Richard didn't have any serious money of his own. What he had amounted to a house and car that belonged to his parents' company and a pocket full of spending money, essentially a continuation of the allowance he had received as a child. He offered to keep Tracy on the payroll long after she had the baby and stopped working, so the company would be paying for her support. But since he had turned down her proposals, she wanted a lump sum payment and told him she intended to have their brief affair declared a common-law marriage. It was absurd, illegal, and unfair, but she was showing herself to be very stubborn and surprisingly efficient. As the weeks passed and he knew that the time was coming for her condition to become visible, Richard became desperate. What Tracy didn't know was that Richard Beale would do anything to keep his parents from finding out he had made her pregnant. Richard was an only child who had been born to a difficult mother and an impossible father. He knew that their reaction to the news would be unpleasant. They had already been ordering him to marry soon and give them grandchildren. If they knew Tracy was pregnant, they were likely to take her side and give her what she had wanted in the first place, Richard as a husband. He would be tied for life to a woman who was essentially an enemy. The plan he had been pursuing of embezzling a few dollars at a time until he had enough to be independent would be effectively blocked. But leaving things as they were wouldn't prevent trouble either. If his father learned that he had proposed paying Tracy off by making her a phantom employee of the company, he would fire him and throw him out on the street. The business belonged to his parents. There was no way Richard could let the pregnancy proceed long enough so his parents would see it for themselves. Richard called Steve Deming and asked him to have lunch at a restaurant in Del Mar. He had met Deming through Jerry McGurn, a lawyer he had worked with on a development 5 years ago. Richard had told McGurn about the trouble he was having with a roofing company. They were holding the whole project for ransom by delaying and asking for extra money. McGurn had said, "Let me send a guy I know to see you." The guy had turned out to be Steve Deming. The roofing company had abruptly changed its position, and the roofs began going on the houses 2 days later. He had hired Deming and his crew a number of times after that, but it was always on company matters. The real estate business in coastal California was tough and competitive, and the Beale family's interests were complicated. There were employees, suppliers, and subcontractors who needed to be watched without their knowing it. There were competing developers and speculators who needed to be persuaded not to bid on certain projects. There were buyers and tenants who signed agreements they didn't think they needed to keep, and had to be taught to keep their word. There were payoffs to be delivered to inspectors, commissioners, and politicians. It was important that the people who performed these services not be employees of the Beale Company. Whenever Deming's crew did any work for Richard, he would pay them by placing one of them in the separate budgeted account of a current building project. Richard and Deming sat on the patio of the restaurant in Del Mar, looking out at the horizon, where the blue-gray sea met the blue-gray overcast sky. Richard explained his problem with Tracy and asked for Deming's help. Steve's understanding and discretion had surprised him. Steve told him that one of the women on his crew, Sybil Landro, had too much to drink now and then and had managed to get pregnant a couple of times. She had a cordial relationship with a doctor just over the border in Tijuana who was a favorite with the local hookers. Steve and Sybil and Pete Tilton would simply drive Tracy to the doctor and return her to the United States in a day or two. When Richard said, "Tracy won't go to Mexico with you," Deming said, "This doctor won't mind if a patient arrives anesthetized." Richard knew that the problem had been solved because he never heard from Tracy again. It gave him a warm feeling about Deming and his people, not just gratitude, but a kind of camaraderie. Like Richard, they were reliable, and they weren't the sort of people to look down on him for being human. They were people who sometimes had done foolish things themselves and knew they probably would again. The crew had solved Richard's trouble with Tracy, but that had not cured him of his receptionist problem. There was another occasion a couple of years later. The receptionist's name was Heather, and Richard had to ask Deming to handle the problem again. Heather had seemed to welcome his attentions until they had sex, but then she had begun to make snide remarks. They had sounded like jokes at first, that she was just teasing him about the fact that the way they had gotten together was, technically, sexual harassment. But the jokes came more and more often, and then she asked him for a raise. She wanted her salary doubled, and she wanted to move into one of the new condominiums the company had built and live there for free. A couple of days after Heather vanished from San Diego, Richard's cell phone rang.
"Richard, it's me, Heather."
His breath caught in his throat, but he recovered. "What's up?"
"You know damned well what's up.
"I don't."
Your friends, your scum, drugged me and kidnapped me. I woke up in Mexico."
"Aw, that's too bad."
"Too bad? Too bad, Richard?"
"Yeah, it sure sounds that way."
"When I woke up, I was in some crummy hotel with a couple of your friends. The woman said if I ever told anybody anything about you or them, they'd sell me to a Mexican whorehouse where the pimps would kill me if I tried to run away."
"Jesus, Heather, if that's true, maybe you shouldn't have told me."
"You knew, you bastard."
"No way."
"You paid them to do this to me. All I'm asking is that you admit it. Tell the truth once."
"I don't know anything about this."
"I don't believe you."
"What do you want from me? Do you want to come in and talk?"
"I can't come in and talk. I'm in Ciudad Juarez, where your friends dumped me. I don't have any money to get home. I don't want to go talk to you. I hate you. You'll never see me again, you pig."
She hung up. Richard stared at his cell phone. What could be better? He asked himself. It was perfection. They had made sure all she had was a crazy story that she would be too scared to tell, and she had just given him a guarantee that she would leave him alone forever. This was science. It was art. Richard began to cherish Deming and his crew. They never seemed to be surprised at what he asked of them, and they were never at a loss about how to accomplish it. Of course, having Deming solve a problem was expensive, and as this Christine Monahan problem dragged on, it was becoming more so. Keeping 4 people traveling around searching for somebody was like keeping 4 people on a perpetual vacation, running up bills at hotels, restaurants, airlines, car rentals. And having Ronnie Seabrook dealing with hospitals and doctors for his knee was worse. Richard wasn't sure what it was going to cost him for Carl McGinnis's death. He was hoping that Carl was a bachelor, without a widow to pay off, He remembered hearing some remark that Carl had something going with Claudia Marshall, but that proved nothing. The crew had spent a lot of time together, lots of it nights away from San Diego, for years, and he supposed that they must have routinely taken care of each other in that way. The phone on Richard's desk rang, and he waited while Marlene, the new receptionist, answered it. In a few seconds his phone buzzed, and he snatched up the receiver. "Yes?"
"It's a Mr. Deming for you, Richard."
The voice was musical and efficient and cheerful. He knew that what he had been thinking should have made him immune to any thoughts about the new receptionist, but it hadn't. He modulated his voice carefully so it was businesslike, yet friendly. "Thanks, Marlene." He hit the button that was blinking. "Hi, Steve." "Richard, I wanted to give you an update on what we're doing." "I was hoping you were calling to say you had her." "Not yet." Richard hated "not yet," but he was sure Deming must remember that he hated that answer and be saying it anyway. He couldn't afford to alienate Deming now, so he ignored his irritation. "Okay, so what's happening?" "We've been circulating the pictures of Christine online to people around the country we think will look for her, if there's money in it. We've set the payoff at $100,000. Richard swallowed, but his throat was so dry he swallowed air. "I guess that's okay. I don't actually have to pay anybody, right?" "Actually, Richard, if they find her for us, you do. If somebody can find her, he can find you. Some of these people aren't anybody you want to fuck around with." "Look, Steve, I'm not sure if I made this entirely clear. She's not in the same situation as the other girls I asked you to help me with. I really need Christine back here healthy and in a receptive mood." "A receptive mood?" "If possible, I'd like her to be happy to see me." "It's kind of late to worry about her mood, but I'll think about it and see what we can do." "Thanks," said Richard, "and I appreciate your keeping me up on everything. I really need to have this work out." "Goodbye, Richard." Richard sat there staring at the phone for a moment. Maybe this extra aggravation was the price for letting Deming and his crew handle personal problems for him. There was a kind of unwelcome familiarity to the way Deming had been talking to him for the past couple of weeks. He seemed at times to think he was indulging Richard's whims. Maybe that was Richard's imagination, but Deming didn't sound like an employee talking to his boss. Richard decided that he needed to get out of the office. Maybe he would take an early lunch. Maybe he would ask Marlene, the new receptionist, to go with him. "There you are." The voice was his father's. Richard looked up. "Of course I'm here. This is my office where I work." "That's why I'm surprised." He came in and sat on the couch. He always sat in the center of a couch and rested both arms on the back, taking up as much space as one human being could. If anybody else wanted to sit, they would have to endure a terrible proximity to him, and only after they actually sat would he move slightly. He looked at the door as though he hadn't seen it before. "Close that door, will you, Richard?" Richard kept himself from expressing what he felt. He got up from his desk, walked around to the door, and closed it. "What's the occasion?" "Maybe I'm here to take a close look at what you're doing to my business. Maybe I brought 15 CPAs and 4 computer experts to snoop around and see if there's anything being hidden from me. Would that bother you?" Richard fixed a smile on his face, but he knew it was the sort of smile a man put on when he didn't want to fight an opponent he knew would crush him. Not unless they wasted a lot of time doing it. Andy Beale smiled too, but his smile was more convincing, and to Richard it was chilling. Why would he say that if he didn't think Richard had something to hide? "Well, I'm just here to talk to you about Christine. Have you talked to her since the day we were out on the boat?" "No." "Have you even tried?" "Of course. She left her apartment a month ago and hasn't been back. No one has heard from her." "That's it? You knocked on her door and talked to her friends?" Richard took a moment to decide. There were 100 reasons not to tell him any more than he had to.
but there was no way to get rid of him without meeting each of his insinuations with an answer. "I've done a lot more than that. I hired some professionals to develop their own leads and find her for me."
Andy Beale cocked his head as though he had heard a sound in the distance that he couldn't quite identify.
"Well, that's interesting. Who?" "They've done some work for us before, and they've done it well, so I trust them. They're security specialists." "I didn't ask what they were. I said who."
"The head man is named Steve Deming. He has a crew of 3 other men and 2 women.
"Women? That sounds sensible. It ought to reassure her if they find her."
"That's what I think. And they will find her."
"But they don't have her."
"Not yet."
Andy Beale looked at his son with new interest.
"So how are they going about it?"
"I just got off the phone with Steve. He's offering a reward and distributing photographs of her. He's also using the internet to get people to email him if they see her. He has his own sources."
He saw the unchanged look of curiosity on Andy Beale's face and knew what his father was going to say before he said it.
"That's pretty convenient for you. Having somebody else do it all?"
"I've been running credit checks on her every day to see if she uses a credit card or anything. So far, she hasn't. There's a skip tracing company that I've occasionally used to find tenants who skip owing rent. I've got them searching the big commercial databases for any sign of her.
She's been gone for over a month. How much cash could a girl like that have? A week's worth? After that, she couldn't buy a meal or fill up at a gas station without the credit bureaus noticing. She's got to be with somebody."
The conversation had moved from the uncomfortable to the excruciating for Richard, but he could not think of a way to change the subject. He tried retreating behind a haze of vagueness.
"Well, we'll see." "Yeah, you damn well ought to see. Somebody's helping that girl, probably putting her up and paying her bills and signing for things so she doesn't leave a trail. Everything you're doing only works if she's alone, and she isn't. You must have some idea of who the guys are she might know well enough. You were fucking her for 6 months or so. Who else was?"
Richard felt his cheeks heating up.
"Nobody. She was a virgin when she came to work here. And after that, I was with her all the time.
A secretary, about half your age, who had never been with anybody else. She wasn't exactly a difficult girl to impress, was she? Wasn't that a little too easy even for you?"
"She was a pretty young girl, good-natured and unmarried. I work very long, hard hours, in case your spies hadn't mentioned it. I'm not out very often, where I might meet a lot of women."
"Yeah, I know. You're a regular monk. One way or another, you found her and got her to sleep with you. But somebody besides you is taking care of her right now. Don't you think you ought to be curious about who the guy is?"
"It's not a man. It's a woman."
"What woman? Her mother? A sister? Just trace her the way you would Christine."
"My man Steve says it's a pro, a detective or a bodyguard or something. The night they found Christine in Buffalo, this woman broke one guy's knee and ran into another one with her car. I don't know much more than that, but we're assuming she's keeping Christine out of sight for now."
"This isn't normal,"
said Andy.
"Are you sure your man Steve isn't just full of shit?"
"He's not. Why would you say that?"
"Where the hell would a girl like Christine get to know somebody like that?"
"We don't know that yet, either."
"What do you know about her relatives, her parents?"
"Her mother died when she was a kid. Her father's in jail. He's serving a 10-year sentence for embezzling money from the company where he worked. She also has a stepmother and a half-sister and brother she hates. The stepmother ended up with all the father's money and threw Christine out of the house when she was 16.
"It's the father, then. You've got to go see the father."
"In jail?"
"If that's where he is, that's where you see him."
"Why would I do that? He's not hiding her."
Andy Beale's expression showed his frustration and hopelessness. He didn't seem to see any point in raising his voice, or to have enough energy to do it. He blew out a breath and said carefully,
"Christine is a kid. Somebody found this woman professional for her and hired her. The wicked stepmother didn't do it. The father is the most likely one. He's also sitting 24 hours a day in the best place there is for making contacts who know women who break legs and run over people. Maybe he talked to somebody in prison who could get in touch with the woman on the outside. From what you just said, of all the people Christine knows, the only one she's going to talk to again for sure is her father. And if you want to get a message to her, he's the one you have to leave it with. What am I supposed to say to him? That I knocked up his sweet little daughter, but he should be my buddy and help me out? I said to get a message to the girl. You tell him you're in love with her. There was a spat, just a misunderstanding, and she got hurt feelings and ran out on you. Do I tell her I was her boss? You tell him everything that will make him think you're a reasonable prospect for his daughter. You're not only her boss, but also the future owner of the company, a rich, successful guy. You're worried about her, you miss her, and you want to marry her. He glared at Richard with irritation. Sometimes I think you're not a regular person, Richard. You're like some kind of lizard or fish or something, and you don't feel what other people feel. You have to make some kind of leap of imagination so you can figure out what to tell them to make them feel the way you want. What am I trying to get from him? Maybe he hired this woman pro, and you can get him to let something slip about her. The least you want to do is to pass your message on to Christine. You want him to help you get her back. A 20-year-old girl who was sleeping with you might think hearing from you is good news. But the father first. You need him on your side. If he's showing signs that he might think you're good news too, then ask him for permission to marry his daughter. Why would I ask some jailbird for permission to do anything? There. That's what I'm talking about. You've got to put yourself in this man's place. Yes, he's in jail. He's feeling guilty because being there made him unable to protect his daughter, so she got chucked out on the street. He wants to believe you because it would mean everything worked out all right. She found a nice, steady, prosperous guy who loves her. So you help him believe in you. If he does, he'll try to get her to give you a chance. Why would she listen to him?
Andy Beale studied him for a moment.
The more I think about this, the more I think you're not right for this. Forget I said to see him. I'll do it for you. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. No, said Andy Beale. But you probably shouldn't. We get one chance with this guy, and you'd probably fuck it up. I'll just let you know what happened. Whatever.
Richard shrugged and leaned back in his chair.
What I want you to do is try some other angles on your own. Think. She's pregnant. She's going to be seeing an obstetrician. She's not going to wait and walk into an emergency room when the baby comes. You're her employer, so try to work with the health insurance company. We're the real customer because we pay the premiums. They're not going to tell us anything about her medical file. It's private. Try. All you need is the name of a doctor. Hell, even a city would do. Another thing she'll need is an apartment. We're in the rental business. Send a picture of her to 1,000 other large owners and say she's somebody who stole from us and we want to find her. Think about her. What does she need to get by? Who does she know to ask for help? Work on it. I will. Be sure you do, said Andy Beale. If you screw around until after she's had the baby, it will be a whole lot harder to persuade her that she needs you.
He stood and walked to the door, opened it, and looked out at the receptionist thoughtfully.
What's her father's name? Monahan. I think it's Robert Monahan. And where is he? Lompoc. All right. I'll talk to you soon.
He spared Richard only a glance.
What's the new girl's name?
He returned his eyes to the receptionist.
Marlene. Don't complicate things by fucking her, too.
Chapter 14. The nightmare that woke Jane slipped away before she could hold on to enough of it to remember. Panting and sweating, she sat up and looked around her. Carrie was still asleep beside her, the sheet only partly over his leg now. She must have thrown it off when she had jerked awake, so she gently pulled it back over him to the shoulder and looked at the red numbers on the alarm clock. 4 already. He would have to be up at 5:30 so he could drive to the hospital. Ahead of him was another morning of surgery. Again she tried to remember her dream, but it was gone. There was still enough time to go back to sleep, but she knew she couldn't do that while she could still feel her heart pounding. There was a very faint breeze coming through the screen of the open window across the room, pushing the thin white curtains inward an inch or two and making the sweat on her back feel cold. After a minute she stood, stepped out of her nightgown, walked down the hall to the farthest of the guest rooms, shut the door, and went into the bathroom. She ran the shower until it wasn't cold, and then stepped into the spray. There was no uncertainty about what had caused her dream. She had been home for a few days, and she had been getting used to being Mrs. Carey McKinnon again, the doctor's wife who lived behind the thick, solid door of the big old stone house. But Jane had promised that she would go and see Christine's father. As she stood in the shower, she wondered whether she regretted not having kept her promise more than she regretted having promised at all. Visiting the prison where Christine's father was serving his sentence would be incredibly dangerous. Jane supposed she must have been thinking about it for days without acknowledging it consciously. She knew she would have to do what she had promised. If she didn't, the man would probably be so devastated by the loss of his daughter that he would find a way to kill himself. He was a middle-aged convict who apparently didn't have much left except his daughter. Even years from now, when he was out of jail, he would never have a job as good as the ones he'd had, might never find a woman to love him, probably never even have friends who completely trusted him. Jane had promised Christine that at least this man would know that his daughter had not erased him from her life. When the shower had soothed her and made her feel fully awake, she put on a bathrobe and went downstairs to the kitchen. She made coffee, set the table for breakfast, took out eggs and butter and bread for toast, then went to the computer in the small office off the den and made flight reservations in the name Donna Ruggiero, then printed out the tickets and confirmation. At 5:15 she climbed the stairs to the bedroom and stood for a moment watching Carrie sleep, then touched his shoulder to wake him. He opened his eyes, then gave a sigh and looked up at her, smiling. "I had a dream that we—" "Oh, yeah, I guess that wasn't a dream." "No, it wasn't," she said. "Good for us." He sat up, looked at the clock, and then stood and put his arms around her. "I'd better brush my teeth before I kiss you." He went into the bathroom, and as she straightened the bed she heard the hum of his electric toothbrush, then the buzz of his razor. As she had each morning since her return, she looked out the upstairs window at the road outside, trying to detect any change since the night before. Then she went downstairs and walked out toward the end of the driveway to pick up the morning newspaper. She could hear faraway sounds, robins on the lawns today and crows in the big trees of the McKinnon yard, and others calling to one another along the road. Jane pretended to look at nothing, but she used the walk down the long driveway to scan the neighborhood for unfamiliar vehicles and people who were out of place. There was nothing to disturb her. She stepped back in through the kitchen entrance and locked the door. Carrie was standing beside the kitchen table, and she could see the papers in his hand were the airline tickets she had printed. He looked troubled, but when he saw her he erased the expression and turned to hand them to her. "You're leaving today?" "I was going to talk to you about it after you were awake, but you were a lot faster coming down than I thought you'd be. What I have to do will take 1 day, but it'll take me a day to fly there and at least 2 to make it back home. I'll be back here on Saturday, probably." "Why do you have to go at all?" "I don't want to. It's just something I have to do." "You won't tell me more than that?" "It wouldn't make anybody safer. You, me, the girl." "Look, I don't want to start a fight with you, especially just before you go away. But maybe you ought to spend some time asking yourself why you don't trust me."
She put her arms around him and kept him there, rocking slightly. "You know I trust you. We went through this years ago, and I thought you understood. I've made promises. One was that I wouldn't tell anyone where this person is or what I'm doing for her. Not that I'd only tell my husband."
"Getting married is a promise, too," he said. "There's not supposed to be anybody who knows more than you tell me."
"There isn't," she said. "I'm sorry, Carrie. Right now just isn't a good time for this conversation. When this trip is over, we can talk. Please, just don't make this harder." Carrie studied her for a second, then relented.
"Just make it back here safe, and get this whole thing finished."
"I will." She released him, then stepped back to look at him. "What do you want for breakfast?"
"Nothing."
"Nothing?"
"I'm not hungry right now. I'll get something at the hospital later."
"I love you," she said, and kissed him on the cheek, then picked up the carton of eggs and put it back in the refrigerator. "I love you" had always struck her as a foolish, inadequate thing to say, but it was exactly what she meant in exactly the way she had said it. She remembered times, years ago, when she had called him from various places around the country, only daring to talk on a payphone for a minute or two. In her memory it was always night, and always raining. She wouldn't be able to tell him where she was because she was afraid his phone would be tapped, or he would forget and mention the name of the place to someone else. He would be impatient for her to come home, and she would say, "I love you," and what it meant was, "I'm sorry." And then when it was time to hang up, she would say, "I love you," again, and wait, holding her breath and listening, because it meant, "Do you still love me?" In the past 5 years, since she had quit going away, the meaning had always been happy and sure. Maybe 5 years of that was as good as a life. It was more of a life than many people had, and she felt lucky to have had it. By this time tomorrow, she could be dead. Chapter 15. After Carrie had left for work, she completed the rest of her preparations for her flight. Seeing Ketter in Kennedy Airport had reminded Jane that for her, airports were dangerous places. All she could do was alter her appearance enough so that if she was not face to face with an enemy, he might not recognize her immediately. This time she wore tinted glasses to hide her eyes, a cashmere sweater that softened and rounded the thin, sinewy quality of her arms and shoulders, an understated pendant with a single diamond, and a skirt. As soon as she had gone through security in the Buffalo airport and shown her driver's license for the last time, she hid her black hair under a blonde wig. She flew to the U.S. Airways hub in Pittsburgh and then boarded her plane to Santa Barbara without ever taking her eyes off the people around her. Her plane turned and lowered above the ocean off Santa Barbara, while the sun still hung well above the blue horizon line. The plane hit the runway and rolled to the terminal, and the sky had a late afternoon golden glow. Jane stepped off the plane quickly with her sunglasses on and her carry-on bag over her shoulder, scanning the faces of the people in the airport, then went to the car rental to claim the car she had reserved. She had asked for a luxury car, and when she got to the rental area she found a Cadillac waiting for her. She had decided she wanted something big and overpowered for the drive up the coast. Lompoc was about an hour north of Santa Barbara, and if something went wrong, she didn't want to be easy to outrun or bump off the road. She got into the car and drove out Sandspit Road to Ward Memorial Boulevard, a straight strip of concrete over the protected wetland at Goleta Beach, then turned onto Interstate 101, heading north away from Santa Barbara. After a few minutes, when the traffic thinned and cars were far apart, she pulled off the blonde wig and shook out her hair. She looked in the rear-view mirror at the mountains that rose abruptly like a wall above Santa Barbara. She had always liked Santa Barbara in the old days because it was beautiful and warm, a city of white buildings with red tile roofs built between a mountain range and a white sand beach.
Now it had become a city of ghosts. Jane could remember the night when she had broken into the apartment on Ocean View Avenue where Harry Kemple had been living for years as Harry Shaw, the name she had given him. Before she got there, the police had already spent hours in Harry's place, and they had left greasy black fingerprint dust all over the windows, the doorknobs, the smooth surface of the table in the kitchen. Harry's body had been taken away, but there was a huge reddish-brown stain in the dirty shag carpet where Harry had bled out after his throat was cut. His heart must have taken a long time to stop, to pump out that much blood. Harry was the only runner Jane had ever had who had been caught, and he had died because of her. His killer had fooled her into believing he was a friend of Harry's who needed help, so she had brought him to Vancouver to the shop of Louis Feng, the man who had made Harry's identification papers. Days later, when Jane had learned Louis Feng was dead, she had rushed to reach Harry, but she arrived too late. Since then, Harry Kemple had sometimes visited Jane in her dreams. Santa Barbara wasn't the best place for Jane to stay the night anyway. It was too close to Los Angeles, and it had become crowded over the past few years. There were too many people from other places on the street, and any of them might be one of the people who hated her, and might see her face before she saw theirs. The best place to stop would be one of the smaller towns to the north, Buellton or Solvang or even Lompoc, but when Jane reached them, she kept driving. She chose Santa Maria. Since she had last been there, Santa Maria had begun to evolve from a largely blue-collar ranch area to an overflow community for Santa Barbara. The open spaces looked like vanity ranches where rich people rode expensive horses. She selected a motel off the interstate and checked in for the night. The room was small and thin-walled, and there was a sliding pocket door to the bathroom that kept going off its track, but it was adequate, and she was tired. Jane prepared her clothes and belongings for the next day, checking them off against the sheet of prison regulations she had printed out from her computer at home. Visiting hours were 8:30 to 3 on Friday, Saturday, and federal holidays. Processing of visitors stopped at 2 p.m. A visitor could carry only a clear plastic change purse, 8 inches or smaller, $40, and a comb. Jane would be permitted to wear a reasonable amount of jewelry. If she brought a baby, she could have a clear plastic diaper bag with a reasonable amount of baby food, clothes, bottles, powder, and lotion. Shorts, halter tops, sheer clothing, skirts more than 3 inches above the knee, or khaki clothing were prohibited. Khaki clothes were what the inmates wore. She examined the picture ID she had asked Stuart Shattuck to make her the night she had brought Christine to see him. It was a duplicate of a California driver's license, with Jane's picture in place of the original. Jane had known from the moment when Christine had told her the story of her family that she might need it one day. Jane put the license on the dresser, and then went to bed and let the fatigue of the long day overtake her. In a few minutes she was asleep. In her dream she was driving into Santa Barbara. She took the Salinas Street exit from the freeway, and then went by the corner of Ocean View Avenue, but didn't dare to take the turn. She couldn't avoid recognizing the tall hedge at the corner, at least 12 feet high, and so thick it was opaque. The hedge was one of the first things she had seen when she had gone to Harry's apartment. She kept going and drove through the city, trying to get away from the memory of Harry's death. And then she made a turn and saw the old main building of Mission Santa Barbara ahead. The sight of the mission made Jane feel sick. It was an old adobe church with a tower and a long, low wing continuing to the left of it, the whole complex situated at the top of a vast sloping green lawn set off by big rose gardens. There was a small parking lot and a fountain, and to the right of the church was a high wall. It was what was behind the wall that was important. That was where the truth was hidden. When the Jesuit missionaries came to the Senecas, they were promptly sent to their heaven. But the people who once inhabited this part of California coast weren't like the people of the eastern forests. They hadn't been fighting for 1,000 years like the Iroquois. It took only a few Spanish soldiers on horseback to round them up and make them live in captivity. They died in such numbers that the cemetery filled up, and the bodies had to be dug up and reburied elsewhere, over and over, to make room for the new deaths. Jane couldn't help walking out through the side door of the church into the cemetery. There were old stone markers here, with names and dates worn away. And there were green plants and flowers growing with the vigor of Santa Barbara's perpetual May. There was a melancholy silence here, interrupted about once every 2 minutes by the whispery sound of a car passing beyond the wall.
"So you're back."
Jane shut her eyes tightly, but she knew she had to turn around, so she did. She opened her eyes, knowing. There he was, the way he always was in her dreams. "Hello, Harry," she said. He was wearing the moss-green sport coat that had always seemed slightly too big for him. It made her wonder if he'd bought it that way to hide cards and poker games, or if he had begun to age and get smaller before she had even met him. Harry was leaning on the high stone cemetery wall, his sad brown eyes fixed on her. She added, "I was thinking of you when I flew into the Santa Barbara airport today. I can't come here without thinking of you."
"I'm hard to forget, even after all this time."
"You are. I'm so sorry, Harry." She could feel the tears beginning to well in her eyes.
I know. It doesn't matter to me any more. Dying was one nasty surprise on one night of my life. The big hand in my hair, jerking my head back, and then the knife going right across my throat as quick as that. The experience was really all over before I even figured out what had happened. The result was determined. He let go of me, and I was already dead while I was standing up.
Harry tilted his head back, and she could see the mortician's crude stitching across his throat.
"Looks like a baseball, doesn't it?"
"A little."
"It doesn't matter. By now I could be dead from a bad piece of meat. Don't waste time blaming yourself. This was just the twins, the grandsons of Sky Woman. Hawaneu, the right-handed twin, creates, and Hanagoatica, the left-handed twin, destroys. We're all just part of the battle they've always fought with each other, and we don't even know what part we're playing. Hawaneu creates a bright little boy who grows up to be an anesthesiologist, but Hanagoatica has already given him a blind spot in his peripheral vision, so he won't notice that the dial on the meter is too high, and so he'll kill a patient. But maybe Hawaneu has made sure the patient is the one who would have grown up to kill whole countries. Each move has a counter-move, and only the twins know which is which."
"That example is pretty far-fetched."
"Is it?" he said.
"Why are you here?" Harry looked around at the old cemetery with exaggerated interest.
"Somebody belongs here more than me? Somebody deader than I am?"
"You know what I mean. Why tonight?"
"I'm here to warn you, Janey," he said. "You've been living a quiet life for a long time. You don't get to know why you were allowed to do that. Hawaneu raises his right hand to strike, but Hanagoatica raises his left to grasp his wrist, just like a mirror image. Maybe he blocked the blow, but maybe Hawaneu was just keeping him from moving."
"Meaning what?"
"It's over. They're moving. You're out again."
"I know that."
"But do you know which twin is doing it? Day or night? Creator or destroyer? The good twin or the bad one?"
"You just reminded me that I don't get to know."
"There are always results. Somebody lives or dies. Think about the woman."
"What about her? She's just a kid."
"Woman. There are a lot of questions you never asked. You accepted her because she said Sharon sent her, but you never talked to Sharon."
"There were men with guns waiting in the parking lot. They persuaded me."
"What were they going to do with the guns? Kill her? Kill you?"
"It doesn't much matter. I couldn't let them do either. I couldn't let them take her. I couldn't ignore the fact that they set off a bomb to get to her." You couldn't. Somebody put you in a position where you couldn't make any choices. Or maybe they were just making the right choices unthinkable. Who was it? I don't know. Make sure you're doing what you think you're doing.
I think I'm doing what I'm supposed to. I'm keeping my word.
Harry shrugged. I can't hang around here all night. You hid the woman. Now you're going to see her only living connection, the only person who seems to give a shit if she lives or dies. The boyfriend must know about him, right? Would you send somebody else there? He gave her a compassionate look, then reached out and touched her cheek. The hand was cold, with a texture like wax. She shuddered and jerked her head back involuntarily, and awoke. She lay in the bed staring up at the cottage cheese ceiling above her. There seemed to be light behind the curtain, so she sat up. The clock said it was 5 a.m., but she didn't want to go back to sleep. She was afraid that she would see Harry in her dreams again. She showered and dressed, then packed, checked out of the hotel, and drove to Lompoc for an early breakfast. Jane hated jails. Twice she had gone in because that was the only way to get to a woman and talk to her privately before she was released into danger again. 2 other times she had allowed herself to be arrested because the alternative would have been to injure a police officer. Every surface in a jail seemed to her to have its own special cruelty. The bars, which were mostly symbolic in women's jails, but also the beds, the toilets, the showers, all of them rough, cheap, nasty versions of things that existed on the outside, as though someone wanted every instant of life to be a reminder that the prisoner was in a different world where everything was bad. She drove around the perimeter of the parking lot as though she were undecided about where she was supposed to park, and looked at the cars, trying to detect a watcher. The cars all appeared to be empty. As she parked the car and began to walk toward the main building of the complex, she felt an instinctive urge to run, but she steadied herself and walked on. About half the prisoners at Lompoc were assigned to the federal prison, the United States Penitentiary, a high-security section that had all the usual architectural reminders that the government had no intention of letting any of these men decide to leave. Fences, towers, bars. The other half were in the Federal Correction Institution, the low-security section. She had checked in advance on her computer and learned that Robert Monahan was one of these inmates. She went to the front lobby and saw that things were less ugly than she had expected. The place reminded her of a military base, but she knew what she was seeing was a gloved fist. It might seem smooth and not terribly threatening, but inside was still a fist. Jane told the first person in a uniform, a young man, that she had an appointment, and he told her to show her ID to a woman called the front entrance officer, who checked her off the visitor list. The man held a metal detector and moved it up and down her body, and the woman patted her down. Jane had brought only the plastic see-through change purse to hold her driver's license and sunglasses and money, but the male officer opened it and searched it anyway. Then she was directed to a waiting room consisting of bare painted walls and rows of chairs, where another officer handed her a copy of the rules that she had already read. One rule was that a violation of the rules could result in a sentence of 20 years for the visitor. Jane sat on a chair in the nearby bare waiting room for an hour and a half, watching the other visitors. Most of them were women, some with babies or toddlers, others apparently mothers whose babies had grown up and gotten convicted of federal crimes. At 9, and then at 10, a man announced that he was the visitation duty officer, then called names from a list on a clipboard and let the visitors into the visiting room. When the man called the name Jane was listening for, she stood up and followed the duty officer into the room, where the visiting room officer showed her to a seat at a long counter. Across from Jane was a man in his 50s, with graying hair cut short and a khaki uniform. On his feet were a pair of white socks and plastic sandals. When he saw Jane, He stared at her in shock and disappointment. His mouth gaped open. Jane stepped quickly to him, her arms extended. "Bobby, give me a hug." She glared at him. "I've missed you so much." "You're really glad to see you. Christine wishes she could come, but today it has to be just me." The man allowed her to throw her arms around him. She held him tightly in that awkward position with the counter between them and whispered, "Christine asked me to do this." She sensed that the guard was moving in their direction, so she released him and sat down across from him. The guard moved off. Jane said, "I'm sorry to be so insensitive to your feelings. I pretended to be Delia because it was the only name besides Christine's I knew you would have put on your list of visitors at intake."
"And you knew that nobody here would ever have seen her," said Monahan.
"I guessed, after what Christine told me about her," she said. "I'm sorry."
"Where is she?"
"Christine is in a situation now that won't allow her to be here and visit you. We both felt that we had to get word to you somehow that she still loves you very much. She isn't dropping you, or forgetting about you, or feeling any different about you. She simply can't be near here, or come to visit."
"How long will that be?"
Jane hesitated. "I don't know. It might be for a few months, or it might be years."
"Why?"
"I'm not sure how much you know already. She was in love with her boss, Richard Beale."
"She's talked about him. You said was in love. What happened?"
"I'm not sure of everything. She got pregnant. She decided not to tell him, just to leave."
"What do you mean? Why wouldn't she tell him?"
"She hasn't told me every detail, but I get the impression he wasn't treating her well. She was afraid of him, and she was beginning to admit to herself that a lot of his business deals had a suspicious side to them. He was also paying some creeps to handle unpleasant problems for him, and that scared her. She could see the relationship wasn't going to end well if she stayed, so she didn't." Robert Monahan had put his head in his hands right after he had heard the word pregnant. He looked up.
"Where is she now?"
"She's safe.
"Where?"
She's far away from here, and she's well and safe. I can't say where right now."
"Why did she want to be hidden? Is he stalking her or something?"
"It's more than that. He sent his 6 creeps to find her and drag her back to San Diego. They're very—" She saw the visiting room officer was about to pass close to them. "And then I said to her, if you don't like the neighborhood, don't buy the house. You can't remodel the neighborhood." Then the officer was out of earshot. "These are not people you want to have find your daughter."
"But what does Richard want? Why send people like that after her?"
Jane looked at him in silence for a few seconds. "That part isn't what I do. I haven't got any smart theories to tell you. Maybe he's afraid she'll tell the police about something she saw at work or at his house. Maybe anything. I don't try to psychoanalyze men like him. I teach people how to run away from them."
"My God,"
he said.
"What can we do?"
"What I did was take her from a place where people were trying to harm her to a different place where nobody knows her. I promised her I would find a way to tell you so you wouldn't think she suddenly didn't love you or that she had dropped off the face of the earth. Now I have." Jane stood up.
"Wait,"
said Monahan.
"Don't go yet. What happens when I get out? How do I find her?"
"When you're out, you can write me a letter. They won't let me hand you any paper. It's Post Office Box 96919, Chicago, Illinois, 60637. Can you remember it?"
96919, 60637. "Yes."
"When you write, just give me a phone number, and I'll let you know how she is. If it's safe by then, we'll arrange something."
"Is she going to have the baby?"
"Yes, and she's planning to keep it. I don't know the sex, but he or she is healthy. Christine has medical care and money and a safe place to live. After it's born, I'll move them again and give them new names, so there won't be any chance of tracing her through birth records or anything like that.
Will you tell her I love her?
Sure, but she already knows it. I'll tell her you're okay.
That's accurate enough. Mostly tell her I love her, and whatever she does, I'm on her side.
Jane looked around her again, then into his eyes. I'm going to have to tell her again that getting in touch with you would be stupid.
I know you'll have to say that.
I just had to be sure. A few minutes later, the visiting room officer began calling names. After each, he would say,
"Your time is up. Please leave by the door at the back of the room."
When he called Monahan, Jane and Robert Monahan stood. She held out her arms to him, and they shared another awkward embrace. "Sorry it was only me," she whispered.
"If I forgot to say anything, will you tell her I said it?"
"Of course I will. Take care, Robert." They had to end the embrace, and Monahan stood and watched the tall, dark-haired woman follow the visiting room officer to the door on the other side. He never blinked, just took every moment of the sight of her into his memory. As the door closed, he sent her a silent benediction, really only a fervent hope that the strength he sensed in her would be great enough to keep Chris safe from harm. Then he turned around to face the other door, where the corridor took him back into his prison. Chapter 16. Jane stepped out the front door of the prison and walked toward her rental car. It was just before 11, and the day was beginning to heat up as the haze that had drifted in from the ocean during the night burned off, and the sun reasserted its intensity. Jane took the sunglasses out of her plastic purse and put them on. She liked the morning fog that settled over Central California during June and July. She acknowledged that it was probably because every time she had been here, she had been trying to keep from being noticed, and the glaring sun that prevailed most of the time had always made her feel vulnerable. She got into her rented Cadillac and drove out to Klein Boulevard, the road she had used to reach the prison. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw other cars pulling out of the lot, but she was preoccupied, thinking about Robert Monahan. She knew she should have been more definite with him. If the 4 people who were still looking for Christine were any good at all, they would know her father was in Lompoc. He was the only person that Christine was almost certain to try to reach. It might never be safe for Robert Monahan to see his daughter, and Jane should have been clear about that. She had been intending to tell him that his greatest comfort was going to be knowing that his daughter was safe and wasn't doing anything foolish. But when Jane had thought about the fact that he had 6 more years, she had decided to say something less harsh and less certain. In 6 years, things could change all by themselves. Richard Beale could be run over by a bus, and his 4 hunters could all be in jail. The visit was over. Whatever she had accomplished would have to do. When the day came for Robert Monahan's release, there would be no doubt whether or not she had said the right things. And there was no doubt that Monahan had understood the message. Jane glanced in the rearview mirror again to check on the cars behind her. She didn't like the fact that the visitors were all let in and out on the hour. The little road away from the prison seemed unnecessarily well-traveled. Jane didn't have to accept that. She watched for a safe place to pull her car over to let the other cars pass. Some of them probably had a long way to go, and it was better to let them ahead for the interstate than to have them tailgate and make risky moves to pass her. Jane wasn't in a hurry. She had already accomplished everything she had to do, and all that was left was to make it home safe and unnoticed. She found a turnout, a wider stretch of shoulder where she could let the others pass. As each car went by her, she looked at the driver. Each of the first 4 cars was driven by someone she had seen in the visiting room. 2 of them were young women driving alone, and both of them looked as though they were crying. The 3rd car held a mother and 3 young children. The mother drove with stony-faced resolution. In the next car was an elderly couple, who were the parents of an inmate. She had noticed them in the visiting room walking in slowly, in that stiff, careful way that indicated they were afraid of falling. They sat across from a handsome, dark-haired man about 30 years old. The mother and the son had been talkers, sometimes interrupting each other or talking at the same time, as though they shared the gift of talking and listening simultaneously. The father had sat back a bit so his wife could be closer, and said nothing. He simply listened. The next car to appear in Jane's rearview mirror was a full-sized dark blue model. It had pulled over too, at least 200 yards back. As she watched it for a few seconds and it showed no sign of pulling out again, small alarms began to sound in her mind. There was a white van coming, still far off. She returned to the road and accelerated to 35, and then checked the mirror again. The blue car let the big white van pass and then drove after it. She wasn't sure about the blue car yet, but if she had been trying to follow someone, she would have done the same thing. Let the van pass so it would be between them. Curious about the driver of the blue car, she let her car drift out a bit to the left edge of her lane and tried to use her side mirror to see him. The car was too far back. She knew that no matter who was in the car, it would be best if she didn't let him spend too much time behind her, but she wanted to see him. Waiting outside the prison until someone came to see Robert Monahan and then following her was exactly what the four would do. Jane tried repeatedly, but she couldn't quite see the driver. She sped up and watched the mirror. Nothing happened, so she put more distance between her car and the van. As she accelerated, she tried to picture each stretch of road ahead, waiting for the place where she could make a sudden turn and force the follower to either drive past the turn and lose her, or commit himself to a pursuit. She couldn't let anyone follow her back to the Santa Barbara airport and learn what flight she was taking. The farther she went with him behind her, the greater the possibility that he would learn something about her that she didn't want him to know. There was only one traffic light on this route before the road took them into the city of Lompoc. She would drive fast around the bend, across the bridge, to the traffic light. If it was red, she would go through it, and if he was guilty, he would too. If it was green, she would wait for it to turn red. If he was guilty, he would wait with her. Jane pressed harder on the gas pedal and increased her speed. She was going over 60 before she reached the end of Klein Boulevard. She slowed only enough to make the turn without spinning off into a field. Her tires squealed a little, but she kept the car in control and accelerated again. This time she built her speed to 65 and held it as she drove on, checking her mirror. The other car peeked out from behind the van, then veered around it and into the left lane to pass. The car kept accelerating, trying to keep Jane's Cadillac in sight. The time was coming for Jane to make her move. She could see the start of the curve ahead, just a place where the road seemed to dissolve. She took the bend in the road and then knew what she wanted. Jane hit her brakes, pulled off onto the right shoulder, and stopped. The dark blue car had been accelerating to catch up with her, and as it came around the bend it could barely hold the road. Jane saw the front dip down, then dip again as the driver applied the brakes, but it was moving far too fast to stop in time. The car slowed only to about 30 as it went past her, the driver fighting to slow it down. The driver was a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s, with long hair that appeared slightly unnatural, as though it had been straightened and dyed coal black. She glared at Jane, and the expression on her face was a mixture of anger and fear. It was clear that she knew she had failed to keep Jane from noticing her, and by slamming on her brakes she had convicted herself of trying to follow her. The woman was no longer anonymous. Jane could see that the woman had a Bluetooth mic on her ear and was talking to somebody on the telephone as she skidded past. Jane pulled out onto the road after her. The woman saw Jane's car in the mirror and began to accelerate. Jane accelerated too, coming up behind the woman fast, as though she meant to come up on her left and force her off the road. The traffic signal at the intersection was visible now, and turning yellow, then red. The woman added more speed as she approached the bridge. Her car bounced when tires hit the metal seam between pavement and bridge, and Jane could see that she was going to run the light. Jane stayed behind her, but before they reached the red light, Jane took her foot off the gas pedal and fell back.
The woman was watching Jane, and she didn't see until the last moment that there was a truck coming into the intersection on the cross street from the left. She made a panicky attempt to avoid it by standing on her brakes, but the driver of the truck had seen her coming and begun to stop too. They were entering the intersection at the same time. The woman wrenched her wheel to the right and hit the gas pedal to swing into a right turn around the corner. The driver saw what she was doing and swerved to the left to avoid her, so both the woman's car and the truck moved off down the road side by side, the truck in the left lane and the car in the right. Jane accelerated past them both and through the intersection. Even though the light was still red, there was no other vehicle coming. She kept going into the business district of the city of Lompoc, made a few quick turns to be sure the woman couldn't find her easily if she tried to catch her, and then drove on residential streets until she reached the next intersection with a busy street, turned and followed it to the entrance to Interstate 101. There was no question in Jane's mind that the woman would know she had come to Lompoc from somewhere nearby, almost certainly Santa Barbara, an hour to the south. Jane drove to the right onto the northbound entrance and drove hard toward San Francisco. She reached San Francisco in the late afternoon and stopped at the Bank of America branch on Market Street, where she kept an account in the name of Valerie Collins. The teller seemed only mildly surprised when she withdrew $4,000 in cash. The teller in the Wells Fargo branch up the street behaved the same when Carol Stevens withdrew $3,500 in cash from her account just before closing time. As long as the amount wasn't large enough so they had to fill out extra forms, everybody seemed to be unconcerned. It was clear now that Christine was going to have to keep a low profile and pay for everything in cash for a longer time than Jane had anticipated. She would have to visit a few more banks in the months before she returned to Minneapolis to pick her up. In the early evening, she stood at the car rental at the Oakland airport. She turned in the car she had rented in Santa Barbara, then took the shuttle to the terminal. The first flight to the east that had an empty seat to sell her was headed for Atlanta, but she took it. She knew that when she got there, she would have to get on a flight to Philadelphia or Newark in order to catch another one for Buffalo. The trip would probably take her the rest of the night and most of the next day, but if she got home by midnight, it would still be Saturday, technically. Jane went through the security checkpoint, watching the crowds, searching for familiar faces. As soon as she was beyond the checkpoint, she went into a ladies' room and put on the blonde wig and the outfit she had worn when she had flown to Santa Barbara. On her way to the gate where her flight to Atlanta would be boarding, Jane stopped at a pay telephone and dialed the number of the apartment in Minneapolis. There was no answer, but the voicemail kicked in. Jane was pleased to hear the generic female voice the phone company had chosen to personify it. "We're sorry, but the customer at this number is not able to answer right now. If you would like to leave a message, begin speaking after the tone." After a few seconds, the tone sounded, and Jane said, "Hi, it's me. I wanted to let you know that I visited your father today. He's fine, and he said to tell you he loves you very much. He understands exactly why you couldn't be there, and that you won't be able to visit in person. He said he wanted to be absolutely sure you knew he didn't blame you for anything that's happened, and he's very glad about his grandchild. I told him how to get in touch with me when he's out. So don't worry about him. I should tell you that there was a woman waiting in the parking lot of the prison when I came out, and she tried to follow me to you. She had long hair, dyed an unnatural black. I suppose it could be a wig. I'll see you in a couple of months. Stay safe." She hung up, moved off, and walked past her gate, scanning the waiting areas near it for familiar, unwelcome faces. Chapter 17. Andy Beale sat in his study and listened to what Grace Kandinsky, his private detective, had to tell him about her day of watching Richard's hired woman at the prison. After a time he realized that he was sitting with the phone pressed against his ear and wincing. The whole situation had turned into a disaster, in spite of all his advice. It wasn't that difficult either. Richard's people had known the woman would be coming and probably bringing Christine with her.
All they really had to do was wait outside the prison for her to walk right into their trap. Instead, they had sent one woman to sit in the parking lot to watch for her. Their attempt had been stupid, inadequate, and half-hearted. When she sounded as though she had finished her report, he said, "Is that it?"
"That's it," she said.
"Then you can come home now. Send me a bill."
"You bet I will."
Andy Beale hung up, put on his sport coat, walked out to the car, and began to drive. When he reached the freeway and turned south toward La Jolla, Beale only got angrier. Richard had been a disappointment when he was in nursery school, and he had never improved. He had been a mama's boy without being particularly nice to his mother. That probably should have been a sign and a warning. The kid had wanted every bit of Ruby's attention 24 hours a day, but when he had her attention, he used it to make her miserable, whining, crying, and complaining. Throughout childhood, Richard was always too hot or too cold. He was hungry, but he hated whatever food she gave him, cranky and sleepy, but never willing to go to bed and give everybody a rest. In school, he was a bully, but he got beaten up more often than the school's weakest kids because he was so cowardly about only picking on them that he attracted bigger bullies. The reason why Andy and Ruby Beale had started spying on him after he was in high school was that he was so damned sneaky. Richard was always hiding things he had but wasn't supposed to have, lying about things he did, and pretending he had done things he hadn't. By Richard's junior year in high school, Andy Beale had seen exactly as many fake report cards as real ones. The fakes always arrived early. When the fakes came, Andy would wait a week and call the school to ask that a set of duplicates be sent to his office. He never explained to anyone at the school why it was necessary. Was he supposed to tell them his only son was a liar and a fraud? The purpose of the exercise wasn't to expose Richard's crimes and get him kicked out of school. It was only to allow Ruby and Andy to know what their son was really doing. It always amazed Andy that the false report cards didn't hide anything very serious. All Richard had been concealing was laziness and mediocrity. In certain dark moods, Andy Beale had even considered the discrepancies between the real and the fake cards amusing. Richard always found it necessary to make himself into a phenomenon, a straight-A student who inspired flattering comments from teachers, even though there was no space on the card for them. In this, Richard apparently had only been imitating his teacher's actual practice. Now and then an exasperated teacher would scrawl in a margin, "Seldom came to class," or "Failed midterm for violation of honor code." Upon reflection, what Andy Beale objected to most wasn't Richard's sneakiness. It was his stupidity, his lack of foresight. If Richard gave himself straight A's, didn't he realize his mother would expect him to be valedictorian? Didn't he realize that she expected him to be admitted by every college he applied to? No, Richard didn't think that far ahead. Everything he did was for temporary advantage, or even a brief reprieve from work. Being Richard's father was heartrending for Andy Beale. He felt that Richard deserved to get caught, but he couldn't bring himself to rat on his own son. Telling school administrators what a little shit Richard was would cause Ruby terrible pain, and if she found out who he had told, make her angry at Andy in a way he would never overcome. He was afraid her resentment would eventually lead to the end of the marriage. As the offenses Andy knew about accumulated, he became paralyzed. If the school ever found out, then Richard would lose the most precious possession of all, the opportunity to change. He would always remain a bully, a sneak, a loafer, a coward. So Andy had let him go on, hoping that as Richard matured, he would improve. It had, in the end, been the worst thing he could have done. Richard had only grown from a little snake to a big one. The one change during Richard's time in college was that Ruby had gradually given up. One day when Richard was in college at San Diego State, she had gone to visit him at his off-campus apartment. She knew the way and had a key because it was a unit in an apartment complex that belonged to the Beale Company. She had called ahead and told him she was going to take him out for a nice dinner. When she got there, he was gone. He had stood her up. She had called and come back the next day. He had stood her up again. He had treated her that way on her birthday. Richard had kept doing things like that over and over. He was always too busy to see his mother, but he compiled an academic record so dismal that it astounded Andy that Richard didn't flunk out. He would stop answering his phone, and then Andy would find that someone had charged a vacation for two in Hawaii to Ruby's credit card number. There were bills for an incredible number of dinners, trips, even charges at jewelry stores, but no steady girlfriend that Andy ever saw. Richard had always had trouble with women. What man hadn't? But his trouble was always peculiar. Richard had inherited Ruby's eyes and facial structure, so he was a very good-looking man. He had inherited Andy's physique. He looked the way Andy had 40 years ago, flat stomach, broad shoulders. Andy was reasonably light on his feet. He was very good at attracting women, but terrible at keeping them once he had them. After a short time with Richard, they always left. Andy wondered if women were taking advantage of Richard. Andy had called a woman private detective named Grace Kandinsky, just like the painter, to get in touch with a few of Richard's old girlfriends and a few women who had dated him, and see what they had to say about him. Andy had even listed a half-dozen who had merely worked in the office. The project had taken Miss Kandinsky months, and when it was over, Andy asked her to give him the short version. She was a difficult young woman to shock. She had begun as a policewoman working vice, and later narcotics. She said, "Summary?"
Yes.
"He's not a nice man."
I'm paying you thousands of dollars for that.
"No, for wasting countless hours of my time asking questions. If you'd like to listen to all the recordings I made, you're welcome to them. I spend so much time talking to women in bars, my boyfriend asked me if I was a lesbian. What I found out is what you'll find out. He's not nice to women."
Tell me something specific. One thing.
He tells them he'll love them forever, but forever means until he gets tired of them. In the meantime, he controls everything they do. He checks up on them and spies on them. Runs in your family, huh?
I'm not paying extra for comedy.
I'm sorry. She looked at him sympathetically. I really am.
You're sorry for me because what you're telling me is that my son is a creep.
She cocked her head. I think that's true. I'm also sorry for making jokes. It's just because I'm nervous. It's a serious situation for you and for him, but he doesn't know it, or care, or something. I guess that's the common theme of what I found out. He just doesn't care about other people. Andy had paid Grace Kandinsky and gone on with his life as though he had never met her. He had never said anything to Ruby about the detective when he had hired her, and he didn't say anything afterward. Ruby still cared very much about Richard, but she cared for Richard the way she would have cared for a mangled toe. She had no high expectations for what it could do, but it still hurt like crazy, so there was no question that it belonged to her. Ruby had begun to yearn for grandchildren at that time. She had said,
"Andy, I want Richard to find a wife as soon as possible and get started making grandchildren. That's the best we can do now. Get as many of them as possible and start teaching and training and guiding. I'd hate to think that the culmination of our two family bloodlines was nothing but Richard. We can't let that happen. We'll spend a lot of time with his children, pick out a couple of the best ones after a few years, and see if we can do it right this time."
He had thought about it. Ruby had worked a lifetime beside him and hadn't asked for much in return. While he was building the real estate business, she was working too, first as a waitress and then as a nurse, keeping each of her paychecks only long enough to verify the amount and the deductions, and then signing it over for deposit to their company so Andy could use the money to buy more property. She had spent her evenings and weekends during most of those years working beside him on the company bookkeeping and paperwork. The rest of her time had been devoted to Richard. Andy Beale was willing to do a great variety of things that people didn't anticipate.
The only thing he couldn't do was turn down a serious request from Ruby. Their only child, Richard, had been a disappointment to her, so if she wanted another chance with the next generation, he would try to give it to her. When he reached the office, he almost drove into the reserved space at the end that belonged to Richard, but thought better of it. There was no point in irritating him just for the sake of irritating him. Andy pulled his Lexus around the building and parked in the back on the far side of the dumpster, where it wasn't easy to see. He went into the office, sat at Richard's desk, and began examining the files that contained the notes and reports on current operations. He happily occupied a half-hour that way, and then Richard came in looking harried. When he saw his father at his desk, he froze, trying to hold his temper. "What are you doing here? Is this going to be a habit?" "I doubt it," said Andy. "I've got better things to do than sit in an office." "Oh, that's right," said Richard. He took his coat off and hung it on a hanger in a high, narrow space in one of the teak cabinets that covered the far wall of the office. "I've noticed you've been doing a lot of work." Andy closed the file he'd been reading and tossed it on the desk with a flop. "Cut it out." "What?" "I said cut it out. Stop it. I thought you were always worried that I wasn't running the business properly. Not enough profit to fill the gas tank of your flagship." Andy Beale pursed his lips and congratulated himself on having the presence of mind to recognize that his irritation proved he really was too defensive about the boat. He said cheerfully, "I've built a good business, and over the past 5 years or so you've done pretty well with it. The rents are coming in, and the last developments are built and selling very well. But it's time to turn all your attention to what I asked you about last time. Christine." "Yes, Christine." "It's important to your mother, and that makes it important to me. I thought you were going to solve the whole thing for me. Didn't you say that? I'm not sensitive enough to handle it, so you were going to. Not sensible enough is more to the point. It's a situation that calls for some understanding of women. If a girl will move in with you and let you get her pregnant, then you are the one she wanted. They all walk around looking at each man they meet and asking themselves, could this be the one? And she decided you probably were. Whatever else happened afterward that made her leave can be gotten over. Women have an infinite capacity for fooling themselves about men. Apparently." Andy kept himself from blustering, "What the hell does that mean?" and said, "Speaking of women, I just heard that the woman who helped Christine leave you has been to visit Christine's father in Lompoc. How do you know that?" "I knew your Mr. Deming and company were watching for her, so I hired somebody to watch your people watch." "Jesus Christ," said Richard. "You paid Deming to report to you before me, didn't you?" Andy Beale shook his head sadly. "Richard, we're on the same side. We're father and son. And since I'm assuming the pay for Deming and his people isn't coming out of your personal salary, I'm their real employer. But I didn't do what you think. I hired a detective, period. You're interfering and getting in the way of what I'm trying to do." Andy stared at Richard for a second and couldn't help thinking what a fine-looking man he had grown into, and what a fool. He shrugged. "I didn't interfere with your people. What they were going to do, they did. They were watching the prison parking lot. When the woman came out, who did your Mr. Deming have there to see her and take advantage of the opportunity? One lone woman, who proceeded to follow her a few miles and then lose her in Lompoc, which was not, last time I looked, a huge and complicated metropolis. What you're saying is they made a mistake. If they didn't get her, then you're right. It happens. There are only 4 of them at the moment, and all 4 can't be in one place waiting for a woman who isn't even Christine." "Exactly," said Andy. "So I'm changing the way we go about this as of now. I want you to put business aside. Most of the money is invested in undeveloped land that will keep passively growing in value as long as we don't set off a nuclear weapon on it.
The rental properties are pretty much the same, and we have people for maintenance and bill collection. The real estate salespeople work on commission. So let it go. I think you're underestimating what it takes to run this business now. It's grown a lot since you retired. I'm not as out of touch as you wish I was. If we both died today, the property would still keep making money for years. I want you to concentrate on getting your girlfriend back. You know I've been doing that. Your girlfriend is at least 6 months pregnant, and she's been gone at least a month. It's time to stop waiting for spontaneous changes of heart or your half-assed crew of security people to come through. It's pretty damn clear that your people have had chances and blown them all. It's time to make an emotional appeal, which is what you should have done in the first place. How do you suggest I do that? Put a note in a bottle? Hire skywriters? This is a 20-year-old girl. Kids don't read newspapers anymore, so you put what you want to say into your computer and find a way to be sure she'll find it. You could start a website and type your appeal into it. You tell her you love her and want to marry her and raise your baby together. Find other ways to get into her computer. See if she has a website under another name or a MySpace page or YouTube or whatever else they do. Do it today. I'll want to see what you've done tomorrow night when I get back. Get back from where? Lompoc. I told you I was going to see her father. You may have to see him too after I've made my visit. We'll see. I needed to write and get the man to agree to see me, and then get special permission from the prison authorities. I'm going tomorrow morning.
All right, said Richard. I hope it's not a waste of time.
But you think it will be,
said Andy.
Just get your stuff done, and you won't need me.
The old man left, and Richard walked out of his office to the lobby window to see the Lexus pull out of the driveway and down the street. The last time he had come, Richard had devoted 6 hours to searching his office for cameras and microphones, but had found nothing. His father had been in here reading over the files on Richard's desk, and might have had time to do just about anything. It was hard to know what the purpose of his visit had been. Maybe he had hidden cameras and microphones in here before, but had known that when he'd started bragging about how much he knew, then Richard would search for hidden devices. He might have come in during the night and removed them. Today's visit might have been to read what he could no longer see on a monitor. Or it could have been to reinstall the cameras and microphones now that Richard had completed his search. In spite of his crudeness and bullying, the old man was very cunning. He had always been particularly good at predicting what Richard would think and feel, and making pitiless use of it against him in these battles. If he hurt Richard's feelings, it seemed to be a bonus for him. He was capable of putting bugging equipment in just for that purpose. Richard took a quick look around the office, paying particular attention to electrical outlets where some permanent bug could be planted. He examined the telephones and the computer to see if their shells had been opened. Then he looked under the furniture and stood on his desk to lift a ceiling tile and look around in the empty space above the frame. He heard a noise coming from outside the door, so he hastily climbed down and waited, but nobody entered. He leaned against the door. Nothing happened. He walked out into the lobby past Marlene, the pretty receptionist he had hired to take Christine's place. Or had he hired her? He had selected her, but who was to say why she had applied? She could easily be working for his father. Richard felt sick. Having his receptionist spying on him would be 1,000 times worse than being bugged. The thought made Richard feel panicky about Christine again. She knew too much about him, had been present for too many transactions, whether she had enough experience to know how to sort out what she knew or not. She was like a bomb, hidden somewhere and getting ready to go off in less than 3 months and obliterate him. Richard went outside to the parking lot behind the building and used his cell phone to call Deming.
"It's me,"
he said.
"I hear one of your girls saw the woman who's been hiding Christine." "How the hell did you hear that?"
Deming said.